Chapter 1230. Before he woke up, Duan Ling Tian did not forget to comprehend and improve his fused profundity and sword profundity while he was cultivating. Naturally, he was annoyed that he was suddenly interrupted. Therefore, the moment he woke up and opened his eyes, Duan Ling Tian's face turned completely gloomy. "Get out here." A loud voice resonated from outside the cottage door that was kicked open. The voice was filled with impatience. A cold gleam flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. He who was sitting cross-legged in the air slowly descended and stood on the ground. Then, he walked out of the cottage slowly. After he came out, Duan Ling Tian saw a person standing outside the cottage with just a glance. It was a muscular man with a ferocious and ugly face. The muscular man had a pair of triangular eyes that were staring at him with a cold gleam. "Boy, I really admire you. A mere first-level void interpretation martial artist actually dares to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers?" The ugly muscular man's words were filled with sarcasm. "Huh." Upon hearing the muscular man's words, Duan Ling Tian frowned. Not many people knew that he was a first-level void interpretation martial artist. In this godforsaken place, only 2 people knew about it. For a moment, Duan Ling Tian looked around and noticed that most of the people in the cottage had walked out and were watching him. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian recognized 2 people from the crowd. They were the 2 third-level martial monarchs that Xiao Zhong had brought along with him. They were also the only 2 people who knew about his background. One of them was looking at him with pity. The other person, on the other hand, was looking at him with a sneer. "Did you instigate this guy to look for trouble with me?" Duan Ling Tian asked in a deep voice as he stared at the muscular man coldly. There was no need for him to guess. He knew the reason the muscular man looked for him was because someone had revealed his background. Moreover, it was done intentionally. "So what if I did?" The person who was looking at Duan Ling Tian with a mocking smile on his face generously admitted to it when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. "Duan Ling Tian, the cottage here is already filled with people. This brother has just arrived and doesn't have a place to stay. No matter what, it should be you, a void interpretation stage martial artist, who should give up the cottage." As he spoke, the mocking smile on his face deepened. He especially emphasized the words void interpretation stage martial artist. "Kid, since I've broken through to the martial monarch stage, I've never made a move against a void interpretation stage martial artist. Today, I'll properly taste the feeling of crushing an ant to death with a single finger." The ugly brawny man slowly grinned, and a smile that was uglier than crying appeared on his hideous face. At the same time, he took a step forward towards Duan Ling Tian. Boom! At that moment, the origin energy on his body seemed to have transformed into a milky white flame that soared up and emitted a majestic aura. It caused the surrounding air to vibrate and set off a series of faint air explosions. As 3,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above the brawny man's head, his palms swept out and enveloped Duan Ling Tian fiercely like a fan. He used his origin energy to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to gather 3,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. It was the symbol of the second-level martial monarch stage. He's going to die. He's only at the first-level void interpretation stage, yet he still dares to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers? Who will die if he doesn't? The spectators thought to themselves as their hearts jolted. Above the void, 2 elderly figures stood there. When they saw the brawny man attacking Duan Ling Tian, one of the old men said to the other, "Xiao Zhong, it seems like he won't be able to last until the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in 3 months. The other old man was Xiao Zhong, the person who brought Duan Ling Tian here 3 months ago. Upon hearing the former's words, Xiao Zhong said nonchalantly, "This is his own choice." Then, the 2 old men lost interest and even retracted their gazes. In their opinion, everything that happened next was without a doubt. Duan Ling Tian would definitely be killed by the brawny man who had a cultivation base at the second-level martial monarch stage. Bang! In the next moment, a deafening loud sound reverberated in the air. The gazes of the two old men once again extended outwards, overlooking the area below. Their eyes froze almost at the same time, and a horrified expression appeared on their faces at the same time. The scene in front of them was completely out of their expectations. In their opinion, the person who should have died did not die, but the person who should not have died had died. To be more precise, he had turned into a bloody mist and died without a burial place. Idiot. As the ugly brawny man turned into a bloody mist, Duan Lingtian stood on the spot and spoke in a calm and indifferent tone. At this moment, everyone present saw it. Although the brawny man had exploded into a bloody mist and was only a foot away from the purple-clad young man, there was not a single trace of blood on the purple-clad young man's body. He's a void interpretation stage martial artist? You must be kidding. A second-level martial monarch stage martial artist did not even have time to react before he was killed by him? Did you see his movements clearly? I only saw a fleeting afterimage. The scene was in an uproar. The group of people looked at Duan Lingtian in a different light. There was a hint of reverence in their eyes. How's this possible? The third-level martial monarch stage martial artist who betrayed Duan Lingtian had a horrified expression. He could not believe what he had just seen was real. 3 months ago, the person who displayed a cultivation base at the first-level void interpretation in front of him had killed a second-level martial monarch stage martial artist in just a second. Moreover, the person's movements were so fast that even he could not catch a glimpse of it. Soon after, the third-level martial monarch stage martial artist's eyes narrowed. Before he could react, a figure had already appeared in front of him. It was a familiar figure. Duan. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he could not finish his sentence in the end. This was because Duan Lingtian had killed him in a flash. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had become the god of slaughter in the eyes of everyone present. All of them looked at him with dread in their eyes. Fortunately, I didn't scheme against him like that idiot did. The other person who came with Duan Lingtian earlier secretly gasped. At the same time, he felt a little relieved in his heart. It was precisely this fellow who was just killed that spread false news everywhere, saying that this violet-clothed young man was a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist. He probably never would have imagined even in his dreams that not only did he cause the death of another, he even caused his own death. If such a powerhouse is only a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist, doesn't that mean I'm not even a void prying stage martial artist? With his strength, he shouldn't be here at all. The group of people discussed animatedly. Their eyes were filled with dread when they looked at Duan Lingtian. These people either came earlier than Duan Lingtian or later than Duan Lingtian. However, they had one thing in common. All of them were martial artists below the fourth-level martial monarch stage. Qiao Zhong. Are you sure he's a void interpretation stage martial artist? High up in the sky, an old man in a green robe asked Xiao Zhong with a strange expression on his face. How's that possible? Xiao Zhong ignored the green-robed old man. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief when they landed on the purple-clad figure. 3 months ago, he had witnessed the purple-clad young man's cultivation base at the first-level void interpretation stage with his own eyes. It could not be fake. However, the purple-clad young man's strength was not inferior to the 5th or 6th level martial monarch stage. He had also witnessed it with his own eyes. It could not be fake. It was precisely because of this that he could not figure it out. What exactly was the reason that allowed a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist to possess such a terrifying strength after 3 months? Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Upon hearing the voice, Duan Lingtian immediately looked at the source of the voice. Soon after, he noticed that the person who communicated with him through voice transmission was the other person who had followed Xiao Zhong to this place that day. What's the matter? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, with your strength, you're completely capable of defeating the people in the pavilion behind the staircase and occupying that pavilion for yourself. The environment there is much better than here. A voice transmission sounded out once more to remind Duan Ling Tian. Pavilion? Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian immediately looked at the other end of the stairs that was even higher. There was another stone platform there, and there was an exquisite pavilion standing on the stone platform. When he first arrived, he had already seen the pavilion. At that time, he only thought that it was the residence of Qiao Zhong and another disciple of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu. He did not think much of it. Now, someone was telling him that he could defeat the people in the pavilion and take it for himself? From the very beginning, we were wrong. That pavilion was also a residence for us to live in. However, only the strongest person among us is qualified to stay there. The person who reminded Duan Ling Tian seemed to have guessed Duan Ling Tian's thoughts and continued to speak through voice transmission. Although Duan Ling Tian did not mobilize the heaven and earth energy to condense the heaven and earth phenomenon in the two attacks earlier, he could tell that the person in front of him was very strong. However, he could see that Duan Ling Tian's strength was not something the person who occupied the pavilion could compare to. No matter how strong that person was, he was only at the third-level martial monarch stage. That person definitely did not have the ability to kill the two people who were killed by Duan Ling Tian in just one move. If you really think that it's dirty, you can change your living environment. At this moment, Qiao Zhong's words seemed to echo in Duan Ling Tian's ears. That day, Duan Ling Tian was still puzzled about why Qiao Zhong would say such a ridiculous thing. Now, he understood. Looks like there's going to be a show to watch. That fellow has occupied that pavilion for 2 months. It's time for him to move his nest. Many people noticed that Duan Ling Tian was looking at the pavilion on the stone platform behind the stairs. They could guess what Duan Ling Tian wanted to do, and they were excited and filled with anticipation. Then, all eyes fell on Duan Ling Tian. "You're the one who killed my brother?" A cold voice descended from the sky, startling everyone and attracting everyone's attention. High up in the sky, there were 3 figures descending from the sky. Chapter 1231. Duan Ling Tian calmly glanced at the green-robed middle-aged man who descended from the sky with 2 people behind him and asked nonchalantly, "Your brother is one of those 2 fellows just now?" Ever since he came to Ling Xian Peak, he had only killed 2 people, and they were the 2 people just now. "My brother is Lu Yi, the disciple of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu," the green-robed middle-aged man said coldly. His eyes gleamed with a ferocious gleam as if he was going to devour someone. Waves of terrifying killing intent faintly radiated from his body, causing many people present to feel terrified. Emperor Wu's disciple. Duan Ling Tian killed Emperor Wu's disciple? The moment the green-robed middle-aged man spoke, the entire place burst into an uproar. At once, everyone's eyes fell on Duan Ling Tian at the same time. Their faces were filled with shock. He killed Emperor Wu's disciple? The third-level martial monarch stage martial artist who followed Duan Ling Tian here with Qiao Zhong 3 months ago looked at Duan Ling Tian in a daze. He clearly remembered the scene from 3 months ago. At that time, Duan Ling Tian indeed only displayed the cultivation base of the first-level void interpretation. This could not be faked. Today, 3 months later, Duan Ling Tian killed a second-level martial monarch stage martial artist and a third-level martial monarch stage martial artist. This already shocked him to the core. He could not figure out how Duan Ling Tian's improvement could be so exaggerated. Now, someone came with ill intentions and said that Duan Ling Tian had killed his brother, the disciple of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu. He must have mistaken me for someone else, he thought to himself. Many people present had the same thought as him, including Qiao Zhong and the old man beside him. Lu Yi? Emperor Wu's disciple? Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows. A figure immediately appeared in his mind. Are you talking about that bandit leader? Bandit leader. As soon as Duan Ling Tian said this, Qiao Zhong and the old man beside him looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Lu Yi, disciple of Emperor Wu of Ling Xian Peak. His favorite thing to do was to bring a few of Emperor Wu's disciples outside to act as bandits and rob the area around Lingxian Peak. Now, when Duan Lingtian said the words bandit leader, they vaguely realized that it was very likely that Duan Lingtian had really killed Lu Yi. It really is you. The light in the eyes of the green-robed middle-aged man grew even brighter. Taking a step forward, the yuan power on his body surged, transforming into a milky white flame that soared into the sky. His aura was like a rainbow. Bang! He took a step forward, and the ground of the entire stone platform cracked. Hideous cracks spread in all directions, as if they had turned into a giant spider web. One could see how furious he was at that moment. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the green-robed middle-aged man took a step forward and was about to attack him. However, a ghostly figure stood in the way of the green-robed middle-aged man. The appearance of this figure was out of everyone's expectations. It's him. Duan Lingtian recognized the figure in front of him at a glance. It was Qiao Zhong, the disciple of Lingxian Peak's Emperor Wu, who had brought him here previously. Qiao Zhong, what do you mean by this? The green-robed middle-aged man's face was gloomy as he said sternly, you better stay out of today's matter. Lu Zhong. Qiao Zhong glanced at the green-robed middle-aged man indifferently. I don't care if your brother died in his hands or not. He's with me now, so he's someone I have to protect. Before the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers begins, I won't let anything happen to him. Qiao Zhong's eyes gleamed when he reached the end of his sentence. Qiao Zhong, don't forget that you're just a loser to me. Lu Zhong sneered. As the saying went, where there are people, there will be fights. It was the same in Lingxian Peak. In Lingxian Peak, there were 3 direct disciples of Spirit Profound Emperor Wu under his command. The eldest disciple usually cultivated beside Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. Just like Spirit Profound Emperor Wu, they were elusive. The entire Lingxian Peak was usually managed by the 2nd and 3rd disciples. As time passed, it was inevitable that there would be some friction between the two. This also caused the disciples and followers of Emperor Wu to fight against each other, forming 2 camps. Lu Zhong was not only one of the top 3 direct disciples of Emperor Wu in Lingxian Peak, but he was also part of the camp of Emperor Wu's 2nd direct disciple. Because of his strength, he was highly valued by Emperor Wu's 2nd direct disciple. Qiao Zhong was part of the camp of Emperor Wu's 3rd direct disciple. Because the 2 of them were in different camps, they were like fire and water. Today, Lu Zhong wanted to take Duan Lingtian away under Qiao Zhong's nose. Naturally, Qiao Zhong would not let him succeed. Whoosh! As Lu Zhong laughed mockingly, a gust of wind blew past. A figure appeared next to Qiao Zhong. It was the old man who was with Qiao Zhong earlier. He was also the disciple of Lingxian Peak's Emperor Wu, who was supervising the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. This disciple of Emperor Wu was in the same camp as Qiao Zhong. Lu Zhong, if you're confident that you can defeat the 2 of us together, you can attack us. Qiao Zhong said nonchalantly. His words were filled with provocation. Lu Zhong's face darkened. He really did not have much confidence in fighting the 2 martial emperor's disciples in front of him alone. Although his strength could be ranked in the top 3 among the group of Emperor Wu's disciples in Lingxian Peak, he was on par with the 2 people in front of him. In a one-on-one battle, he could defeat any one of the 2 people in front of him. However, if the 2 people in front of him attacked together, he knew that he was no match for them. As for the 2 people he brought with him, they were only Emperor Wu's followers. They could only be cannon fodder in the face of the 2 disciples of Emperor Wu. They would not be of any help to him at all. Qiao Zhong, are you trying to outnumber us? Lu Zhong's eyes gleamed coldly. He had already decided to leave to call for help. Outnumber us? Qiao Zhong seemed to have guessed Lu Zhong's thoughts. He looked at Lu Zhong deeply. Lu Zhong, if I were you, I wouldn't be so stupid as to call for help. Don't forget that the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers was set by Emperor Wu. It's also Lord Emperor Wu's order for us to protect the people who are participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. However, I'd like to see what will happen to you if you disobey Lord Emperor Wu's order. At that time, I hope that your master will be willing to plead for you. Xiao Zhong's face was filled with mockery when he reached the end of his sentence. You! Lu Zhong was enraged by Xiao Zhong's words. However, he suppressed his anger in the end. After Xiao Zhong's reminder, he calmed down. I'll let you live for another 3 months. I hope you'll be able to pass the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in 3 months. At that time, I'll kill you with my own hands to avenge my brother. Lu Zhong no longer bothered with Xiao Zhong. Instead, he glared coldly at Duan Lingtian and threatened him fiercely. After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply and left hastily with the 2 disciples of Emperor Wu behind him. They came and went like the wind as though they had never been there before. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had a calm expression on his face. His mood was not affected by Lu Zhong's threat at all. In fact, he did not take Lu Zhong seriously at all. Duan Lingtian, did you really kill Lu Yi? Soon after, Xiao Zhong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a complicated expression. I think so. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said with an indifferent expression. He did not know if that person was Lu Yi or not. However, he remembered that after he killed that person, the people around him seemed to have addressed him as Senior Brother Lu. I think so. When they heard Duan Lingtian's words, everyone, including Xiao Zhong and the old man next to him, was speechless. 3 months ago, I misjudged you. You shouldn't have stayed here. However, since you've offended Lu Zhong, you can continue to stay here. Xiao Zhong said with a complicated expression. As for that pavilion, you can stay there. As Xiao Zhong spoke, he looked at the pavilion on the stone platform behind the stairs. The pavilion was surrounded by heaven and earth primal qi. A moment later, Xiao Zhong stepped into the air and arrived in front of the pavilion. His mouth moved slightly, but no one knew what he was saying. Soon after, a person flew out of the pavilion. It was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. "Milord, isn't this pavilion for those who are able to obtain it? Can I take it that you're abusing your power for personal gain by doing this?" Unlike Xiao Zhong who spoke softly, the middle-aged man deliberately raised his voice. His voice was clearly heard by everyone, including Duan Lingtian. For a moment, most people had a strange expression on their faces. Abusing his power for personal gain? This fellow really dared to say anything. I'm only suggesting that you give up this pavilion. If you're willing, then naturally, everyone will be happy. If you're unwilling to listen to my advice, then fight with him for the ownership of this pavilion. Xiao Zhong also raised his voice and turned to look at Duan Lingtian at the same time. As everyone's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian became the center of attention. The middle-aged man who came out of the pavilion also looked at Duan Lingtian. Although I don't know what relationship you have with this sir to be able to make him ask me to give up this pavilion. If you want to live in this pavilion, you'll have to defeat me or even kill me first. The middle-aged man stepped into the air and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. He looked down at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words and seeing his stance, the people present on the scene had a strange expression on their faces. The ignorant are fearless. The same thought popped up in their minds at the same time. Many people even looked at the middle-aged man with pity on their faces. At this moment, they were almost certain that Duan Lingtian had indeed killed one of Emperor Wu's disciples from Lingxian Peak. Even his brother had come to kill him. It was unlikely that this matter was fake. However, at this moment, they were faced with Duan Lingtian who had the ability to kill Emperor Wu's disciple. The middle-aged man who walked out of the pavilion was one of the best among the third-level martial monarch stage martial artists. He openly challenged him because he did not know his strength or his past deeds. Although there were many people present on the scene, none of them warned the middle-aged man. Perhaps, They were dissatisfied with the middle-aged man for staying in such a good place for so long and wanted to see him make a fool of himself. I don't like people standing on top of me. Chapter 1232. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a five-colored energy rose from his body and transformed into a gigantic hand above the middle-aged man's head in just a blink of an eye. Rumble. When the gigantic hand landed, the air vibrated and produced a sound that sounded like an earthquake. In an instant, before the middle-aged man could even react, he was enveloped by the gigantic hand and was pressed against the ground. Bang! A loud sound reverberated in the air as the gigantic hand landed on the ground and left a huge palm print on the stone platform before it disappeared without a trace. Barf. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man was slammed into the ground of the stone platform. He was severely injured and only moved after a long time. When he moved, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with blood clots. Subsequently, he looked at the purple figure nearby with fear on his face and fainted immediately. Silence. The scene was dead silent. After glancing at the unconscious middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian moved and leaped up the stone platform behind the stairs and entered the pavilion in just a blink of an eye. Apart from Qiao Zhong and the other Emperor Wu's disciple, nobody could see Duan Lingtian's movements clearly. His ability is not inferior to ours. Qiao Zhong and the other Emperor Wu's disciple looked at each other and spoke in unison through voice transmission. Their words and actions were in sync. As for the remaining group of people, while they were shocked by Duan Lingtian's speed, they looked at the unconscious middle-aged man in unison. A hint of schadenfreude could be seen on their faces. Qiao Zhong, with his ability, it's certain that he'll become Emperor Wu's disciple in 3 months. Why don't you seize this opportunity to rope him into our camp? The other Emperor Wu's disciple asked curiously when he arrived next to Qiao Zhong. Are you afraid that he'll be roped in by that camp? Qiao Zhong smiled. Realization dawned on Qiao Zhong. With Lu Zhong's enmity toward Duan Lingtian, it was impossible for Lu Zhong to let Duan Lingtian join their camp. When he's on the opposite side of that camp, we'll make an appearance and ask him to join us. At that time, he'll be grateful to us. Qiao Zhong said. You really are an old fox. The former could not help but sigh. After that, he seemed to have thought of something and asked curiously, by the way, do you know why he only revealed his cultivation base at the first level void interpretation 3 months ago? I'm guessing that he used some sort of secret technique to hide his true cultivation level. Qiao Zhong said solemnly. There's such a secret technique? The former had a strange look in his eyes. If there really is such a secret technique, it doesn't seem to have any other use other than pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, right? It's enough to play the pig to eat the tiger. Qiao Zhong sighed. Don't forget, before this, even we were fooled by him. The interior of the exquisite and spacious pavilion was dazzling. Compared to the cottage Duan Lingtian had lived in before, it was like 2 completely different worlds. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about this. After he entered the pavilion, he sat on the soft couch and prepared to start cultivating again. I can't believe that 3 months have already passed. 3 months later, Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciple and follower selection will begin. At that time, I'll definitely amaze the world and attract the attention of that powerhouse, Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He did not forget his purpose of coming here. The most important thing now is to continue improving my strength. Only with a powerful strength can I sweep away all obstacles and attract the attention of that powerhouse, Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. While he was cultivating, he also began to comprehend the fused profundity and sword profundity in his own way. Time passed by quietly, and Duan Lingtian's strength was improving every second. A month later. In the north of Cloud Continent, there were 3 towering snow peaks in an area that was covered in snow all year round. In the middle of the 3 snow peaks was an ice lake that was constantly emitting fog. Even though the temperature was terrifyingly low, the water in the ice lake was not frozen. It was only emitting bone-chilling cold air. It was extremely unique. The ice lake had a nice name, Yuhan Lake. With Yuhan Lake as the center, there was another name for the place surrounded by the 3 towering snow peaks. Yuhan Valley. Yuhan Valley was also the cultivation place of Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent. That Emperor Wu was known as Yuhan and was known as Yuhan Emperor Wu. Speaking of Yuhan Emperor Wu, she was definitely the strongest female powerhouse on Cloud Continent. Her strength could be ranked in the top 3 among the 9 known Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent. Because of this, when Yuhan Valley released the news that Yuhan Lake was going to hold the Emperor Wu's disciple and follower selection half a year ago, many female martial artists came from all over. The reason why there were only female martial artists was that Yuhan Valley did not accept male disciples and followers. In Yuhan Valley, there were only female martial artists, including Yuhan Emperor Wu. There was no exception. Today, there were 2 uninvited guests in the sky above Yuhan Valley. They were 2 women, young women. One of the ladies was wearing a light purple dress. She was extremely beautiful and had an invisible charm that seemed to be able to turn everyone upside down. The other woman wore light yellow clothes, and her appearance was not inferior to the former. However, unlike the former, her peerless appearance seemed to be mixed with some youthfulness. If the lady in front was described as a passionate red rose, then the woman behind him was a pure and unsullied snow lotus who had emerged from the mud. The 2 ladies were equally beautiful, but they each had their own unique features. Fortunately, we came here early in the morning. Otherwise, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to make it in time for the Emperor Wu's disciple and follower selection. The lady in the light purple dress mumbled. Yes, I didn't expect Yuhan Valley to hold the Emperor Wu's disciple and follower selection a year in advance. The other lady nodded lightly. She then frowned as if she was worried. I wonder if we can become Emperor Wu's follower with our current abilities. Kerr, you must believe in your own abilities. The lady in the purple dress comforted her softly. Sister Fei, I miss young master. When do you think we can see young master? The lady who was called Kerr said in a trembling voice. We'll go back to look for the bad guy after we've avenged master and senior sister. The lady in the purple dress trembled slightly. Her voice sounded a little off and she only recovered after a while. Kerr, let's go in. The 2 ladies were Kerr and Li Fei. They were Duan Lingtian's 2 fiancés who had not seen each other for many years. After they had escaped from the Yin-Yang sect, they headed north and headed straight for Yuhan Valley. To their surprise, they heard that Yuhan Valley would be holding the Emperor Wu's disciple and follower selection 2 months later when they arrived at the northern region of the Inner Land. Compared to what they had heard before, it was a full year earlier. As Kerr and Li Fei continued to fly into Yuhan Valley, they were soon stopped by a lady in blue. She asked expressionlessly, Are you guys here to join the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers that will be held in Yuhan Valley 2 months later? Yes. The 2 ladies nodded. Follow me. The lady in blue called out to Kerr and Li Fei and brought them into Yuhan Valley. After a while, Kerr and Li Fei were brought to an independent valley. There were many wooden houses built in the valley. The wooden houses were covered in snow as if they were covered in a layer of silver. There are 2 empty wooden houses. You can stay in them. If you're any later, you'll have to snatch other people's wooden houses. The lady in blue said expressionlessly, Killing is allowed in this place. The strong ones are respected. You're on your own. The lady in blue left as soon as she finished speaking. Only Kerr and Li Fei were left. They looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Kerr, let's go in. Li Fei called out to Kerr and the 2 of them were about to enter the 2 ownerless wooden houses that were next to each other. Wait. Just as the 2 ladies were about to enter the ownerless wooden houses, a sudden voice stopped them. Then, a lady walked out of the other wooden house. She was the one who had spoken earlier. The lady was limping as she walked with a limp. Moreover, she was blind in one eye and had a hideous scar on her face. It looked like a centipede that was lying there. She looked extremely scary. Seeing this woman, Li Fei was still okay and kept calm. However, Kerr could not help but frown slightly. The lady's appearance frightened her. Such a crippled and ugly woman, compared to Li Fei and Ku, who were as beautiful as flowers and jade, were simply two extremes, a difference of thousands of miles. These two girls are going to be in trouble. Then, many ladies walked out of the other wooden houses. They looked at Li Fei and Kerr with pity in their eyes. So far, 8 of them have died. Including them, there are 10 of them. A lady sighed. Although the 8 who died earlier were beautiful, they were not as good as them. These 2 girls are going to be in a worse state. Another lady shook her head. The ladies who walked out of the wooden houses had one thing in common, and that was they were not beautiful. What are you trying to do? Seeing the ugly woman walking towards the 2 of them, Li Fei's face sank as she shouted in a delicate voice. If there's an afterlife, remember not to be so good-looking. A femme fatale. The ugly lady looked at Li Fei and Kerr with a ruthless gaze as if she was looking at 2 dead people. So, you're an ugly freak who can't stand other people being good-looking. Li Fei sneered when she heard the ugly lady's words. At the same time, she took out her spirit weapon and was ready to attack. Chapter 1233. A silhouette of an ancient black dragon and 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above the hideous lady's head. She was able to trigger the heaven and earth energy to form such a heaven and earth phenomenon with only her origin energy. That was the mark of an 8th-level martial monarch martial artist. As the hideous lady's multicolored energy rose again, Li Fei and Kerr knew that she was communicating with the profundity that she had comprehended. Wait. Li Fei stopped her with a grave expression. What? Do you have something to say before you die? The hideous lady asked in a deep voice. Her origin energy and profundity were ready to be unleashed. She was ready to kill Li Fei and Kerr anytime. You want to kill us just because we're prettier than you? Li Fei asked after taking a deep breath. It's not that you're prettier than me. Women who look like demons deserve to die. The hideous lady said in a deep voice. What if the one who looks good is Emperor Wu of Yuhan? What if it's Emperor Wu's direct disciple or Emperor Wu's disciple in Yuhan Valley? With your ability, I'm afraid you're only a threat to Emperor Wu's disciple in Yuhan Valley. Li Fei continued. I'll admit that women who look like demons are more powerful than me. Those who are weaker than me won't be able to live. The hideous lady continued with her fallacious logic. At the same time, she quickened her pace and went straight for Li Fei and Kerr. Li Fei's expression changed drastically. She just realized that the hideous lady before her was a crazy woman with a twisted mind. She hurriedly said to Ku, you go first. I'll stop her. As she spoke, Li Fei's figure moved and she extended her hand to meet the ugly woman. Although she knew that she was no match for the hideous lady, she still wanted to fight for Kerr's life. Bastard, we'll meet again in the next life. While facing the ugly woman, Li Fei was completely disheartened. A purple figure appeared in her mind. It was a tall, handsome young man in purple clothes. Sister Fei, Kerr shouted, and at the same time, she also moved to meet the ugly woman. The 3-foot-long sword that appeared in her hand was instantly covered with a layer of ice. It was entwined with a bone-chilling sword aura as it swept towards the ugly woman. A sword came from the west, as if it had the help of the gods. Although Li Fei asked her to leave, how could she leave just like that? If something really happened to Li Fei, even if she was lucky enough to survive, she would be depressed for the rest of her life. Just thinking about that kind of life made her afraid. Young master, if there is a next life, Kerr would still be willing to be a little girl by your side. Kerr's eyes were brimming with tears as she wielded the 3-foot-long sword that exuded an extremely cold aura. The same figure as the one in Li Fei's mind appeared in her mind. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. In the face of Li Fei and Ker's attacks, the ugly woman sneered disdainfully. She did not even bother to use her spirit weapon as she swept her palm across. At the same time, 3 silhouettes of ancient black dragons appeared in the void above her head as she attacked. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Li Fei and Ker in an imposing manner. Compared to the 3 silhouettes of ancient black dragons, the silhouettes of ancient black dragons and thousands of ancient horned dragons that appeared in the void above Li Fei and Ker's heads seemed exceptionally small. What a pity. At that moment, many ladies who came out of the wooden houses to watch the show closed their eyes as they could not bear to watch. It was as if they could already foresee the scene of 2 peerless beauties being brutally killed. Boom! Ah! As a deafening loud sound reverberated, waves of rolling airwaves spread in all directions. A shrill scream followed, piercing everyone's eardrums. Something's not right. At that moment, many ladies felt that something was amiss. This voice, when they opened their eyes again or regained their senses, they realized that there was a beautiful figure in front of the 2 unharmed beauties, protecting them behind her. On the other hand, the ugly woman was sent flying. She crashed heavily on the mountain wall that was covered in snow, leaving a human-shaped mark on it. Barf! The ugly woman spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale as she looked at the lady who was protecting Li Fei and Ker. She said in a deep voice, "Isn't killing prohibited here? Are you trying to protect these 2 lowly servants for personal reasons?" Slap! The crisp sound of a slap rang out. It was the woman who was standing in front of Li Fei and Kuer. She disappeared into thin air and reappeared in front of the ugly woman. She raised her hand and gave her a slap. "It's not up to you to tell me what to do." The lady who was standing in front of the ugly woman was a delicate lady. She was dressed in white and looked like she was one with the ice and snow. Although she looked delicate, there was a terrifying power hidden in her body. Otherwise, the ugly woman would not have been defeated by her. At that moment, the ugly woman did not dare to say anything. Although her ability was great, she would at most become a martial emperor's follower in the Yuhan Valley selection of martial emperor's disciples and followers 2 months later. She knew that very well. However, the lady in front of her was one of Emperor Wu's disciples in Yuhan Valley. She was far more powerful than the ugly woman. Therefore, although she was unwilling, she did not dare to say anything. 2 lowly servants. I'll let you live for 2 more months. In the selection of Emperor Wu's disciple and follower in 2 months, I'll make you disappear from this world completely. The ugly woman looked viciously at Li Fei and Ker as she thought to herself. Thank you for saving our lives, sister. At that moment, Ker and Li Fei thanked the lady in white. They knew very well that if the lady in white had not helped them, they would not have escaped death today. However, they were filled with doubts. The lady in blue who had brought them in earlier was one of Emperor Wu's disciples in Yuhan Valley and one of Emperor Wu's followers. She had told them from the beginning that killing was prohibited and that only the powerful ones were respected. However, the lady in white who they suspected to be Emperor Wu's disciple in Yuhan Valley had saved them. They found it strange. Why did the lady in white want to save them? Follow me. After glancing at the ugly woman coldly, the lady in white turned to look at Ker and Li Fei. She nodded slightly and stepped into the air. Although they did not know where the lady in white was bringing them, Ker and Li Fei chose to listen to the lady in white and followed her out of the valley. After Ker and Li Fei left, there was a commotion in the valley. Who do you think those 2 girls are? They should be one of Emperor Wu's disciples. Otherwise, why would she save them? I heard that some women don't like men but prefer women. Do you think she's one of them? She saw that those 2 girls were pretty, so. Now that you mention it, it's possible. As the saying went, 3 women make a show. When a group of women gathered in the valley, they could even turn black into white. At that moment, the ugly woman returned to her wooden house with a grave expression. On the other hand, Li Fei and Ker followed the lady in white silently and headed to the other side. Sister, where are you bringing us? Kerr could not help but ask softly. To see Senior Sister Sue. The lady in white turned around to look at Kerr. A rare smile appeared on her face that was as calm as an ancient well. It was a smile that was like the blooming of a green lotus. It was refreshing. Seeing this scene, Ku-er was still fine and only returned a smile. However, there was a flash of surprise in Li Fei's eyes. She realized that the lady in white, who was suspected to be Emperor Wu's disciple in Yuhan Valley, seemed to be very polite to Kerr. What was the reason? Her heart was filled with doubts. Soon, the lady in white brought Kerr and Li Fei to the mountainside of one of the snowy peaks around Yuhan Valley. There was a wooden house that was covered in white snow. It was impossible to see the wooden house from afar. They could only see it clearly when they got closer. Senior Sister Sue. After the lady in white brought Kerr and Li Fei over, she greeted the wooden house that was covered in thick snow respectfully. Li Fei and Kerr's gazes also landed on the wooden house. To be precise, they were looking at the door of the wooden house. They were curious about the person who was about to come out from the house. Kerr, the lady in white who saved us must be Emperor Wu's disciple in Yuhan Valley. I guess she has to be the direct disciple of Yuhan Valley's Emperor Wu to be treated so respectfully. Li Fei said to Kerr through voice transmission. Kerr's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. Before she could reply, the door of the wooden house opened with a creak. At the same time, a beautiful figure walked out slowly from the house. It was an ordinary-looking young lady in green. She looked to be in her early 30s with a cold face. She looked straight at the lady in white when she walked out. What's the matter? The green-clothed lady spoke unhurriedly. Her voice was so cold that it seemed to have come from an extremely cold ice cave, causing Li Fei and Ku-er to involuntarily shiver. Senior Apprentice Sister Sue, I saw someone using a sword skill similar to the one you used. The lady in white seemed to feel the pressure when facing the lady in green. She took a deep breath and said, The sword skill that I used? The lady in green frowned. It's the sword skill that came with the technique that Emperor Wu passed on to you. The lady in white reminded her. What? As the white-clothed woman's voice fell, the green-clothed woman's face could no longer remain calm, and her expression changed completely. Who? At the same time, she looked at Li Fei and Kerr. It's her. The lady in white looked at Kerr and said to the lady in green. You, show me your sword skill, Yi Futian said. At this moment, the lady in green tried her best to calm herself down and said to Kerr. When Kerr heard that, she looked at Li Fei. After seeing Li Fei's nod of approval, she moved and displayed the sword skill that she had mastered. Is your sword skill derived from a technique called Han Bing's Holy Sword Technique? Chapter 1234. How? How did you know? Kerr looked at the lady in green and asked in surprise. Only a handful of people knew the name of her cultivation method, and they were all close to her. But today, someone spoke the name of the cultivation method she cultivated through the sword skill she displayed, which made her feel inexplicably shocked. Whoosh! Facing Kerr's surprise, the lady in green did not answer. She raised her hands slightly. In an instant, a sword appeared in her hand. It was a sword that was completely formed by Yuanli. In the next moment, she moved. Whoosh! 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 Accompanied by the sound of the sword, the lady in green's action was exactly the same as Kerr's when she performed the sword skill. The sword was also filled with a bone-chilling cold air. Of course, the cold air on the lady in green's sword was even more terrifying. Wherever the sword passed, the air seemed to freeze. When the breeze blew, it turned into a bone-chilling cold wind. How? How did you know this sword skill? As the lady in green kept her sword, Kerr was dumbfounded. The sword skill displayed by the lady in green was exactly the same as the one she practiced. No matter the movement or the charm. Of course, the lady in green's attainment in this sword skill was far better than hers. Where the sword tip points, the world will be frozen. The lady in green did not answer Kerr's question. Instead, she suddenly said these words to Kerr. Hearing these words, Kerr's eyes suddenly shrank. She said with a face full of shock, You also practiced Han Bing's god sword skill? No one knew these words better than Kerr. These were the last words of the general outline of Han Bing's god sword skill, and also the most important words. Once Han Bing's god sword skill was cultivated to the extreme, where the sword tip points, the world will be frozen. Han Bing's god sword skill. Li Fei, who was standing at the side, was puzzled by what had just happened. Now, after hearing Kerr's words, she was completely enlightened. The woman in green in front of him actually cultivated the same cultivation method as Kerr? That's not right. According to what scoundrel said back then, no matter if it was the art of the sun and moon star that he passed on to me or the Han Bing god sword technique that he passed on to little sister Kerr, there shouldn't be a second person who knows them. Li Fei shook her head. She couldn't figure it out. Now, she finally understood why the woman in white had saved her and Kerr. It turned out that the woman in white had recognized the sword skill that Kerr had cultivated. Scoundrel, you know what? The cultivation method you passed on to little sister Kerr saved both my life and hers. Li Fei muttered in her heart. If I'm not wrong, you're practicing the complete Han Bing's god sword technique. The woman in green looked at Kerr, her eyes gleaming as she muttered, I can't believe that there's a third person who has cultivated the complete Han Bing's god's sword technique on Cloud Continent apart from Master and me. Apart from you, there's another person who has cultivated the Han Bing's god's sword technique? Kerr was shocked. She was already shocked when she saw another person who had cultivated the Han Bing's god's sword technique. However, from what the woman in front of her had just said, there seemed to be a third person who had cultivated the Han Bing's god's sword technique. Senior Sister Su's cultivation method was passed down personally by Lord Emperor Wu. It's also the most powerful cultivation method in Yuhan Valley. Regardless of the generation of Yuhan Valley Master, he would only pass it down to one person. At this moment, the woman in white standing at the side spoke. As she spoke, she did not forget to look at the woman in green with respect. The person who was passed down the cultivation method is also the future successor of Yuhan Valley. Lord Emperor Wu. Once the woman in white said that, Li Fei looked at the woman in green and could not help but exclaim, You're really Emperor Wu's lineal disciple. Although she had already guessed it, Li Fei was still shocked when it was confirmed. Not only is Senior Sister Su the lineal disciple of Emperor Wu, but she's also the future successor of Yuhan Valley. Sooner or later, she'll become a powerful person like Emperor Wu. As the woman in white spoke, her eyes were filled with fanatical admiration for the woman in green. Emperor Wu's lineal disciple. Li Fei's words also shocked Kerr. Kerr could not help but look at the woman in green in shock. Your Han Bing's god sword technique was passed down to you by Yuhan Emperor Wu? That's right. The woman in green nodded. The frost on her face that was originally as cold as ice seemed to have melted. Come with me. Master will definitely be very interested in you. Who knows, she might even make an exception and take you in as her lineal disciple. The woman in green said. Lineal disciple. The woman in green's words not only shocked Kerr but also Li Fei. The woman in green's master was the owner of Yuhan Valley, Yuhan Emperor Wu. Becoming her master's lineal disciple meant that she would become Yuhan Emperor Wu's lineal disciple. I can go with you, but Sister Fei has to go too. Kerr said. Humph. Little girl, Senior Sister Su is bringing you to see Lord Emperor Wu. It's your good fortune. Now, you still dare to negotiate with Senior Sister Su? The woman in white who was standing at the side snorted and frowned. If Sister Fei doesn't want to go with me, then I won't go either. Kerr ignored the woman in white and looked at the woman in green stubbornly. Seeing that, Li Fei felt warmth in her heart. She knew that Kerr was fighting for her opportunity. At the same time, Li Fei looked at the woman in green with fear. She was afraid that Kerr would anger her because of that. That would be a loss. Let's go. Surprisingly, the woman in green nodded and agreed to Kerr's condition. At the same time, she stepped into the air and slowed down, intentionally waiting for Kerr and Li Fei. Kerr and Li Fei looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. Then, they followed the woman in green. Along the way, they also found out the full name of the woman in green. Su Rong. Under Su Rong's lead, Kerr and Li Fei arrived at the peak of a snowy peak. The peak of the snowy peak was covered in clouds. From afar, it looked like a vast expanse. Through the clouds, they could see a vast stone platform standing there. On the stone platform, there was a palace made entirely of ice. This was a sparkling and translucent palace. It was so beautiful that it looked like a palace that only existed in the heavens. Master. Su Rong led Kerr and Li Fei to the ice palace and bowed respectfully. Almost as soon as Su Rong finished speaking, Kerr and Li Fei did not have time to react before a woman appeared in front of them. It was a young woman. The young woman looked to be in her 30s, but Kerr and Li Fei knew that the woman in front of them was at least 100 years old. The young woman stood in front of them. Her aura was restrained and she looked just like an ordinary person. Lord Emperor Wu. Facing this ordinary-looking young woman, Kerr and Li Fei did not dare to be negligent. They hurriedly bowed respectfully as they were filled with excitement. It was their first time seeing a powerhouse like Emperor Wu in their lives. However, from the beginning to the end, the ordinary-looking young lady did not even look at Kerr and Li Fei. She looked at Su Rong and asked indifferently, "Rong, why are you looking for me?" "Master, she has cultivated the complete Han Bing's divine sword technique just like us." Su Rong looked at Kerr and said to the young woman, who was Yuhan Emperor Wu. The reason why she said she had cultivated the complete Han Bing's divine sword technique was because the other lineal disciples of Emperor Wu in Yuhan Valley had more or less cultivated the surface of Han Bing's divine sword technique. The incomplete Han Bing's divine sword technique that they had cultivated was passed down to them by Yuhan Emperor Wu under the pretext that he had kept it a secret. Yuhan Valley's rule was that the complete Han Bing's divine sword technique could only be passed down to one person. It had been that way for generations. As Su Rong spoke, Yuhan Emperor Wu's calm face finally changed. At the same time, her gaze landed on Kuer. Her eyes suddenly became sharp as she asked in a deep voice, "Have you really cultivated the complete Han Bing's God sword technique?" "Yes." Kerr could not breathe as she looked at Yuhan Emperor Wu, who was looking at her fiercely. Subsequently, under Martial Emperor Yuhan's request, Kerr performed the sword skill that came with Han Bing's divine sword technique. It was a sword skill that could only be performed by those who had cultivated the complete version of Han Bing's divine sword technique. It's really the complete Han Bing's divine sword technique. Yuhan Emperor Wu was shocked. But shouldn't only Yuhan Valley have Han Bing's divine sword technique? Yuhan Valley had been passed down for 3,000 years. In these 3,000 years, there had been many powerful Emperor Wu in Yuhan Valley. They had all become Emperor Wu because they had cultivated Han Bing's divine sword technique. Of course, not everyone could become Emperor Wu by cultivating Han Bing's divine sword technique. It also depended on one's talent. Han Bing's divine sword technique is a cultivation method passed down by our Yuhan Valley's ancestor. According to the handwritten record left behind by our ancestor, she obtained Han Bing's divine sword technique from a martial emperor's tomb. Yuhan Emperor Wu quickly suppressed his shock. He calmed down and pondered seriously. According to her judgment, the tomb of Emperor Wu had been passed down for at least 10,000 years, or even longer. The Emperor Wu who was buried in the tomb was the one who had excavated the tomb. She was a female Emperor Wu, the Ice Emperor Wu. Back then, apart from Han Bing's divine sword technique, our ancestor had also obtained a voice transmission jade slip. The voice transmission jade slip contained the last words of the Ice Emperor Wu. The Ice Emperor Wu was an Emperor Wu who had existed 20,000 years ago. According to the Ice Emperor Wu, the Han Bing's divine sword technique that she had cultivated had only been passed down to one person before she was buried in the tomb. That person was an Emperor Wu who was even more powerful than her. That Emperor Wu was known as Samsara, and was known as Samsara Emperor Wu. According to the Ice Emperor Wu, the cultivation method that Samsara Emperor Wu had cultivated was called 3 Lives Samsara Technique. The 3 Lives Samsara Technique had the ability to reincarnate. Chapter 1235. The Frost Emperor Wu knows a little about the 3 Lives Rebirth Technique. It's said that the Reincarnation Emperor Wu can reincarnate once every 10,000 years. When he entered the Emperor Wu realm during his 3rd reincarnation, he would be considered to have cultivated the 3 Lives Rebirth Technique to its peak. All of this was recorded in the handwritten letter left behind by the Yuhan Valley's ancestor. Looking at the time, it should be the time for the Reincarnation Emperor Wu to reincarnate for his 3rd reincarnation. Once he cultivates to the Emperor Wu realm in this reincarnation, the 3 Lives Rebirth Technique will be perfected. The Yuhan Emperor Wu was shocked when he thought of this. The Reincarnation Emperor Wu from 20,000 years ago had gone through 3 reincarnations just to cultivate a cultivation method called the 3 Lives Rebirth Technique to its peak. Just how powerful was this set of techniques? One should know that the Reincarnation Emperor Wu could defeat the Frost Emperor Wu who cultivated the Han Bing's divine sword technique in his 1st reincarnation. One could only imagine how powerful the Reincarnation Emperor Wu was. It seems like the Han Bing's divine sword technique that this little girl is cultivating was passed down to her by the Reincarnation Emperor Wu in his 3rd reincarnation. The Yuhan Emperor Wu looked at Kerr as he speculated in his heart. Kerr, who was being stared at by the Yuhan Emperor Wu, could not help but feel uneasy when she saw that the Yuhan Emperor Wu did not respond after a long time. No matter what, the person standing in front of her was an Emperor Wu, the supreme existence on Cloud Continent. Who passed down the Han Bing's divine sword technique to you? Finally, the Yuhan Emperor Wu regained his senses and asked this question as soon as he opened his mouth. It's young master who passed it down to me. Kerr took a deep breath and said slowly. Young master? The Yuhan Emperor Wu raised his eyebrows. He is the fiancé of my sister Kerr and I. Seeing that Kerr seemed to be a little restrained, Li Fei answered for her. Fiancé? Upon hearing this, the cold Emperor Wu's eyes lit up imperceptibly. It seems, the 3rd reincarnation of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu hasn't fully matured yet. According to the records left behind by my ancestors in Yuhan Valley, the Frost Emperor Wu mentioned in the voice transmission jade slip that she left behind. Apart from being a powerful martial artist, the Reincarnation Emperor Wu was also a heaven-defying alchemist. Grade 1 is the limit for an ordinary alchemist. On the other hand, Emperor Wu of the reincarnation cycle blazed a new trail and became a quasi-royal grade alchemist, or even a royal grade alchemist. It's said that the royal grade healing pill refined by the Reincarnation Emperor Wu can even revive a dead person and grow flesh and bones. Moreover, the Reincarnation Emperor Wu has gone through 2 reincarnations. He must have left many good things for his 3rd reincarnation. Greed flashed in the depth of the Yuhan Emperor Wu's eyes as she thought about this. Subsequently, she snapped back to her senses and looked at Kerr. I'd like to take you in as my direct disciple. Are you willing? Although she had no idea why the fiancé of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu would come to Yuhan Valley in his 3rd reincarnation, she naturally had to make good use of her since she was here. Reincarnation Emperor Wu. The things that you left for your 3rd reincarnation after 2 reincarnations are destined to be mine. The Yuhan Emperor Wu thought to himself. I can be your direct disciple. However, you must take Sister Fei, as your direct disciple too. Kerr's eyes lit up when she heard what the Yuhan Emperor Wu said. She then looked at Li Fei who was next to her and said to the Yuhan Emperor Wu. Su Rong frowned at the side. This ungrateful girl. Never mind that she was talking about conditions in front of her. How dare she talk about conditions in front of her master, the high and mighty Yuhan Emperor Wu? I agree. Su Rong thought that her master would be angry. However, she was surprised to find that not only was her master not angry, she even agreed to Ker's condition without hesitation. "Thank you, Sir Emperor Wu." Ker's eyes lit up when she heard that. She hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Sir Emperor Wu." Li Fei also expressed her gratitude. "Are you still calling me Sir Emperor Wu?" The Yuhan Emperor Wu smiled faintly and asked meaningfully. "Master." Ker and Li Fei immediately reacted and bowed respectfully to the Yuhan Emperor Wu. Right now, they were completely overwhelmed by joy. They were completely unaware that a huge trap was being set up for them and their fiancés. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. Another month passed just like that. There was only a month left until the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Lingxian Peak. There was a long flight of stairs halfway up the mountain on one side of Lingxian Peak that completely separated the two stone platforms. The flight of stairs was like a natural moat that separated the two stone platforms into two different worlds. There was an exquisite pavilion on the stone platform above. The pavilion was surrounded by heaven and earth origin energy that was almost tangible. The cultivation environment was so good that it was enough to make others envious. On the other hand, the stone platform below had cracks on the ground that looked like a huge spider web. There were also cottages on the platform that were filled with a stench that would not go away for a long time. Whoosh! A figure appeared out of thin air in front of the pavilion. It was a purple figure. It was Duan Lingtian, who had been in closed-door cultivation for another 2 months. "There's only a month left," Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Then, he moved and stepped into the air. In the blink of an eye, he had left the place he was at previously. From the beginning until the end, he was not stopped at all. Of course, it was not because Qiao Zhong and the other disciple of Emperor Wu did not know that Duan Lingtian had left. Although they knew, they did not plan to stop Duan Lingtian. Not to mention that they might not be able to stop Duan Lingtian with their strength. However, with Duan Lingtian's strength, since he had decided to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Lingxian Peak, he would definitely not go back on his word. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not go back on his word. He left temporarily because he wanted to take a breather. As he stepped into the air, he performed his movement technique, Dragon Soaring 9 Heaven, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a divine dragon. He circled around Lingxian Peak and headed to the peak at an extremely fast speed. Along the way, Duan Lingtian saw many of Emperor Wu's followers. However, none of them noticed him. Soon, Duan Lingtian arrived at the peak of Lingxian Peak. The peak was completely shrouded in clouds. As soon as he entered, Duan Lingtian heard the clear sound of a sword chime. "There's someone else practicing sword here?" Duan Lingtian continued to go deeper while he was puzzled. He soon discovered that there was someone practicing sword on the peak of Lingxian Peak. This person did not use his origin energy or profundity when he practiced the sword. He was completely using his spiritual energy to control the spirit sword. It was similar to the Nine Tribulations sword control technique that Qin Yi cultivated. Inscription Master? Duan Lingtian guessed when he discovered that the person was controlling the sword with his spiritual energy. That was why he did not use his spiritual energy to probe the person's cultivation base. The person was an inscription master, so it would be easy for him to discover his spiritual energy probing. It was impolite to probe other people's cultivation base. The person controlling the sword with his spiritual energy was a young man. He was tall and wore a green robe that moved with the wind. He looked elegant and carefree. Since his back was facing Duan Lingtian could not see his face clearly. One had to admit that the young man's attainment in the sword Dao was quite profound. If it was the Duan Lingtian from before, he would definitely admit that he was not as good as him. However, Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head at this moment. "What? You can do better than me?" Suddenly, a voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, and it shocked him to the point he shuddered and completely returned to his senses. He only realized now. The young man who had his back facing him had somehow noticed his presence and was talking to him. When the young man was talking to him, he turned around and revealed his face. It was a young man who looked to be in his 30s. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes, and he was handsome. He stood there as though he had transformed into a sharp sword that was ready to soar into the sky at any time. "You think you're doing well?" Duan Ling Tian, who regained his senses, asked in a slightly amused manner. The young man in front of him used his spiritual energy to control the sword. It was far better than the Nine Tribulation sword control technique that he had used in the past. However, it was not worth mentioning to him now. After comprehending the Sword Dao comprehension that had accumulated in his mind, his attainment in the Sword Dao had improved tremendously. "You're all talk and no action," the young man said. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the young man nonchalantly. Without wasting any time, a 3-foot-long green sword appeared in his hand. It was his quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Subsequently, he did not split the quasi-royal grade spirit sword into 9. Instead, he used his spiritual energy to control it to fly in the air. It began to circle around him and its speed became faster and faster. His attainments in the Sword Dao that had been raised recently due to his comprehension of the Sword Dao was fully displayed. The young man stood to the side, and his gaze gradually changed from the initial disdain. In the end, it was filled with shock. "Who is he? There's such a person in Lingxian Peak?" the young man muttered softly. Soon, the young man's gaze became a little dull. His mind was completely immersed in Duan Lingtian's movements. To be more precise, he was immersed in the movements of the spirit sword around Duan Lingtian's body. After all, Duan Lingtian did not move at all. He stood there as still as a mountain. The young man's gaze changed from the initial sluggishness to confusion, and then to enlightenment. His expression was changing with every passing moment. "You can do that? Amazing. Amazing." As time passed by, the young man could only sigh in admiration at the attainment Duan Ling Tian displayed in the Sword Dao. He felt ashamed of his inferiority. "What's your name?" As Duan Ling Tian withdrew his spiritual energy and the spirit sword returned to his hand, the young man could not help but ask curiously. "Duan Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian replied calmly. "Duan Ling Tian? You're Emperor Wu's disciple from Lingxian Peak?" The young man's eyes gleamed as he asked. "No." Chapter 1236. You're here to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers that will be held in Lingxian Peak a month later? The young man could not help but be surprised when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "With your attainments in the Sword Dao, it's only a matter of time before you comprehend the Emperor Stage sword concept. I don't think there's a need for you to become a disciple of Spirit Profound Emperor Wu, right? Comprehending the Emperor Stage sword profundity was only a matter of time?" Duan Lingtian snickered inwardly. He had already comprehended the Emperor Stage sword profundity a long time ago. However, he did not point it out. "I'm not interested in becoming a disciple of that Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. I'm here to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in Lingxian Peak mainly because I want that Spirit Profound Emperor Wu to do me a favor. If I have to become his direct disciple in order to get his help, then I can only force myself to do it. If it's possible, of course, I'm not willing to become his direct disciple." Duan Lingtian finished his sentence in one breath. "Force yourself to become Emperor Wu's direct disciple?" Duan Lingtian's words made the young man's mouth twitch slightly. In the entire Cloud Continent, there were countless martial artists who wanted to become a direct disciple of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. However, the purple-clad young man before him did not care about it at all. If someone else had said that, he might have mocked them. However, the purple-clad young man before him had the right to say that because of his previous performance. Soon after, the young man looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "What do you want from Spirit Profound Emperor Wu?" To him, it's just a small favor, but to me, it's extremely important. Duan Lingtian muttered softly. Although he had regained some of his memories in the past few months, he still knew nothing about his identity and origin. That memory seemed to have been completely sealed away. He did not know where he came from or where he was going. He felt that there was only one reason for him to live, and that was to understand his past. That was all. I see. The young man nodded and continued, as far as I know, Ling Xian Peak Spirit Profound Emperor Wu is extremely picky when it comes to choosing his direct disciples. Over the years, he has only accepted 3 direct disciples. Although your attainments in the Tao of the Sword are high, he might not make an exception and take you as his direct disciple. The young man said to Duan Lingtian. Hearing you say that, it seems like you know quite a bit about Spirit Xian Emperor Wu. You wouldn't be one of the 3 direct disciples of Spirit Xian Emperor Wu, right? Duan Lingtian took a deep look at the young man and asked. In the face of Duan Lingtian's question, the young man only smiled mysteriously and did not answer. Duan Lingtian, I still have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. Also, remember that I'm called Yang Hui. Yang Hui. After introducing himself, Yang Hui left. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared behind the clouds and missed before Duan Lingtian. If you are, then you are. If you aren't, then you aren't. What's there to be so mysterious about? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows slightly and left the peak of Ling Xian Peak as well. He returned to the pavilion where he cultivated earlier and continued to cultivate and comprehend the fused profundity and sword profundity. At the same time, south of the inner land of Cloud Continent, an old man in a fiery red robe looked at the red-clad lady next to him and said softly, Girl, we don't have much time left. It's time to leave. When the red-clad lady heard this, her delicate body trembled slightly. A hint of worry could be seen on her peerless face that seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Elder brother Duan, where are you? Tian Wu is very worried about you. Do you know that? The red-clad lady was none other than Feng Tianwu, who had been looking for Duan Lingtian for half a year. She was muttering to herself. In the end, she sighed inwardly. Elder brother Duan, my intuition tells me that you're still alive. When Tian Wu achieves something, she'll definitely come back to look for you. Feng Tianwu muttered in her heart. The 2 figures disappeared in the sky in just a blink of an eye and headed north. They were like 2 streaks of red lightning that flashed across the sky. Their speed was so fast that it was terrifying. Whoosh! 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 When Feng Tianwu left with the red-clad old man, Chi Hua, on the other side of Roa Shui River, 4 figures appeared out of thin air in the outer land of Cloud Continent. Among the 4 of them, the leader was a young girl who looked about 15 or 16 years old. The young girl was dressed in yellow, and her youthful appearance was beautiful. One could tell that she would definitely be a devastatingly beautiful woman when she grew up. There was a hint of slyness in her eyes. With just a glance, one could tell that she was a mischievous young girl. There were 3 children who were 2 heads shorter than the yellow-clad young girl standing next to her. There was a little boy in black, a little girl in white, and a little girl in gold. The black-clad little boy and the white-clad little girl looked very similar. It was as though they were carved out of the same mold. They looked like a pair of twins. As for the golden-clad little girl, she looked like the black-clad little boy and the white-clad little girl. She was only 7 or 8 years old. Her pink little face was very cute, and it made one want to reach out and pinch it. However, there was a hint of slyness in her eyes that was similar to the yellow-clad young girl's. It was obvious that she was also a mischievous young girl. Cloud Continent, I, Han Xuan, am back. The yellow-clad young girl's mischievous eyes flashed as she muttered. There was a hint of excitement in her tone. She had obtained her father's permission to come out this time. She finally did not have to worry about being brought back by the people her father sent. Sister Xuan, do you think brother will be able to recognize us when he sees us like this? The white-clad little girl looked very quiet. Although she was young, she already had the potential to become a little lady. She looked at the yellow-clad young girl and asked with her bright eyes. If the three of you appear together, Brother Ling Tian will definitely be able to recognize all of you. Han Xuanai sized up the three children by her side. A playful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. How about this? When we find Brother Ling Tian, I'll go see him first. All of you don't appear first. We'll come out one by one later. I guarantee that he won't be able to recognize us. Sure. Sister Xuanai, you'll see brother first, then I'll see him. Then little white, then little black. The golden-clad little girl agreed with Han Xuanai's words. At the same time, she came up with a plan. Little gold, why should I be the last to see brother? Sister Xuanai, I should be the first to see brother. You should be the last to see him because you're the most disobedient. You're a bad child. The black-clad little boy snorted in dissatisfaction and said angrily. You're the bad child. Your whole family are bad children. No, little white is also from your family. You're the only bad child. The golden-clad little girl called Little Gold made a funny face at the little boy and playfully stuck out her tongue. Moreover, you're a man. Don't you know that ladies go first? I'm not a man. I'm just a little boy. The black-clad little boy said. All right, both of you stop quarreling. My head hurts from quarreling. After we find Brother Ling Tian, you can use rock, paper, scissors to decide who will see him first. Han Xuanai said with a slight headache. She originally thought that she was mischievous enough. However, in front of these three little fellows, she had no choice but to admit defeat. These three little fellows were the three demon beasts that Han Xuanai took away from Duan Ling Tian back then. Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. Little Black and Little White were the two mutated little pythons that had been following Duan Ling Tian since a long time ago. After that, they were taken away by Han Xuanai twice. After so many years, they had also transformed into human form. Little Gold was the mischievous little golden mouse that was taken away by Han Xuanai along with Little Black and Little White. Of course, to be precise, it was not Han Xuanai who wanted to take them away. It was Han Xuanai's Qing Nu who wanted to take them away. All right. I'll listen to Sister Xuanai. Little Gold nodded and then made a funny face at Little Black. You impolite brat who doesn't know that ladies go first. Brother will definitely not like you when he sees you. Brother will not like you. Little Black snorted in dissatisfaction. All right, both of you stop quarreling. You're really born to be enemies. Little White stood at the side and shook her head lightly, looking like a little adult. Little White is still the sensible one. Han Xuanai stretched out her hand and rubbed the white-clothed little girl's head before looking at Little Gold and Little Black. She felt a wave of helplessness in her heart. Although the three little fellows before her had transformed into human form and had matured intelligence, their temperament had always remained at the stage of a human child. Besides Little White, who was more sensible, the other two were like children that would never grow up. Of course, the three little fellows had transformed into such an appearance. Unless they could break through the shackles of the congenital stage, otherwise, they would not be able to transform a second time. Being unable to transform a second time also meant that they would only be in such an appearance for their entire lives. After all, before breaking through the shackles of the congenital stage, any demon beast only had one chance to transform. If they wanted to transform a second time, they must first break through the shackles of the congenital stage. Let's go. Let's go to the Skydog Fort to look for that big dog. I told him before I left that if he still hasn't found Big Brother Ling Tian's whereabouts by the time I come back, I'll stew him and eat him. At Han Xuanai's command, she led the three brats towards the south. Big dog? I hope he can't find brother's whereabouts. I haven't eaten dog meat yet. Little Gold's eyes lit up as she spoke. You only know how to eat. You'll die from eating sooner or later. You've forgotten about brother just because of a meal of dog meat. What a heartless fellow. Little Black snorted in displeasure. Little Gold, I won't help you this time. How can you forget about brother just because of a meal of dog meat? Although I really want to taste dog meat as well. Little White stuck out her little tongue and licked her dry lips as she spoke. When Han Shuanai heard the first half of Little White's sentence, she was still secretly praising Little White for being sensible. However, when she heard the second half of Little White's sentence, she felt that something was amiss. There really are 3 little devils. Little White muttered to herself. Chapter 1237. In next to no time, Han Shuanai brought along the 3 little fellows and arrived at the ancient desert city in the northern desert. In the Skywolf Fort, the fort master, Qing Lang, was shocked when he saw Han Shuanai return. Fortunately, he told Han Shuanai about his meeting with Duan Lingtian in time. Otherwise, he would have probably been stewed and eaten. The 3 little fellows that followed behind Han Shuanai looked at him covetously as if they were looking at a plate of delicious delicacies. 3 pairs of bright little eyes caused him to feel a chill run down his spine. I should return to the 10 dynasties to take a look first. The clues Qing Lang gave were of no use, so Han Shuanai decided to return to the 10 dynasties to take a look and see if her big brother Ling Tian was still in the Dark Han dynasty. The Dark Han dynasty was the root of her big brother Ling Tian. Little Black, Little White, Little Gold. Let's go. Han Shuanai called out to the 3 little fellows and took the lead to flash out, leaving the ancient desert city and heading towards the south. That was the direction of the 10 dynasties. After Han Shuanai left with the 3 little fellows, the fort master of Skywolf Fort, Qing Lang, returned to his senses after a short while, and he heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Those 3 little fellows seemed to not be humans. They gave me the feeling as if I was facing my ancestor when they stood before me. Of course, the feeling wasn't so strong. Qing Lang felt a slight lingering fear when he recalled the scene from before. As a demon that was close to the dog type, his sense of smell and intuition were extremely acute, and he noticed that the 3 little fellows by Han Shuanai's side weren't humans. Not only weren't they human. Those 3 little fellows that seemed harmless even gave him a feeling of horror. Especially the gazes they shot at him seemed as if they wished for nothing more than to swallow him alive. Han Shuanai brought the 3 little fellows along and entered the area of the 10 dynasties before long. They went to the Dark Han dynasty and circled around, yet they weren't able to find a trace of Duan Lingtian. For a time, they left the Dark Han dynasty and the 10 great dynasties. They passed through the northern desert and headed north. If Big Brother Ling Tian really left, he should have left from this direction. Han Shuanai secretly guessed. After leaving the northern desert, they continued to head north. Not long after, she brought the 3 little fellows to the northern mountain land. She finally found a clue in the northern mountain land. Big Brother Ling Tian once stayed in the Lu clan in the northern mountain land. This was the news that Han Shuanai learned. However, when she was about to go to the Lu clan, she heard that the Lu clan had been destroyed and no longer existed. Who is it? How dare he annihilate the Lu family where brother Ling Tian used to live? Han Shuanai's expression darkened as she muttered in a cold voice. Her eyes were filled with a cold light. If I find out who did this, I won't let him off. I'm going to eat him. Little Gold said through gritted teeth. However, she looked like a little girl now. She did not look ferocious at all. Will Big Brother be all right? Little Black and Little White were worried. Soon after, Han Shuanai found out about another matter. It was related to her big brother Ling Tian. Big brother Ling Tian left the Lu clan before it was annihilated. It's very likely that he crossed the Roa Shui River and went to the inner land of the Cloud Continent. Han Shuanai learned about this from someone who was close to the clan leader of the Lu clan in the past. Let's go to the inner land. Han Shuanai would not let go of any clue that she could find. She brought the 3 little fellows and continued to head north. Soon, they arrived at the Roa Shui River. The Yin Yang sect's swift boat no longer existed at the Roa Shui River. It was replaced by the Ling Tian sect's swift boat. Initially, Han Xuanai did not plan to take the swift boat. With her and the three little fellows' strength, the Ruo Shui River was no threat to them. They had crossed the Ruo Shui River to come to the outer land previously. The Ling Tian sect. However, Han Xuanai coincidentally overheard people talking about the Ling Tian sect at the Ruo Shui River this time. Han Xuanai frowned slightly. I remember the last time I came to the Cloud Continent. The swift boat at the Ruo Shui River should belong to the Yin Yang sect or something. It's only been a few years. How did it change to the Ling Tian sect? This Ling Tian sect has the same name as Big Brother Ling Tian. Don't tell me it's related to Big Brother Ling Tian. Soon after, Han Xuanai and the three little fellows looked at each other and saw the same thing in each other's eyes. What's the Ling Tian sect that you're talking about? I remember the swift boat here belonged to the Yin Yang sect a few years ago. Han Xuanai landed on the ground and stared at the person who mentioned the Ling Tian sect and asked bluntly. Little girl, you don't know about the Ling Tian sect? The person looked at Han Xuanai from head to toe in surprise and said, the Yin Yang sect that you mentioned is a thing of the past. The Yin Yang sect changed its name to the Ling Tian sect 2 years ago. Why did it change its name? At this moment, Han Xuanai vaguely realized that the Ling Tian sect might really be related to her big brother Ling Tian. This was because the time when the Yin Yang sect changed its name to the Ling Tian sect and the time when her big brother Ling Tian left the Lu clan were only a few months apart. It said that a powerful person came to the Yin Yang sect and became the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect after killing the peak master of the Yin Yang sect's Yang Peak out of anger for a woman. The person who was questioned by Han Xuanai told her everything he knew. After that, he changed the name of the Yin Yang sect to the Ling Tian sect. Speaking of the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, he's really a legendary figure. First, he killed many leaders of first-rate forces on his own. Later on, he recruited a large number of Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists for the Ling Tian sect. He sighed emotionally as he spoke. Do you know his name? Han Xuanai's breathing quickened as she asked quickly. Duan Ling Tian. The person who was questioned replied immediately. It's really Big Brother. Little White's eyes lit up immediately. Her chubby little face flushed instantly. It was a beautiful sight. Big Brother actually became the sect leader. I want to be the guardian of the Ling Tian sect. Little Black's eyes lit up as he said excitedly. Humph. I want to be the great guardian of the Ling Tian sect. Little Gold said, unwilling to fall behind. She wanted to be superior to Little Black. I want to be the great guardian. Little Black said again. If you want to be the great guardian, then I'll be the great guardian. Little Gold said. Seeing that Little Black and Little Gold had begun to argue again, Han Xuanai could not help but feel a headache coming on. However, a smile appeared on her face again when she thought about the news about the Duan Ling Tian sect. Many people in the surroundings were speechless when they heard the conversation between Little Black and Little Gold. They want to be the guardian of the Ling Tian sect? Just these two little brats? In the beginning, they thought it was impossible for these two terrifyingly young children to have the ability to be the guardian of the Ling Tian sect. However, when they thought about it again, they felt that something was amiss. My goodness! How old are they? How can they fly? Many people reacted and revealed astonished expressions. If they want to fly, they must at least break through to the void prying stage. Could it be that the cultivations of these three little kids have all broken through to the void prying stage? Even more people were shocked by this. No matter how they looked at it, the three little kids before them were not more than 10 years old. Void prying stage martial artists that were not more than 10 years old? Could it be that they're demons? Some people guessed like this. However, it was quickly rejected by some people. Look at their pure and innocent innocence, it's completely something that a child should have. Demons that can take human form are basically all old. Do you think they can maintain this innocence? The words of these people obtained the agreement of many people. For a time, Little Black, Little White, and little gold became the center of attention. Little black, little white, little gold. We ought to go. Under the gazes of everyone, Han Shuanai called out to the three little fellows before taking the lead to fly out towards the Roa Shui River, and her figure vanished before the eyes of everyone at the Roa Shui River. So fast. The group of people at the Roa Shui River never imagined that the young girl that looked to be only 15 or 16 years old would actually possess such a terrifying strength. Just by looking at the speed, they were able to discern that the young girl's strength was extraordinary. They were unable to capture the young girl's figure, and this indicated that their strength was inferior to the young girl. However, in next to no time, they were stunned. Because they noticed at the three little boys and girls that they guessed to be void-prying stage martial artists had chased after the young girl in the blink of an eye, and their figures vanished before their eyes. How is this possible? I'm actually unable to capture their speed in the slightest. Looks like it's very likely that they're really demons that have taken human form. Because they lack communication with humans and demon beasts, they're able to maintain their innocence. Now, even more people guessed that little black, little white, and little gold were demons. Han Shuanai wasn't spared as well. After all, a young girl that looked to be around 15 or 16 years old possessed such terrifying speed. According to common sense, it was very unlikely for her to be a human. They're heading towards the Roa Shui River. Could it be that they want to cross the Roa Shui River with their bodies? In next to no time, someone reacted and realized that the direction that Han Shuanai and the three little fellows were flying towards was precisely the direction of the Roa Shui River, and for a moment, they broke out in cold sweat for them. Figures that can cross the Roa Shui River with their bodies are all extremely terrifying existences. If they're not courting death, then their strength is absolutely beyond our imagination. Someone gasped and said. They don't seem to have the intention of courting death. In this way, it would seem that they're four extremely formidable demons. Someone guessed. They should be. His guess obtained the agreement of many people. Han Shuanai didn't know what happened at the Roa Shui River after she left. She was currently flying swiftly across the Roa Shui River with the three little fellows and heading towards the inner land. Big Brother Ling Tian is actually a sect leader. When I see him this time, I'll ask him to arrange a position for me to play with. Chapter 1238. The Ling Tian sect was located at the south of the northern desert. Ever since the sect leader, Duan Ling Tian, left without returning, the senior officials of the Ling Tian sect were in low spirits. Gold Thug and Xiong Quan, who left with Duan Ling Tian, did not know whether Duan Ling Tian was alive or dead because they did not enter the Lost Stone Forest. To the Lost Stone Forest, Duan Ling Tian's intrusion was undoubtedly a taboo. Emperor Wu had personally issued a gag order so none of Emperor Wu's disciples or followers dared to spread the news. Under such circumstances, the Ling Tian sect was much more low-key compared to before. However, after losing Duan Ling Tian, it was like the Ling Tian sect had lost its backbone. As time went by, the sect's cohesiveness began to weaken. The first to bear the brunt of this were the Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists. They had come to the Ling Tian sect mainly to improve their weapon refining Dao and medicine refining Dao. Initially, when they had just arrived at the Ling Tian sect, they had received pointers from the sect leader, Duan Ling Tian. They had learned a lot and felt the trip was worth it. However, with Duan Ling Tian's disappearance, many Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists began to have thoughts of leaving the Ling Tian sect. If it was not for the fact that they did not want to be the first to leave and bear the infamy of being ungrateful, they would have left long ago. Whoosh! Today, the Ling Tian sect welcomed an uninvited guest. It was an old man dressed in a gray robe. He was skinny and had a cold expression. His eyes were cloudy, but they were filled with killing intent. Is this the sect that the Duan Ling Tian who killed is in charge of? The gray-robed old man muttered as he looked down at the mountain peak beneath his feet. A person from the outer land has become the leader of a first-rate force in such a short time. Although it's only a low-level first-rate force, it's still not bad. Unfortunately, you killed someone you shouldn't have killed. Murderous intent shot out from the gray-robed old man's eyes as he muttered. Duan Lingtian, you have 10 breaths to appear in front of this old man. Otherwise, this old man will exterminate your entire family. When the gray-robed old man spoke, he secretly used Yuan power. When his voice was transmitted, it was earth-shattering, causing a commotion in the entire Ling Tian sect. Within the Ling Tian peak where the Ling Tian sect was located, from the Ling Tian sect's higher-ups to the members of the Ling Tian sect, all of their expressions changed. This voice. It's him. In a wooden house on the north side of Ling Tian Peak, a figure flew out of the sky with an extremely unsightly expression. This was a young man. His expression was ugly, and his eyes were filled with deep hatred. It was hatred that came from the bottom of his heart. The young man was none other than Lu Bai. He was the second young master of the Lu clan in the northern mountain. After the Lu clan was destroyed, he crossed the Ruoshui River and came inland to the Ling Tian sect. After that, he stayed in the Ling Tian sect to cultivate in closed-door cultivation. He only came out a few days ago. I have to warn Duan Lingtian. Lu Bai's figure moved, heading to the south side of Heaven Ascension Peak. Since Lu Bai had only come out of closed-door cultivation a few days ago, he did not know that Duan Lingtian had gone missing for a long time. It was only when he met Gold Thug and Xiong Quan that he found out that Duan Lingtian was no longer in the Ling Tian sect. You know that person? Gold Thug lifted his head and looked at the peak of Ling Tian Peak. Although he could not see the situation clearly, the voice earlier came from there. He did not come with good intentions. He's a powerhouse from the Han clan. Our Lu clan was annihilated by him. It seems like he has found out about Duan Lingtian's whereabouts. That's why he came to Ling Tian Peak. Lu Bai said in a deep voice. He could guess many things since the other party came here. Lu clan? Gold Thug frowned. I know a little about this matter, Xiong Quan said. Lu Bai nodded. He had already known about it when Lu Bai came to Ling Tian sect. He had also learned about the Lu clan's annihilation from his young master. He even knew the reason behind it. It was all because his young master had killed Sheng He, the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land of Cloud Continent. Sheng He himself was nothing. However, the problem was that Sheng He had an uncle who was a powerhouse from the Han clan. The Han clan was one of the 2 great ancient clans on Cloud Continent. They were also the 2 great forces on Cloud Continent. Even Emperor Wu and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent had to be wary of them. The Han clan had been around for 10,000 years. It was already a powerful force on Cloud Continent 10,000 years ago. After 10,000 years of inheritance, its foundation had become extremely powerful. Not many people would believe that the Han clan did not have a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. Of course, the Han clan did not have a powerhouse like Emperor Wu on the surface. Even so, Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent did not dare to offend the Han clan. Who knew if a crazy powerhouse would suddenly appear in the Han clan? Don't tell me the Han clan you mentioned is one of the 2 great ancient clans on Cloud Continent? At this moment, Gold Thug finally regained his senses. His expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with fear and uneasiness. That's right. It's the Han clan. Lu Bai nodded. A powerhouse from the Han clan. How did Master offend him? Gold Thug was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. After all, the ancient clan, the Han clan, was too famous. In the entire Cloud Continent, even Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses could not do anything to it. Otherwise, as a powerful force on Cloud Continent, it would not have been able to survive until today. After all, the bird that pokes its head out gets shot. After so many years, there must be many Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses who did not like it and even attacked it with the intention of destroying it. Even so, it still managed to survive. One could only imagine how powerful it was. Since it has come to this, we can only face it calmly. Xiong Quan sighed. Soon, the peak of Ling Tian Peak was filled with people. A group of high-ranking officials and Ling Tian's sect disciples gathered together. All of them looked at the gray figure in the sky with fear on their faces. The gray figure was an old man in a gray robe. He was also a powerhouse from the Han clan, Han Jing. There's still 3 breaths of time left. Han Jing calmly looked at the crowd before him and said nonchalantly, after 3 breaths of time, if Duan Ling Tian doesn't come out, I'll annihilate the entire Ling Tian sect. Of course, before that, all of you can choose to leave the Ling Tian sect. As long as you leave the Ling Tian sect, you'll be able to escape death. Han Jing continued to speak. The moment Han Jing's words left his mouth, the group of people from the Ling Tian sect looked at each other. However, no one dared to take the lead. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Han Jing, and I'm from the ancient Han clan. Of course, I'm just a nobody in the Han clan. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Han Jing's eyes narrowed. The origin energy on his body stirred and caused the heaven and earth energy in the sky to surge. In just a blink of an eye, it formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. An ancient black dragon silhouette and 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes gradually appeared. 9th level martial monarch stage. Upon hearing the old man's self-introduction and seeing the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by the old man's origin energy stirring the heaven and earth energy, many people's faces changed drastically. The group of high-ranking officials from the Ling Tian sect, including the 2 vice sect leaders, Luo Ping and Zhang San, had a grave expression on their faces. They did not expect this old man to be a powerhouse from the Han clan. Moreover, he was a 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouse. A 9th level martial monarch stage martial artist's cultivation base was obvious. Naturally, the profundity that he had comprehended would not be weak. Disregarding the old man's identity, just his strength alone was enough to render the entire Ling Tian sect helpless. Ever since the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian, left, the Ling Tian sect no longer had a powerful powerhouse who could stand in the limelight. The reason the Ling Tian sect could continue to exist was because of their sect leader's reputation. Of course, it was mostly because the news of Duan Ling Tian's disappearance was not known by many people, so it had not spread out. However, at this moment, someone who was not afraid of Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, had come knocking on their door and announced that he would annihilate the Ling Tian sect. Senior Han, our sect leader has not returned since he left the sect some time ago. Zhang San took a deep breath and looked at Han Jing anxiously. Duan Ling Tian is not here? Han Jing raised his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes. If that's the case, I'll give all of you another 10 breaths of time. After 10 breaths of time, I won't let go of anyone who has not betrayed the Ling Tian sect and stands behind me. When Han Jing reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with killing intent. As though it was supporting his words, the milky white flame on his body was entwined by a multicolored energy in just a blink of an eye. The milky white flame also transformed into a multicolored flame in just a blink of an eye. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, an even more vast heaven and earth energy appeared above Han Jing's head and gathered to form an even more terrifying heaven and earth phenomenon. In just a blink of an eye, a total of 5 ancient black dragon silhouettes and 6,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared above Han Jing's head. This was the heaven and earth phenomenon that Han Jing had not even used his spirit weapon. Once he used his spirit weapon and unleashed his full strength, his strength would definitely be more than 6 ancient black dragon strength and 6,000 ancient horned dragon strength. How powerful! At once, many people from Ling Tian's sect narrowed their eyes in shock. Whoosh! 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 Soon after, many people took the lead and flew out to stand behind Han Jing. These people were the Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who had joined Ling Tian's sect previously. They had originally planned to leave Ling Tian's sect, but now that they were forced to do so by a powerhouse like Han Jing, it was only natural for them to do so. You're all ungrateful. Zhang San cursed with a grave expression when he saw that all the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists had left except for him and another person. Vice Sect Leader Zhang, I advise you to stand with us. The sect leader has been missing for more than half a year, and we don't even know if he's coming back. Some of the people standing behind Han Jing advised Zhang San. What? The sect leader is missing? At once, most of the elders and disciples from Ling Tian's sect who were present were shocked. It was their first time hearing this news. Their Ling Tian sect leader had been missing for more than half a year. At once, these people no longer hesitated and hurriedly stood behind Han Jing. Chapter 1239. The two vice sect leaders, Luo Ping and Zhang San, were among the few people who did not leave. Following them were Lu Bai, Chen Xiao Shui, Gold Thug, Xiong Quan, and another middle-aged man in a silver robe. Li Si, you're not leaving? Zhang San asked in surprise as he looked at the silver-robed middle-aged man. Apart from being his old friend, Li Si was also an outstanding grade 1 alchemist. He had just come out of closed-door cultivation a while ago. As soon as he came out of closed-door cultivation, he came to the Ling Tian sect out of admiration. Naturally, Li Si had joined the Ling Tian sect partly because he was here. However, in Zhang San's opinion, Li Si was not like the other grade 1 alchemists and weapons craftsmen. He did not receive any favor from the Ling Tian sect, so it was reasonable for him to leave. However, Li Si's choice was beyond his expectations. Zhang San, although I'm not convinced by you, since I've decided to join the Ling Tian sect, naturally, I won't betray you. That's not my style, Li Si said. Zhang San nodded. Since all of you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Han Jing did not expect that there would be 7 people who did not know what was good for them and completely ignored his threat. At that moment, he was filled with rage. In an instant, Han Jing took a step forward and raised his hand before he struck out a series of palm strikes. Boom! 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 Immediately, along with a series of loud noises, 7 solid palm prints charged towards Xiong Quan's group of 7. They were so fast that they could not react at all. They only had time to notice the strong wind that was coming at them, causing them to almost suffocate. Although they knew that Han Jing was strong, it was only when Han Jing made a move against them that they truly felt Han Jing's strength. Young master, Xiong Quan will leave first. If there's a next life, Xiong Quan hopes to still be by your side and be at your beck and call. Xiong Quan was completely disheartened. Bang! 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 Just when Xiong Quan and the other 6 thought they were going to die, a deafening sound reverberated in their ears, causing them to regain their senses. This was because they realized Han Jing's attack did not land on them. Unknowingly, an invisible wall seemed to have appeared in front of them. No matter how Han Jing's attack landed on it and caused ripples in the air, it did not penetrate the wall. They knew someone had saved them. Seeing that his attack was blocked, Han Jing did not even have time to figure out who did it. With a raise, a saber appeared in his hand. It was a grade 1 spirit saber. Whoosh! 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 The sabers rose and fell, and the attacks that covered the sky and covered the earth continued to sweep towards Xiong Quan and the others, with a ferocious momentum. However, when the saber lights that filled the sky approached Xiong Quan's group of 7, they were all blocked. The invisible wall in front of Xiong Quan and the others was extremely sturdy, thus they were not afraid of Han Jing's attacks, even if Han Jing were to use his full strength with his mystical weapon. Whoosh! 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 This time, Han Jing's expression finally changed. It became extremely ugly. His strength was considered top-notch among the peak martial emperors. He believed that it was almost impossible for anyone below the martial emperor realm to be able to block his attack so easily and not reveal themselves in front of him. Therefore, there was only one possibility. The person who attacked was an Emperor Wu powerhouse. An Emperor Wu powerhouse? The moment Han Jing's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. At once, those who had regained their senses began to look around as though they were trying to find the Emperor Wu powerhouse who had attacked them earlier. "Thank you for saving our lives, sir." At this moment, Xiong Quan and the other 6 bowed respectfully in the air to express their gratitude. They knew very well that if it was not for the person who had attacked them secretly, they would have been dead by now. No. Perhaps, they would not even have a corpse left. Xiong Quan, long time no see. Just when Han Jing's face was ghastly pale and cold sweat was breaking out on his forehead, and he did not dare to run away, a tender voice resonated in the air. The tender voice belonged to a little girl. "You are?" Xiong Quan was stunned when he heard someone calling his name. Moreover, it was a little girl's voice. Whoosh! Soon, Xiong Quan's eyes flashed as he saw a golden figure appear in front of him. It was a little girl dressed in golden clothes. The little girl was pink and cute. "Were you the one who called my name?" Xiong Quan asked uncertainly as he looked at the little girl in golden clothes in front of him. "Who else could it be?" "Xiong Quan, have you forgotten about me?" The little girl in golden clothes put her hands on her hips and looked at Xiong Quan angrily. "You are?" Xiong Quan looked at the little girl in front of him from head to toe. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not find any memory of this little girl. "Little girl, I don't think I know you." Xiong Quan smiled wryly. "Little Gold, I told you that Xiong Quan would not recognize you." At this moment, another tender voice of a little girl was heard as a white figure descended. This time, it was a little girl in white. Just when many people were looking at the 2 little girls in shocked that they could fly at such a young age, another 2 figures descended from the sky. It was a yellow-clad girl and a black-clad boy. Among the 4 people who appeared, the yellow-clad girl seemed to be the oldest. However, she was only 15 or 16 years old. Although Han Jing was shocked by the sudden appearance of 4 people in front of him, his attention was not on them. He was still searching for the martial emperor who was hiding in the dark. "Little girl, who are you?" Xiong Quan looked at the little girl in golden clothes, and the confusion on his face deepened. "Xiong Quan, she's Little Gold." At this moment, the little girl in white opened her mouth and explained to Xiong Quan. "Little Gold?" Xiong Quan was at a loss for words. "It's that greedy little golden mouse." At this moment, the black-clad boy opened his mouth to remind Xiong Quan. When Xiong Quan heard the black-clad girl's words, a light bulb went off in his head. He finally recalled the little golden figure. You're the little gold mouse from back then?" Xiong Quan finally reacted. "That's right, I'm the little gold mouse from back then. I'm sure you can guess their identities now, right?" Xiao Jin glared at the little boy in black, then pointed at the little boy in black and the little girl in white, and asked Xiong Quan. "Little black and little white?" Xiong Quan studied the little boy and the little girl who looked like a pair of twins in front of him. Soon, he snapped back to his senses and asked in disbelief. "That's right, I'm little white, and he's little black," the little girl in white said. At this moment, Xiong Quan felt a little dizzy. The 3 little fellows from back then had transformed into humans now. So, they're demons. I was wondering how such a small human child could fly in the air. So it's a demon. Demons can transform into children even if they're over 100 years old. Many people who had betrayed the Ling Tian sect whispered among themselves. Demons? At this moment, Han Jing, who was originally looking around, retracted his gaze and focused on the 3 children before him. His heart skipped a beat. They're demons? Don't tell me the person who attacked earlier was her? Unknowingly, Han Jing's gaze landed on the yellow-clad girl next to the 3 children. The yellow-clad girl was obviously the leader of the 3 children. When he realized this yellow-clad girl before him might be Emperor Wu's powerhouse, Han Jing's expression turned grave. Let's catch up later. Little Gold, didn't you say you'll settle this matter? The yellow-clad girl was none other than Han Xuanai, who had brought the three little fellows to the Ling Tian sect after crossing the Ruo Shui River with her physical body. They had just arrived when they saw the commotion earlier. Originally, they had already arrived before the group of people who had betrayed the Ling Tian sect. However, they were not in a hurry to come out. After the people who should have betrayed the sect had left, they decided to show themselves. Before they showed themselves, they had saved the few people who had not betrayed the Ling Tian sect. If you're not going to settle this, I'll do it. Little Black looked at Little Gold and said nonchalantly. You wish. I won this opportunity by beating you with rock, paper, scissors. I'll never give it up to you unless there's something wrong with my head. Little Gold rolled her eyes at Little Black before she turned around and looked at Han Jing. However, a wry smile appeared on her face soon after. This was because a yellow figure had appeared in front of her. To be more precise, it was Han Xuanai who blocked her path. Sister Xuanai? Little Gold was stunned. She had no idea what Han Xuanai was trying to do. Little Gold, I'll settle this person. Han Xuanai's expression was slightly grave as though she had discovered something. You're from the Han clan on Cloud Continent? Han Xuanai asked in a deep voice as she looked at Han Jing calmly. Yes. May I know how to address you, miss? Han Jing, who guessed Han Xuanai might be a demon emperor powerhouse, did not dare to be negligent in the face of Han Xuanai's question. You're not worthy to know my name. In the face of the courteous Han Jing, Han Xuanai did not care about her face as she cried out in a deep voice. Han Jing's face turned grave immediately. If it was not for the fact that the yellow-clad girl before him might be a Emperor Wu powerhouse, he would have attacked her a long time ago. Since you're from the Han clan, I'll settle you myself. How dare you cause trouble for my brother Ling Tian's sect? There's no need for you to live in this world anymore. When Han Xuanai muttered to herself, she seemed to be talking to Han Jing, but at the same time, she seemed to be muttering to herself. However, Han Jing could not help but have a change of expression when he heard her words. In his opinion, since the yellow-clad girl before him dared to say such words, it meant she was confident she could kill him. It seems like she's really the Emperor Wu powerhouse who attacked earlier. Just as Han Jing's heart trembled and was filled with fear, his eyes narrowed almost at the same time. There was a bloody hole in his body, a bloody hole that was emitting cold air. Chapter 1240. The bloody hole that appeared on Han Jing's chest was completely frozen. The ice continued to spread all over his body and eventually turned him into an ice sculpture. Just before Han Jing completely turned into an ice sculpture, a rapid stream of light suddenly shot out from his body. How dare you play tricks in front of me? The golden-clad little girl snorted and was about to chase after the communication jade slip that Han Jing had released before he died. Little Gold, there's no need to chase after him. I'd like to see who he can summon. The Han clan on Cloud Continent has been at peace for too long. Perhaps they've already forgotten who gave them everything they have. Han Xuanai stopped Xiao Jin in time and muttered to herself in a low voice. Then, her gaze landed on Han Jing again. To be more precise, she was looking at Han Jing, who had completely turned into an ice sculpture. Smack! All of a sudden, Han Xuanai slowly raised her hand. Ferocious cracks began to appear on the ice sculpture before it exploded and turned into ice shards that filled the sky. Han Jing, who was at the peak of the martial monarch stage, was completely dead in just a blink of an eye. At once, the entire place fell silent. Whoosh! 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 When most of the people regained their senses, their gazes landed on the yellow-clad girl standing nearby in unison. This seemingly harmless yellow-clothed young girl caused their hearts to tremble. The scene earlier was definitely the most shocking scene they had ever seen in their lives. That's a Han clan powerhouse at the peak of the martial monarch stage. He died just like that? Many people sucked in a cold breath. This girl. Could she really be a Emperor Wu powerhouse? She should be a demon emperor powerhouse. The gazes that landed on Han Xuanai were soon filled with dread. This girl, who looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old, possessed a power that made their souls tremble. Soon after, the group of people who stood behind Han Jing regretted their actions. These four powerful demons are obviously related to the Ling Tian sect. I'm afraid we can't return to the Ling Tian sect now that we've betrayed them. If I knew there was a demon emperor powerhouse behind the Ling Tian sect that would appear in such a timely manner, I definitely wouldn't have chosen to betray the Ling Tian sect. I was killed by that Han Jing. Many people said with regret on their faces. However, it did not cross their minds that since they had betrayed the Ling Tian sect, other than not being able to return to the Ling Tian sect, was there really nothing that could happen to them? Could they just swagger away? Soon after, the two little fellows gave them the answer. Little Black, let's make a bet. Whoever kills the most traitors will be able to see Big Brother Ling Tian first. The golden-clad little girl, who was also Little Gold, looked at the black-clad little boy at the side and said, "Sure." The little black boy was none other than the little black python, Xiao He. He nodded his head coolly. **T. Little Gold and Little Black's conversation was not soft. It clearly entered the ears of the group of Ling Tian sex traitors, causing horror to appear on their faces. They did not know the strength of these two little fellows. However, they had seen Han Xuanai's strength before. She was definitely at the Demon Emperor stage. Put aside the fact that these two little fellows might be stronger than them, even if they were not, they could not do anything to these two little fellows. After all, there was a Demon Emperor powerhouse next to them. Run! Run! At once, the group of traitors fled in all directions, not daring to hesitate at all. Trying to run? Little Gold and Little Gold sneered when they saw the group of traitors fleeing. Then, they moved at the same time and disappeared into thin air. At the very least, the two little fellows disappeared into thin air in front of Xiong Quan and the others. Subsequently, the scene before their eyes caused Xiong Quan and the others to be dumbstruck. Heavens! What did they just see? In their field of vision, the traitors who were just about to flee suddenly stopped in their tracks and exploded into a bloody mist that filled the sky. In their eyes, these traitors seemed to have exploded into a bloody mist out of thin air. However, they knew in their hearts that this was not the case. The reason they saw this scene was because they could not catch the movements of the two little fellows at all. The two little fellows' movements were too fast, to the extent that they could not see them at all. The difference in strength between them was too great. In merely 2 to 3 breaths of time, the group of traitors who betrayed Ling Tian's sect, regardless of gender, were all killed. Not a single one was left alive. I killed 359 of them. At this moment, a calm voice resonated in the air, accompanied by the appearance of a golden figure. It was the little girl in golden clothes, Little Gold. Humph. I killed 362 of them. Almost at the same time, Little Gold appeared and said coolly. Whether it was Little Gold or Little Black, both of them remained calm when they said they had killed hundreds of people. It was as though they were not killing people but cutting grass earlier. At once, Xiong Quan and the others felt their scalps go numb. The two of them had killed over 700 people, but there was not a single drop of blood on their bodies. This was enough to show how profound their cultivation base was. If I'm not mistaken, they should be Demon Emperor powerhouses as well. Zhang San muttered softly. Among the group of people in Ling Tian's sect who did not leave Ling Tian's sect, his strength was the strongest. He had just broken through to the 8th level martial monarch stage not long ago. Because of this, he had a certain understanding of the strength of a martial artist at the peak of the martial monarch stage. In his opinion, the strength of the little girl in golden and the little boy in black was definitely not as simple as demon monarch powerhouses. If that was the case, there was only one possibility. Both of them were demon emperor powerhouses just like the yellow-clad young girl. If it wasn't for your good luck that there were more people over there, I would have definitely defeated you. When Little Gold heard Little Black's words, she said unhappily. Remember, you have to be willing to admit defeat. Little Black said coolly. Humph. Little Gold snorted softly as a form of acknowledgement. You're Xiong Quan. Just as Xiong Quan, Zhang San, and the others were stunned, Han Shu and I looked at Xiong Quan. I've heard of you, but I've never seen you before. You are? Xiong Quan was flattered when he saw Han Shu and I greeting him. Xiong Quan, she's Sister Xuanai. She's also my good friend and sister. Little Gold said to Xiong Quan. So, she's young master's friend. Xiong Quan finally understood. At the same time, he bowed respectfully at Han Shu and I. Xiong Quan greets Miss Xuanai. Greetings Miss Xuanai. At this moment, the remaining people, including Zhang San and Luo Ping, also bowed respectfully at Han Shu and I. Even Chen Xiao Shui and Lu Bai were no exception. Chapter 1241. When did Brother Ling Tian go missing? How did he go missing? Han Xuanai looked at Xiong Quan and asked with a solemn expression. Between her eyebrows, there was even a hint of anxiety. It was obvious that before she appeared, she had heard the discussion of the group of traitors who had betrayed the Ling Tian sect. That was how she found out about the Duan Lingtian's disappearance. This matter started more than half a year ago. Xiong Quan sighed. Subsequently, he told her the ins and outs of the matter. In the end, he sighed with a face full of self-blame. It's a pity that I'm too weak. I can't enter the Lost Stone Forest to find out about young master's whereabouts. Lost Stone Forest, huh? Han Xuanai narrowed her eyes. A cold light flashed across her eyes as she muttered to herself. Little Black, Little Gold, the two of you stay behind to guard the Ling Tian sect. Little White and I will make a trip to the Lost Stone Forest. Soon after, Han Shu and I looked at Little Black and Little Gold and said, Sister Xuanai, I want to go as well. The two little fellows hurriedly said. If the two of you leave as well, what if something happens to Brother Ling Tian's sect again? Han Shu and I glared at the two little fellows angrily. Subsequently, under the two little fellows' helpless gazes, she asked Xiong Quan where the Lost Stone Forest was and left with the white-clad little girl. The white-clad little girl was the little white python from back then, Little White. After Han Shu and I left with Little White, Little Gold looked at the other 6 people apart from Xiong Quan and said, The few of you are quite lucky. Upon hearing Little Gold's words, the 6 of them could not help but smile wryly. Naturally, they knew why Little Gold said that. If they had betrayed the Ling Tian sect and stood behind the Han clan's powerhouse, Han Jing, from the beginning, they would have been dead by now. Li Si, it's fortunate that you made a wise choice back then. Zhang San looked at Li Si and spoke through voice transmission. He was glad for Li Si. Li Si smiled awkwardly. He really did think about leaving, but after thinking about it, he felt that it wasn't right. Moreover, his old friend Zhang San didn't choose to betray the Ling Tian sect, so he decided to stay. Now, it seemed that he had made a wise choice. Actually, if one really wanted to talk about the luckiest people, it would not be Zhang San and the others. The luckiest ones were none other than those who had left the Ling Tian sect recently. A group of Ling Tian sect elders and disciples who had left the Ling Tian sect recently still had lingering fears after knowing what had happened today. They had no doubt. If they were present at that time, they would definitely have chosen to betray the Ling Tian sect. After all, the Demon Emperor expert would only descend later. Before that, they wouldn't hold any hope for the Ling Tian sect. Fortunately, I left these few days. Yeah, otherwise, we'd definitely be dead. Now, not only have we survived, we can even continue to stay in the Ling Tian sect. I heard that it wasn't just Miss Xuanai who had temporarily left our Ling Tian sect, even the two little ancestors who are currently staying in our Ling Tian's sect are suspected to be Demon Emperor experts. With these few Demon Emperor powerhouses, wouldn't our Ling Tian's sect be able to surpass all the first-rate forces on Cloud Continent in one leap? The group of Ling Tian's sect elders and disciples who were lucky discussed from time to time. When they discussed, besides feeling lucky, their hearts were filled with excitement and joy. On the Cloud Continent, even the upper-class first-rate forces only had a peak martial monarch powerhouse guarding them. There was no martial emperor powerhouse. With a demon emperor powerhouse that was comparable to a martial emperor powerhouse, the Ling Tian sect had already left the first-rate forces on Cloud Continent in the dust to a certain extent. The two little ancestors they were talking about were naturally Little Gold and Little Black. Little Gold and Little Black stayed behind to guard the Ling Tian sect. They were not idle and liked to wander around. As long as it was someone from the Ling Tian sect, they would bully them before. How boring. If I knew this would happen, I would have left you here alone and followed Sister Xuanai to that lost stone forest. Little Gold and Little Black sat on each side of Ling Tian Peak. Little Gold said regretfully. Do you think I'd let you go? Little Black asked coolly, or perhaps, you think Sister Xuanai asked both of us to stay because she said it casually and didn't mean it? Humph. Hearing this, Xiao Jin snorted and no longer paid attention to Xiao He. The two little fellows were a pair of quarrelsome lovers. Ling Xian Peak. There were only 3 days left before the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers began. I've regained some of my memories. Unfortunately, I still can't remember who I am. A voice suddenly resonated from the only pavilion on the vast stone platform at the side of Ling Xian Peak. There was a hint of helplessness in the voice. Duan Lingtian, who had just woken up from his cultivation, shook his head, got off the bed, and walked out of the room. After a while, he left the pavilion. Since the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers would begin in 3 days, Duan Lingtian could see many figures in front of the cottages on the other stone platform below when he came out. These figures were all people like Duan Lingtian. Naturally, the same people referred to the fact that they came to Ling Xian Peak with the same purpose as Duan Lingtian. They were all people who came to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Ling Xian Peak. Currently, these people were gathered in pairs and sparring. It was very lively. Suddenly, as though he sensed something, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he turned to look to his side. Then, a gust of wind blew by his side and a figure appeared. It was an old figure. Upon closer inspection, it was Qiao Zhong, the disciple of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu who had brought him here half a year ago. Duan Lingtian, the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers is about to begin. You have to be careful in these 3 days. That Lu Zhong is not easy to deal with. Qiao Zhong reminded Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, his expression was non-committal. It was as though he did not take Qiao Zhong's words to heart. Or perhaps, he did not take Lu Zhong seriously at all. Lu Zhong isn't the only one who's strong. Most importantly, he has a martial emperor's direct disciple behind him. That direct disciple of Emperor Wu views Lu Zhong as his right-hand man. If Lu Zhong suffers any losses in your hands, I'm afraid he won't just stand by and watch, Qiao Zhong continued. The more he spoke, the more solemn his expression became. Direct disciple? This time, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. It was as though he was particularly interested in Ling Xian Peak's direct disciple. You mean? If I hurt or kill Lu Zhong, that direct disciple of Emperor Wu behind him will attack me? Duan Lingtian looked at Qiao Zhong and asked with uncertainty. That's right. Chapter 1242. Qiao Zhong quickly realized. Upon hearing his words, the purple-clad young man in front of him suddenly smiled. His smile sent chills down Qiao Zhong's spine. Emperor Wu's direct disciple? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face quickly disappeared, His eyes gleamed brightly as a hint of battle intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Naturally, Qiao Zhong did not notice this. Otherwise, he would have been shocked. He believed that Duan Lingtian was stronger than most of Emperor Wu's disciples in Lingxian Peak. However, he did not believe that he was stronger than Emperor Wu's direct disciple. At the same time, 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of an independent pavilion on a stone platform on the mountainside of Lingxian Peak. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely recognize the leader of the 3 figures as Lu Zhong. Both of you may leave. At this moment, Lu Zhong spoke calmly to the 2 people behind him. Yes. The 2 of them left. After the 2 of them left, Lu Zhong looked at the independent pavilion in front of him and bowed respectfully. Senior Brother Song. As soon as Lu Zhong finished speaking, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of the independent pavilion. It was a young man dressed in blue. The young man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. However, the black mole on his right eyebrow was particularly eye-catching. Lu Zhong, are you looking for me? The young man in blue was one of the 3 direct disciples under Lingxian Peak's spirit profound Emperor Wu. He was also ranked 2nd, Song Ting. Senior Brother Song, I'd like to ask you to give me a spot to supervise the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in 3 days. Lu Zhong did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Song Ting as he spoke respectfully. The supervisor was the person in charge of supervising the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in 3 days. He mainly monitored the people who participated in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers and recorded their results. The person in charge of supervising was the judge. The 2 judges were Emperor Wu's direct disciples. Song Ting was one of them. Therefore, Song Ting had the authority to appoint a supervisor. Why are you suddenly interested in this? Song Ting asked, obviously curious about this. Senior Brother Song, to tell you the truth, the reason I want to be a supervisor is because I want to kill someone. Lu Zhong gritted his teeth and said. He didn't hide anything from Song Ting, nor did he dare to. If he hid the truth and Song Ting found out, he wouldn't have a good ending. To put it nicely, he was Song Ting's right-hand man. To put it bluntly, he was just a lackey, a dog that could be summoned at will. He would bite whoever he told him to. As a master, no matter how much he valued the dog around him, once the dog bit him one day, he would still kill the dog without hesitation. Oh. Song Ting's eyes flashed, and he became more and more curious. You are Emperor Wu's disciple. Why would you have a grudge with someone who is participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers? Senior Brother Song, my younger brother, Lu Yi, was killed by him. Lu Zhong said with grief and indignation. Lu Yi was killed by him? Song Ting's face darkened when he heard Lu Zhong's words. In Lingxian Peak, apart from a small number of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers who chose to be neutral, most of the disciples and followers of Emperor Wu had chosen to side with him. They either chose to side with Song Ting, Emperor Wu's 2nd direct disciple, or they chose to side with Emperor Wu's 3rd direct disciple. The 2 sides were opposing each other. Whether it was Lu Zhong or Lu Yi, they were both on Song Ting's side. Now that Song Ting heard that someone from his side had been killed, his eyes could not help but reveal a hint of anger. As the saying went, one has to look at the master before beating a dog. In his opinion, if someone dared to kill Lu Yi, it meant that they didn't take him seriously. Since he was able to kill Lu Yi, it means he's quite strong. Are you sure you can kill him to avenge Lu Yi? Soon after, Song Ting's expression returned to normal as he asked nonchalantly. Yes. Lu Zhong nodded fiercely. He was very confident in his strength. Unless it was someone at the level of Emperor Wu's direct disciple or some extremely strong powerhouses at the peak of the martial monarch realm, he was confident he could deal with the rest. Then you should prepare yourself. 3 days later, we'll go to the place where the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers will be held. At that time, you'll be the supervisor and wait for an opportunity to kill that person, Song Ting said. Lu Zhong nodded respectfully. Yes. Lu Zhong nodded respectfully. His eyes were filled with a hint of madness. It was as though he could already see the scene of the enemy who killed his younger brother falling in front of him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian naturally did not know that Lu Zhong was already plotting against him. At this moment, he was walking up and down Lingxian Peak. It had been a long time since he came to Lingxian Peak, but this was his first time looking at Lingxian Peak in such detail. Unknowingly, this steep mountain peak that shot up into the sky like a sword had given him a brand new understanding. Looking at this mountain peak in front of me, I seemed to have absorbed and digested some of the obscure information in the depths of my mind. It won't be long before my sword profundity breaks through again. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he hovered in the air. His purple robe fluttered in the wind. At this moment, he was staring at the mountain peak that looked like a sword in front of him. His eyes were fixed on it, and he was extremely focused. At this moment, the entire mountain peak seemed to have transformed into a gigantic sword in his eyes. It was a gigantic sword that soared into the heavens. I heard from Qiao Zhong that the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers will be held in Lingxian Peak this time. Spirit Profound Emperor Wu won't be showing up, and the 2 direct disciples of Emperor Wu will be in charge of it. Soon after, Duan Lingtian regained his senses as though he had recalled something. I wonder if Yang Hui is among the 2 direct disciples of Emperor Wu. Yang Hui was the person he had met at the peak of Lingxian Peak not long ago. He still remembered that when he met Yang Hui that day, Yang Hui was controlling and practicing his sword with his spiritual energy. Based on his speculation, apart from being an inscription master, Yang Hui was most likely one of Emperor Wu's direct disciples in Lingxian Peak. Today, he had also gone to the peak of Lingxian Peak, but he did not see Yang Hui again. Lingxian Peak was about to hold the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. Everywhere in the inner land of Cloud Continent, the cultivation grounds of Emperor Wu's powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses were bustling with activity. This was because their cultivation grounds were also holding the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. Emperor Wu's powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on the surface of Cloud Continent were all holding the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. They were wantonly recruiting disciples and followers. When the news spread, it shook half of the inner land. In the extreme cold north of the inner land, there was a valley that was surrounded by mountains. It was cold all year round. It was covered in white snow and was shrouded in mist. It was like a fairyland. However, there was a special lake in this fairyland-like place. It was a lake that emitted dense cold air. Although the weather was so cold that even the flowers and trees were frozen, the lake was still sparkling as usual. It was not affected by the cold air at all. Apart from the lake, there was another bright spot in the huge valley. That was, the people walking in the valley were all female martial artists. They were chattering and it was very lively. There were 3 more days before the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Yuhan Valley would begin. At the place where Yuhan Valley hosted the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, there was a small independent valley. Beautiful figures began to walk out of the wooden houses one after another. The small independent valley became lively all of a sudden. Most of them had anticipation and anxiety on their faces. There was only one person who had a glum expression on his face. Those 2 little cheese haven't come back since they left. Don't tell me they really have a close relationship with that martial emperor's disciple? She was an ugly woman. One look at her would make one lose their appetite completely. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, 3 piercing sounds of wind whistling were heard. They only stopped when they reached the sky above the small valley. Including the ugly woman, all the people who had left the wooden houses in the valley looked up into the sky. There were 3 women standing side by side. Among the 3 ladies, a lady in green stood in the middle. Beside her stood 2 peerless beauties. One looked enchanting and charming, while the other looked obedient and quiet. Both of them had their own characteristics. It's them. At that moment, many people in the small valley recognized the two ladies. Many of them looked at the ugly woman. They still remembered that it was this ugly woman who had almost killed the two beautiful ladies. When they thought that the two ladies were going to die, they felt that it was a pity. Who knew that things would take a turn for the worse? A disciple of Emperor Wu appeared and saved them. I remember. They haven't come back since the disciple of Emperor Wu took them away. I thought that something had happened to them, but I didn't expect to see them again. The selection of Emperor Wu's disciples organized by Yuhan Valley is about to begin. It seems that they are here because of the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples. That should be the case. But who is this lady in green? Why haven't I seen her before? As the saying goes, 3 ladies make a scene. The group of ladies gathered in the small valley, making it even more lively. Many of them started to look at the lady in green. Even the ugly woman, although she wanted nothing more than to kill the two beauties, had no choice but to be wary of this mysterious green-clothed woman. Junior Sister Li, is she here? Under the gazes of the crowd, the green-clothed woman spoke. When she spoke, she cast a sideways glance at the enchanting and charming woman beside her. The lady was wearing a light purple dress. She was so beautiful that one could not wait to take a bite out of her. Senior Sister Su, that's her. The lady was none other than Li Fei. She was Li Fei, the one who had become Emperor Wu's direct disciple some time ago. Chapter 1243. When the lady in green called Li Fei junior sister, many people's expressions changed. When Li Fei looked at the ugly lady, everyone, including the ugly lady, reacted and guessed the purpose of Li Fei's return today. You're the one who almost killed junior sister Ke and junior sister Li. The lady in green looked at the ugly lady and asked calmly. Although she looked calm, there was a murderous intent in her eyes. That's right. Who are you? The ugly lady nodded and looked at the lady in green with a gloomy expression. She had a feeling that the lady in green was not simple. How dare you? At this moment, a shout was heard. A white figure appeared in front of the ugly lady in the blink of an eye. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap rang out, and the ugly woman's head tilted to the side. She had been slapped in the face. The person who slapped her was the lady in white who had just appeared. You, the ugly woman reacted. She was enraged at once. The origin energy in her body surged. Her Upanishad followed like a shadow. She wanted to attack the person who had slapped her. However, when she saw the appearance of the white-robed woman, she swallowed the words that she was about to say. The person who appeared before her was none other than the martial emperor's disciple who had rescued the 2 devastatingly beautiful women that she wanted to kill back then. His strength was far from what she could compare to. Kneel down and apologize to Senior Sister Su. The lady in white said coldly to the ugly lady. Then, while the ugly woman and most of the people present were stunned, the woman in white looked at the woman in green and greeted her respectfully, Senior Sister Su. Senior Sister Ke, Senior Sister Li. Other than greeting the green-clad woman respectfully, the white-clad woman was also respectful when she looked at Ku, and Li Fei. She addressed them as Senior Sister. Perhaps Ke and Li Fei were not as powerful as her. However, as Emperor Wu's direct disciples, Ke and Li Fei were much more powerful than her in Yuhan Valley. Therefore, she had to address them respectfully as Senior Sister when she saw them. The ugly woman's expression changed when she saw the white-clothed woman greet the green-clothed woman respectfully. An ominous premonition rose in her heart. Now, when she heard the white-clad woman address the 2 women whom she wished she could kill as senior sisters, her pupils suddenly constricted, and a hint of despair appeared on her ugly face. Boom! The way the lady in white addressed Ke and Li Fei was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It shocked everyone who was going to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. Senior Sister. This disciple of Emperor Wu actually addressed the 2 ladies who were going to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers as Senior Sister. Moreover, the lady's respect was shocking. Could it be, at that moment, many of them guessed something but they did not dare to confirm it. That was because it was simply too frightening. Run! Soon, a swift figure that was dashing out of the valley attracted everyone's attention. It was the ugly lady. She wanted to run. This was because she had already vaguely guessed the identity of the green-clothed woman, as well as the identity of the two women whom she wished she could kill. Emperor Wu's direct disciples. Only the Emperor Wu's direct disciples would be treated so respectfully by the lady in white who was Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Humph. The green-clad lady was Martial Emperor Yuhan's direct disciple, Soaring. She scoffed casually, and in the next second, a majestic energy gushed out of her body. The vast power appeared quickly and left quickly as well. However, during this period of time, a vast power that only appeared briefly appeared in the ugly woman's path and directly knocked her back. Pooh! The ugly woman, who was knocked back by Soaring's power, spat out a large mouthful of blood before anyone else could react. Her face turned extremely pale. How powerful! Too powerful. From the beginning until the end, I didn't even see how she made her move. Of course. Didn't you see the heaven and earth energy above her head dissipating as soon as it appeared? Many people were shocked. It seems like she's really Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Although I had a guess earlier, I didn't dare to believe it. Now that I look at it, her strength is definitely at the level of Emperor Wu's direct disciple. The two ladies next to her must have become Emperor Wu's direct disciples as well. Otherwise, that Emperor Wu's disciple wouldn't address them as senior sister. As Soaring made her move, everyone guessed her identity. They also guessed Kerr and Li Fei's current identities. For a time, many people looked at Soaring with burning desire. Many people looked at Kerr and Li Fei with jealousy. Boom! Before the ugly lady could react, Soaring made her move again and crippled her dantian at lightning speed before sending her flying. The ugly lady fell heavily in the distance with a loud bang. Her eyes were filled with despair. Junior sister Li, I've already crippled her. You can do it yourself. Soaring said to Li Fei. Li Fei did not hesitate. With a raise of her hand, she slapped her palm out. A palm seal materialized and slammed heavily on the ugly lady's head. Before the ugly lady could react, Li Fei's palm seal had already landed on her head, killing her with just one strike. From the beginning until the end, even Kerr did not stop Li Fei from making her move. Although Kerr was kind, she was not a blind person. The ugly lady had almost killed her and her sister Fei. Even if she died, she deserved to die. Thank you, senior sister Su. After killing the ugly lady, Li Fei heaved a sigh of relief as though a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. She thanked Soaring together with Kerr. We're sisters. There's no need to thank me. Soaring said with a smile. Soon after, Kerr, Li Fei, and Soaring left. They came and left in a hurry. Only the group of women in the valley were left in shock. They only regained their senses when Kerr and the other two disappeared from their sight. Their eyes fell on the ugly lady's corpse in unison. In their eyes, there was only schadenfreude. There was no pity at all. The ugly lady's actions in the past had already enraged everyone. Now that she was dead, everyone felt as though the sky had brightened up. I wonder how those two ladies managed to become Martial Emperor Yuhan's direct disciples. Soon after, someone was curious about this. I thought they were only acquainted with Emperor Wu's disciple. I didn't expect them to become people that I can only look up to when we meet again. Many people whispered among themselves. Their words were filled with awe. At least we can be sure of one thing. They must be very talented. Of course. Otherwise, why would Yuhan Emperor Wu be willing to accept them as his direct disciples? Soon after, many people made their guesses. However, they would never be able to guess it. The reason Emperor Wu of Yuhan accepted Kerr and Li Fei as his direct disciples was not because of their talents but because of other reasons. While the cultivation places of Emperor Wu powerhouses such as Lingxian Peak and Yuhan Valley were bustling with activity. However, it was a different scene in Lost Stone Forest in the western region of Cloud Continent's inner land. Originally, Lost Stone Forest was bustling with activity because the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers would begin 3 days later. However, the entire Lost Stone Forest fell silent when a young lady and a little girl arrived. Most of the people began to gather in the central area of Lost Stone Forest. The reason for this was because the 2 uninvited guests were currently in the central area of Lost Stone Forest. Sister Xuanai, don't tell me that Emperor Wu, Shi or something, doesn't dare to come out? Under the watchful eyes of the others, the little girl in white asked the young lady in yellow next to her. Her bright eyes were filled with innocence. Upon hearing her words, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers were speechless. Did she just say that their Lost Stone Forest's Emperor Wu did not dare to come out? This little girl really dared to say anything. The monk can run away, but the temple can't. He'll come out. Upon hearing the little girl in white's words, the young lady in yellow said calmly. She did not seem to be in a hurry at all. The young lady in yellow was Han Xuanai, who had rushed over from Ling Tian's sect. After she brought the little girl in white, Little White, to Lost Stone Forest, she had barged all the way here. The disciples and followers of Emperor Wu that they encountered along the way could not catch up to them at all. Naturally, when they arrived, many of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers attacked them. However, all of them were killed by them without exception. Due to this reason, the disciples and followers of Emperor Wu who gathered around did not dare to attack them anymore. In their eyes, the young lady in yellow who looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old and the little girl in white who did not look more than 10 years old were no different from devils. Who's there? How dare you trespass into our Lost Stone Forest? As a furious voice resonated in the air, 3 figures appeared. They were the 3 direct disciples of the master of Lost Stone Forest, Emperor Wu, Shi. After they appeared, they surrounded Han Xuanai and Little White. Little White, I'll leave them to you. From the beginning until the end, Han Xuanai did not even look at the 3 of them who had just appeared. It was as though she did not care about them at all. Naturally, Han Xuanai did not care about the 3 of them at all. Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, a gleam flashed across Little White's big, watery eyes. Then, she disappeared under the watchful eyes of the crowd. At the same time, she also disappeared in front of the 3 martial emperor's direct disciples. Oh, no. At once, the 3 direct disciples of Emperor Wu had an ominous feeling in their hearts. Horror dawned on their faces. Their current expression was destined to be the last expression they would show in this world. The reason for that was because a hole had appeared on their throats in the very next moment. It was a bloody hole. Chapter 1244. The scene before their eyes shocked all of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers who rushed over to Lost Stone Forest. Many of them could not help but rub their eyes hard as though they were trying to make sure their eyes were not playing tricks on them. 3 of Emperor Wu's direct disciples were killed in just a blink of an eye by a harmless white-clad little girl who looked no more than 10 years old. What? They're Emperor Wu's direct disciples? Soon after, some of the onlookers had a drastic change of expression as they exclaimed in shock. These people were here to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers that was going to be held in Lost Stone Forest. Initially, they wanted to join in the fun and see what would happen to those who barged into Lost Stone Forest. Who would have thought they would witness a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives? 3 tall young men and a middle-aged man disappeared from the spot in just a blink of an eye along with a little girl who looked no more than 10 years old. A bloody hole appeared on their throats at the same time. All of them were dead. This scene had already caused them to feel an indescribable shock. However, although they were shocked, it was not to the point where they found it unbelievable. After all, in their opinion, the little girl might be a powerful demon who had transformed into a human. Her real age might even be their grandmother. However, when they learned the identities of the 3 people who were killed from the mouths of many martial emperor's disciples and followers, each and every one of them was shocked and dumbfounded. The 3 people who were killed were Emperor Wu's direct disciples. They were here to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. Naturally, they had a certain level of understanding about Emperor Wu's direct disciples. Emperor Wu's direct disciples were either peerless geniuses who had yet to mature or those who were at the peak of the martial monarch stage and had few opponents below Emperor Wu's stage. However, today, 3 such existences had been killed by a little girl who seemed to be a demon before they could even react to the situation. Demon Emperor Powerhouse. She must be a Demon Emperor Powerhouse. She killed 3 of Emperor Wu's direct disciples in just a blink of an eye. She must be a Demon Emperor Powerhouse. Oh my god. Why would a shifter Emperor expert barge into our lost stone forest and kill 3 of Emperor Wu's personal disciples? From their conversation just now, it seems that they are here for Emperor Wu. Could it be an enemy of Emperor Wu? Many of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, as well as those who had come to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, were engaged in a lively discussion. When they looked at the white-clothed little girl in the distance again, their gazes were completely different. Why isn't Emperor Wu here yet? Some of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers were puzzled. They believed that at this time, their Emperor Wu of Lost Stone Forest definitely knew what had happened here. While some of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers were lost in their own thoughts, a voice that seemed to come from all directions rang out and entered everyone's ears. Who are you? Why did you barge into Lost Stone Forest and kill 3 of my personal disciples? Along with this slightly gloomy voice, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of the crowd. From his words, it was obvious who he was. Emperor Wu, Shi. Emperor Wu, Shi. As soon as the person appeared, Han Xuanai and Little White's gazes landed on him. Both of them raised their eyebrows. Han Xuanai asked calmly. That's right. I'm Emperor Wu, Shi. A sharp light flashed in Emperor Wu's eyes as he felt the fury in his heart was about to burst out. He only had a total of 5 personal disciples. One of them had escaped after cheating him of his items. Now, another 3 had died. This meant that he only had 1 personal disciple left. He didn't really care about the life and death of his personal disciples. However, he cared about his reputation. If the other Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses found out that 4 of his 5 personal disciples were dead, they would definitely laugh their heads off. Both of you barged into Lost Stone Forest and killed my personal disciples. Don't you think you should give me an explanation? Emperor Wu asked in a deep voice. Since the white-clad little girl could kill his 3 personal disciples in the blink of an eye, it meant that she was a Demon Emperor powerhouse. The other yellow-clad girl was the leader of the 2. Her ability was most likely on par with the white-clad little girl. Therefore, he guessed that both of them were Demon Emperor powerhouses. Moreover, both of them were Demon Emperor powerhouses. Explanation? Before Han Xuanai could speak, Little White snorted and smirked. Since you want us to give you an explanation, shouldn't you give me one as well? What do you mean by that? Martial Emperor Shi asked in a deep voice when he realized the white-clad little girl before him was a Demon Emperor powerhouse. He did not dare to underestimate her just because of her young age. What do I mean? This time, Han Xuanai sneered. You're Emperor Wu, right? I heard that more than half a year ago, you have a personal disciple called Zhou Yi who abducted my brother Ling Tian's confidant? After that, ever since my brother Ling Tian came to your Lost Stone Forest, there has been no news of him at all. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll make you accompany your 3 direct disciples in hell. As she finished speaking, Han Xuanai's pair of lively eyes seemed to have an additional sharpness, as if she was waiting to devour someone. Zhou Yi? Brother Ling Tian's confidant? At this moment, Emperor Wu finally regained his senses. He understood the purpose of the yellow-clad girl and white-clad little girl's visit. As it turned out, they were here for the purple-clad young man who had wreaked havoc in his Lost Stone Forest more than half a year ago. When he thought of the purple-clad young man, he felt annoyed. Fear still lingered in his heart when he thought of the battle more than half a year ago. The purple-clad young man who possessed terrifying strength with the help of the mysterious stone tablet had almost killed him. That was the biggest crisis he had ever faced since he had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage. If the purple-clad young man had not left in the end, it was impossible for him to be standing here in one piece. It's Zhou Yi again. When Martial Emperor Shi Qi recalled this matter, he immediately thought of Zhou Yi and gritted his teeth in hatred. In his opinion, Zhou Yi was furious. This matter was instigated by Zhou Yi. If it wasn't for Zhou Yi snatching back the purple-clothed youth's soulmate, there wouldn't have been so many things happening later on. Most importantly, Zhou Yi had actually replaced the mysterious stone tablet left behind by the purple-clad young man. This was definitely the biggest provocation to him. When Emperor Wu thought of how Zhou Yi was still hiding somewhere to study the mysterious stone tablet, he felt annoyed again. Humph. I don't know what you're talking about. Chapter 1245. All I know is that you've killed 3 of my direct disciples. You must give me an explanation today. An explanation that I'm satisfied with. Emperor Wu's eyes gleamed coldly when he reached the end of his sentence. You want us to give you an explanation? Upon hearing Emperor Wu's words, disdain could be seen in the depth of Han Xuanai's eyes. At the same time, she asked curiously, I wonder what kind of explanation you want us to give you. You've killed 3 of my direct disciples and caused a great loss to Lost Stone Forest. Both of you must be demon emperors. Swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that you'll work for me for 30 years. Emperor Wu said. This was the explanation he wanted. Although he guessed the yellow-clad girl and the white-clad little girl were demon emperor powerhouses, he did not think their strength could defeat him. After all, he was at the 4th level martial monarch stage. With his strength, he could be ranked in the upper middle among Emperor Wu powerhouses and demon emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent. In his opinion, the 2 demon emperors before him were no match for him at all. This was because he knew all the demon emperors who were more powerful than him on Cloud Continent. However, the 2 before him were not one of them. Working for you for 30 years? Upon hearing Emperor Wu's words, Han Xuanai and Little White were stunned. On the other hand, the eyes of the onlookers, whether they were Emperor Wu's disciples, followers, or those who participated in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Lost Stone Forest, lit up. In their opinion, there was a good show to watch. Do you think Lord Emperor Wu can really force them to work for him for 30 years? I think so. I think Lord Emperor Wu seems to be very confident in his strength. He's not afraid even when he knows these 2 are demon emperor powerhouses. If they really work for Lord Emperor Wu, then our Lost Stone Forest will have 2 more demon emperor powerhouses. I'm excited just thinking about it. Many of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers were excited. I didn't expect to see Emperor Wu's disciple and follower selection in Lost Stone Forest before it even started. It is said that Emperor Wu Shi Qi has been in the 3rd level of the Emperor Wu realm for a long time. Now that so many years have passed, I'm afraid he has already broken through to the 4th level of the Emperor Wu realm. He should have already made a breakthrough. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident in front of 2 suspected demon emperors. The people who were about to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held in Lost Stone Forest were also discussing and voicing their thoughts. For a moment, they were filled with confidence in Emperor Wu's strength. Xiao Bai, someone wants us to work for him for 30 years. Han Xuanai was the first to regain her senses. She looked at Little White and said, that will depend on whether he has the ability or not. Upon hearing that, Little White's eyes gleamed coldly as she stared at Emperor Wu. Her tone was calm, but it was filled with killing intent. I'll let you know whether I have the ability or not. Very soon, all of you will submit to my strength and be willing to work for me for 30 years. In the face of Little White's provocation, Emperor Wu refused to back down. If that's the case, I'll play with you. Little White said nonchalantly. I'm more than happy to play with you. Emperor Wu replied nonchalantly as well. The moment his words left his mouth, his robe fluttered and emitted waves of terrifying aura. Most of the onlookers could not help but take a few steps back. Some of the people with lower cultivation bases were even forced to retreat further away. Emperor Wu's strength was too powerful. It was so powerful that it was terrifying. On the other hand, Little White was not afraid of the aura emitted from Emperor Wu's body. It was as though she did not sense it at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Emperor Wu and the little girl in white disappeared into thin air in front of most of the onlookers. Only the sound of the wind was left. Boom! 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 Before they could react to what was going on, they heard a series of deafening booms that reverberated in their ears like thunder. Before they could even focus their eyes, they felt waves of terrifying gales sweeping over, causing most of them to be sent flying like arrows that had left the bowstring. Only Emperor Wu's disciples did not move at all. However, they all squinted their eyes at the same time. Boom! Just when the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and more than 90% of the participants in the selection were in a sorry state, another loud sound was heard. It was accompanied by an even more terrifying gust of wind. This time, Emperor Wu's disciples were also sent flying. As for the others, it was even more exaggerated. Their faces were pale and they were vomiting blood. Some of them were even sent flying by the gust of wind and completely disappeared. For a moment, in the center of the storm, other than the two people who caused the storm, only Han Shuanai was left standing there. She was as steady as Mount Tai, allowing the gust of wind to sweep her away. Puff! The group of pale Emperor Wu's disciples had just stood still when they heard the sound of someone vomiting blood. As they looked at the center of the storm, they happened to see Emperor Wu vomiting blood. After Shi Qi vomited blood, Emperor Wu's face was extremely pale. His hand that was holding a 7-foot-long spear was trembling. Obviously, Emperor Wu had even used the quasi-royal grade spirit spear in his hand. Even so, he was still at a disadvantage. On the other hand, the little girl in white who was holding a short dagger stood there. She was only panting a few times. There were some traces of sweat on her forehead, but there was nothing unusual. The difference between the two of them was obvious. Lord Emperor Wu is defeated? The group of Emperor Wu's disciples was stunned. They were completely stunned. Emperor Wu, who was like an invincible god of war in their eyes, was defeated. Who are you? While the group of Emperor Wu's disciples was still in a daze and most of the remaining people had yet to react, Emperor Wu looked at the little girl in white with a grave expression and asked with dread in his eyes. However, Little White did not answer him. Instead, she asked nonchalantly, "Now, do you still want us to give you an explanation and work for you for 30 years? When Little White's words entered Emperor Wu's ears, it was especially ear-piercing. It caused his already pale face to turn even paler. Slap in the face. A blatant slap in the face. This was the only thought in the hearts of the onlookers. At this moment, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and the others finally regained their senses. All of them looked at the scene before them in shock. The owner of Lost Stone Forest, Emperor Wu, was defeated in the battle earlier? He seemed to be injured as well. Tell me. What happened to my brother Ling Tian after he came to Lost Stone Forest? Where is he now? Chapter 1246. Emperor Wu was stunned. He was completely stunned. He did not even hear what Han Shuanai said. The scene from earlier kept replaying in his mind. He had used his quasi-royal grade spirit weapon and unleashed his full strength when facing the white-clad little girl who did not look more than 10 years old. However, he was still defeated. At this moment, he finally realized something. Not only was the white-clad little girl a demon emperor powerhouse, but she was also a demon emperor powerhouse whose ability far surpassed his. Moreover, this demon emperor powerhouse was here for the purple-clad young man. Didn't you hear what my sister Xuanai asked you? As the childish voice that was filled with coldness entered Emperor Wu's ears, Emperor Wu shuddered and snapped back to his senses. Naturally, he was no stranger to this voice. It was the voice of the white-clad little girl who had just defeated him. Instantly, he looked at the yellow-clad little girl who was not far away in fear. There was only fear in his eyes. What a joke! That white-clad little girl was even more powerful than him. This yellow-clad little girl whom she called sister was another existence who seemed to be a demon emperor powerhouse. Perhaps, her ability was even more powerful than her. See, can you say that again? Emperor Wu said to Han Xuanai in fear. His tone was extremely polite. It was as though he was a completely different person compared to the aggressive him from before. Of course, this was also because he did not know the white-clad little girl's ability. If he had known, he would not have dared to act that way. On Cloud Continent, the strong were respected. Even if he was a powerhouse like Emperor Wu who was high and mighty in front of ordinary martial artists, he would still have to be as humble as a grandson in front of someone who was more powerful than him. Emperor Wu was a powerhouse. The hardships he had to go through were not something ordinary martial artists could compare to. In order to survive, they would even do anything crazy, let alone admit defeat and act like a grandson. Han Xuanai glanced at Emperor Wu coldly and repeated her words impatiently. Upon hearing this, Emperor Wu did not dare to delay and quickly answered. He started from the moment he saw Duan Lingtian until Duan Lingtian obtained a power that was on par with him through a mysterious stone tablet and fought with him. He did not dare to hide what happened after that and told her everything. He told her everything, including how Duan Lingtian lost his mind and left, how Feng Tianwu was taken away, and how his direct disciple, Zhou Yi, swindled the mysterious stone tablet away. At that moment, he did not care about his reputation. Nothing was more important than his life. He did not dare to lie because it was too risky. If the two ladies in front of him were not satisfied and killed him in a bad mood, then he would really lose more than he gained. Stone tablet? Brother Ling Duan Lingtian lose his mind? Han Xuanai frowned as she looked at Martial Emperor Shi Qi and asked, "Now, describe that stone tablet to me." Han Xuanai already had a guess about the mysterious stone tablet that could make people lose their mind and possess terrifying power. However, she did not dare to be 100% sure. If it's really the Devil Seal tablet, I'm afraid Brother Ling Tian is in trouble. Han Xuanai's heart skipped a beat when she asked Emperor Wu. She was worried. In the face of Han Xuanai's question, Emperor Wu did not dare to be negligent. He quickly described the characteristics of the stone tablet that he knew. It's strange. That stone tablet is missing a corner. It's really the Devil Seal tablet. After listening to Emperor Wu, Han Xuanai's expression turned grave. How can there be such a coincidence? The Devil Seal tablet is actually in Brother Ling Tian's hands? Han Xuanai still remembered. That year, she came to Cloud Continent with Qing Nu. Apart from the fact that she was here to relax and have fun, Qing Nu was here on her father's order to search for the Devil Seal tablet. This was because her father had received news that the Devil Seal tablet should be in Cloud Continent, the mortal continent. She originally thought that to Cloud Continent, she was only a passerby passing by. However, she did not expect to meet her brother Ling Tian and three little fellows with extraordinary innate talents here. Because of this, she formed an indissoluble bond with Cloud Continent. That year, Qing Nu spent a few years to search every corner of Cloud Continent, but she still couldn't find the Devil Seal tablet. I didn't expect it to be in Brother Ling Tian's hands. At this moment, Han Xuanai's feelings were very complicated. At the same time, she was worried about Duan Ling Tian. She knew very well how terrifying the Devil Seal tablet was. You said my brother Ling Tian left the stone tablet behind and left? Han Xuanai asked again. Yes. Shi Qi Emperor Wu did not dare to be negligent and quickly nodded. Not only did he not take the stone tablet with him, but he didn't even take his lover with him. How can you prove that what you said earlier is true? Han Xuanai stared at Shi Emperor Wu without blinking. Her eyes narrowed unconsciously as a cold gleam flashed in them. I, Shi Emperor Wu, swear by the 99 heavenly tribulation. If I'm lying, I'm willing to be struck to death by the lightning punishment. Emperor Wu's heart trembled when he noticed the cold gleam in Han Xuanai's eyes. He hurriedly swore by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Boom! 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 In just a blink of an eye, 9 claps of thunder resonated in the sky in response to Emperor Wu's oath. The 99 heavenly tribulation was the tribulation of oaths. If one swore by it, even a powerhouse like Emperor Wu could not go against it. Otherwise, he would be struck to death by the lightning punishment. Since Emperor Wu dared to swear by it, it meant he did not lie earlier. Duan Lingtian had left behind the Devil Seal Tablet. In the end, the Devil Seal Tablet was stolen by his direct disciple, Zhou Yi, who secretly swapped it out for himself. Feng Tianwu was taken away by a powerhouse called Qihua. After swearing, Emperor Wu could not help but sigh in relief. Fortunately, he had foresight and did not lie. Otherwise, he would not have been able to get through the trial earlier. You better pray that my brother Ling Tian is fine. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone in the Lost Stone Forest. Han Xuanai glanced at Emperor Wu coldly before she moved and disappeared before Emperor Wu's eyes at an extremely fast speed. From the beginning until the end, Emperor Wu did not see Han Xuanai's figure clearly. It's just as I guessed. Her ability is even higher than that white-clad little girl. Emperor Wu secretly wiped his cold sweat. At the same time, he looked at the white-clad little girl standing nearby with an anxious expression on his face. He was afraid this little girl would not let this go easily. Humph. As Little White snorted softly and left with Han Xuanai, Emperor Wu finally sighed in relief as though he was relieved of a heavy burden. Soon after, Little White caught up with Han Xuanai, who had slowed down. She asked, Sister Xuanai, he actually wanted to kill brother back then. Why didn't you kill him directly? Don't you think it's better to keep him alive and wait for brother Ling Tian to take revenge on him? Han Xuanai said. Little White was suddenly enlightened. Then, she seemed to have recalled something and asked worriedly, but what if brother? Little White did not finish her sentence, but it was obvious what she wanted to say. If something really happens to brother Ling Tian, I'll annihilate his entire Lost Stone Forest. No matter where he, Emperor Wu, hides, I'll find him and kill him. Little White's words were like a fuse that completely ignited Han Xuanai, who was a barrel of gunpowder. Brother will definitely be fine. Little White muttered. I hope so too. Han Xuanai nodded, but her eyes were filled with worry. According to Emperor Wu's description, she could guess what her brother Ling Tian had gone through. Brother Ling Tian forcefully activated the soul remnant energy in the Devil Seal Tablet into his body and was devilified in one fell swoop. That's how he obtained extraordinary strength. However, after he's devilified, he'll lose his rationality. Now, I can only hope that this is his first time using the Devil Seal Tablet. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome. This was what Han Xuanai was most worried about. Perhaps there would be some side effects when a person used the Devil Seal Tablet for the first time, but it would not be fatal. However, if it was used repeatedly, the side effects would be fatal. Even if the person's body was still alive, it would only be an empty shell. An empty shell that was controlled by the soul remnant energy that came from the Devil Seal Tablet. Sister Xuanai, I heard you mention something about the Devil Seal Tablet. Don't tell me the mysterious tablet that Emperor Wu mentioned is the Devil Seal Tablet that you mentioned? Soon after, Little White recalled Han Xuanai's muttering earlier. Although her voice was not loud, she still heard it. That's right, it's the Devil Seal Tablet. Han Xuanai nodded. What's the Devil Seal Tablet? How did it allow brother to possess such powerful strength in such a short time? Moreover, the side effects seemed to be quite severe. Little White had learned a lot from Emperor Wu's words. She could not help but ask curiously. The Devil Seal Tablet. It's one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking in the Tao martial saint land. Han Xuanai said. What? Little White was shocked when she heard that. It said that the saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking in the Tao martial saint land are all super saint weapons. They're extremely rare treasures. Ordinary people can roam the Tao martial saint land with just one of them. That's just deifying them. No matter how strong a saint weapon is, if the person using it is too weak, it won't be able to bring out its full potential. However, apart from the Devil Seal Tablet, the super saint weapons that can be ranked in the 10 great saint weapons ranking are indeed able to help a martial artist increase their offensive strength. Han Xuanai added. Why is the Devil Seal Tablet an exception? Isn't the Devil Seal Tablet a super saint weapon as well? Little White asked curiously. The reason the Devil Seal Tablet can become a super saint weapon and be ranked in the 10 great saint weapons ranking is not because it boosts a martial artist's offensive strength. The offensive strength the Devil Seal Tablet boosts a martial artist's offensive strength is far from many ordinary saint weapons. The reason it can become a super saint weapon and be ranked in the 10 great saint weapons ranking is because it has a shocking ability to suppress devil cultivators. Chapter 1247. The Devil Seal Tablet had always been a legend in the Tao martial saint land. It was also a variant in the 10 great saint weapons ranking. If the Devil Seal Tablet was used to deal with a devil cultivator, it could easily suppress the devil cultivator. However, if the Devil Seal Tablet was used to deal with an ordinary martial or Tao cultivator, it was not as effective as using an ordinary saint weapon since the Devil Seal Tablet was not an offensive saint weapon. After Little White learned about the Devil Seal Tablet's function from Han Xuanai, she could not help but exclaim in surprise. When she learned about the Devil Seal Tablet's side effect and how those who used it too many times would lose their consciousness or even go crazy and become a walking corpse, she began to worry about Duan Lingtian. Sister Xuanai, will brother be all right? Little White looked at Han Xuanai worriedly. Her big, watery eyes looked pitiful. Don't worry, Brother Ling Tian is a good person. He'll be fine. Han Xuanai comforted her with a smile. However, although she was comforting Little White, she was not confident in her heart. This was because she did not know how many times her brother Ling Tian had used the Devil Seal Tablet. If she knew that this was the third time her brother Ling Tian had used the Devil Seal Tablet, she would not be so optimistic. The most important thing now is to find brother Ling Tian. Han Xuanai said. Little White nodded. Then, she and Han Xuanai headed in the direction Emperor Wu had told them that Duan Lingtian had left. They searched for Duan Lingtian, intending to find him. Currently, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware that there were people who were worried about him and looking for him everywhere. Lingxian Peak. The selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers had arrived as scheduled. The selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers would be held in Lingxian Peak on a spacious stone platform halfway up Lingxian Peak. This vast stone platform was far from being comparable to the small stone platform where the residents stood. It occupied an extremely large area. Early in the morning, many people appeared in the air above the vast stone platform. They were either Emperor Wu's disciples or followers from Lingxian Peak, or those who had come to participate in the selection of Lingxian Peak's disciples and followers. Unknowingly, the originally noisy atmosphere had completely quieted down following the appearance of a figure. It's Senior Song Ting. Senior Song Ting is here. After a moment of silence, the scene became noisy again. Many of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers looked at the people in the distance with excitement. Their eyes were full of excitement as if they had seen their idol. Song Ting? Who is Song Ting? It doesn't seem simple. Those who came to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers did not know who Song Ting was. Someone who can make a group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers treat him so respectfully must have a high status. Don't tell me he's one of the 3 direct disciples of Emperor Wu in Lingxian Peak. When someone made a guess, it resonated with many people. It should be. However, although the group of people resonated with the guests, they could not help but ask the disciples and followers of Emperor Wu who were not far away. It seemed like they would only feel at ease after they confirmed it. That's right. He's Song Ting, the second disciple of our Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu. Moreover, senior brother Song Ting is not only Emperor Wu's direct disciple today, but he's also one of the two main judges for the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers that Ling Xian Peak is holding today. Many of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers responded. Although they had already guessed it, when they learned about Song Ting's identity from the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, many of them were still amazed and even had looks of admiration on their faces. Emperor Wu's direct disciple. That was someone they had to look up to. When Song Ting appeared, there were two people following behind him like shadows. Lu Zhong. Duan Ling Tian, who was standing in the crowd, recognized one of the people behind Song Ting with just a glance. It was Emperor Wu's disciple who had caused trouble for him before but was stopped by Qiao Zhong. Lu Zhong was also the brother of the bandit leader he had killed before he came to Ling Xian Peak. When Duan Ling Tian killed the bandit leader, he did not know that the bandit leader had another identity. He was Emperor Wu's disciple. Naturally, even if he knew, he would not have shown mercy. When Duan Ling Tian noticed Lu Zhong noticed him as well. When Lu Zhong noticed Duan Ling Tian, his eyes were instantly dyed red. It was as though he had transformed into a ferocious beast that was hibernating in the dark, ready to attack or even kill someone at any time. He's the one who killed Lu Yi. Although Song Ting did not deliberately look at Lu Zhong, it was as though he had eyes on the back of his head. He noticed that something was wrong with Lu Zhong and immediately looked in the direction Lu Zhong was looking at. Soon, his eyes locked onto Duan Ling Tian. Yes. He glared at Duan Ling Tian as though his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. It was as though he could not wait to swallow Duan Ling Tian alive. However, Duan Ling Tian did not pay any attention to Lu Zhong at that moment. He did not care about Lu Zhong at all. His gaze met Song Ting's, and it was as if they could create the most intense sparks from the collision. However, Duan Ling Tian and Song Ting's eyes did not last long, because Song Ting quickly withdrew his eyes. It seemed that he did not care to look at Duan Ling Tian and did not care about Duan Ling Tian at all. Emperor Wu's disciple? In Duan Ling Tian's eyes, there was a strong desire to fight, a desire to fight against Song Ting. Unfortunately, Song Ting did not notice it. Senior Zhongan. Senior Zhongan. Not long after, a series of respectful greetings attracted Duan Ling Tian's attention. Only now did Duan Ling Tian notice that another young man who looked to be in his 30s had arrived nearby while being escorted by two people. From the discussion among the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, Duan Ling Tian learned about the young man's identity. He was Zhongan, the third direct disciple under Spirit Profound Emperor Wu's command. In the past 2 days, Duan Ling Tian had also learned about the general situation in Ling Xian Peak from Qiao Zhong. He knew that Ling Xian Peak was divided into 2 camps, and these 2 camps were led by the 2 direct disciples under Emperor Wu's command of Emperor Wu. Now, he finally met the leaders of the 2 camps. Emperor Wu's second direct disciple, Song Ting. Emperor Wu's third direct disciple, Zhongan. I originally thought that one of Emperor Wu's second and third direct disciples would be Yang Hui. Now, it seems like I was wrong. A figure appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind again. The young man who had used his spiritual energy to wield the sword at the peak of Ling Xian Peak was still vivid in his mind. Could it be? Yang Hui is the elusive martial emperor's eldest direct disciple like martial emperor Ling Xian that Qiao Zhong mentioned? Chapter 1248. Duan Ling Tian. Soon after, a familiar voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Without turning his head, Duan Ling Tian could tell who the owner of the voice was. It was Nangong Yi who had come to Ling Xian Peak with him to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. However, there were 2 faint sounds of wind approaching him. Therefore, he could easily tell that it was not only Nangong Yi but Nangong Chen as well. "You're here." Duan Lingtian nodded his head lightly. "Duan Lingtian, did Lu Zhong look for you?" After Nangong Yi came to Duan Lingtian's side, he could not help but look at Lu Zhong, who was standing behind Song Ting in the distance. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded his head in response to Nangong Yi's question. "You won against him?" Nangong Yi asked in surprise. "We didn't fight." Duan Lingtian shook his head. Although Lu Zhong had looked for him, he did not attack him. Therefore, it did not matter whether he won or not. "You didn't fight?" This time, it was Nangong Yi's turn to be surprised. One should know that when Lu Zhong found him, he was furious. If it were not for the fact that he was here to participate in the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers, and that he was not the culprit, he would have definitely attacked him. However, Duan Lingtian was different. Lu Zhong's younger brother had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian. Logically, Lu Zhong would not let him go so easily. "If you were to fight him now, would you be confident?" Nangong Yi did not ask for the reason, but he was curious. Although Duan Lingtian had killed Lu Zhong's younger brother, Lu Yi, who was a disciple of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian had taken him by surprise. If Lu Yi had been prepared, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to kill him. After all, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was too low. The boost from his spirit weapon was limited. Lu Yi had died because of his carelessness. If it was Duan Lingtian from half a year ago, Nangong Yi was certain he would not be able to defeat Lu Zhong, the disciple of Emperor Wu, who was said to be even more powerful than his younger brother, Lu Yi. Among Emperor Wu's disciples from Ling Xian Peak, his strength was ranked in the top 3. However, now that half a year had passed, he did not know how much Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had recovered, so he did not dare to jump to conclusions. After all, Duan Lingtian had only spent a month to recover his cultivation base from the first-level core formation stage to the first-level void interpretation stage. Now that half a year had passed, how much had Duan Lingtian's cultivation base recovered? He didn't know about this. Confident? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Nangong Yi's question. Then, he smiled mysteriously. This made Nangong Yi even more curious. "Why? Are you confident?" Nangong Yi could not help but ask again. However, Duan Lingtian still did not answer him. It made him feel depressed. In the distance, Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's second direct disciple, Song Ting, and Emperor Wu's third direct disciple, Zhong'an, had gathered together. This meant that the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers was about to begin. Song Ting and Zhong'an were the two main judges for the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers today. Naturally, other than the two judges, there was another group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers today. The group of martial emperor's disciples acted as supervisors today to monitor the specific situation of the selection today. "Third junior brother, it's been a long time." Song Ting smiled as he greeted Zhong'an. If one did not know better, one would think that he and Zhong'an were close brothers. "Yes, it's been a long time." "Second senior brother," Zhong'an replied indifferently. Zhong'an replied indifferently with a fake smile on his face. In the depths of their eyes, there was a hint of hostility. "Since both of us are here, shall we begin the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers today?" Song Ting asked. "Let's begin." Zhong'an nodded. At the same time, he looked around and announced in a loud voice, "All martial artists who are participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers today, please descend to the stone platform below. The first selection will begin in 15 minutes." As soon as Zhong'an's words echoed in the air, the group of people began to descend one after another. They landed on the vast stone platform below like dumplings and stood there. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian and Nangong did not join in the fun. It was only when there were fewer people descending that they stepped on the air and landed on the side of the stone platform. They waited for the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers to begin. "Nangong Chen, are they your companions? Not long after Duan Ling Tian and the other two landed, a voice that deserved a beating sounded in a timely manner. The tone was filled with ridicule. A middle-aged man in a silver robe appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and the other two in just a blink of an eye. From the beginning until the end, he did not look at Nangong Chen at all. Instead, he stared at Duan Ling Tian and Nangong Yi intently. I don't think I've seen them before. Does this mean their cultivation base isn't even at the 7th level martial monarch stage? The silver-robed middle-aged man had a mocking smile on his face when he reached the end of his sentence. Based on his words, it was obvious he was someone who had been cultivating at the same place as Nangong Chen for the past 6 months. When Duan Ling Tian and the other two first arrived at Ling Xian Peak, they were assigned to different places to cultivate. For example, Duan Ling Tian was assigned to one place because his cultivation base was below the 4th level martial monarch stage. Nangong Yi's cultivation base was above the 4th level martial monarch stage and below the 7th level martial monarch stage. He was assigned to another place. Nangong Chen's cultivation base was above the 7th level martial monarch stage. The place he was assigned to was different from Duan Ling Tian and Nangong Yi. Since the silver-robed middle-aged man was assigned to the same place as Nangong Chen, it meant he was above the 7th level martial monarch stage 6 months ago. Moreover, since he dared to disregard Nangong Chen and provoke Duan Ling Tian and Nangong Yi in front of Nangong Chen, it meant he was not afraid of Nangong Chen. His strength was on par with Nangong Chen at the very least. He might even be stronger than Nangong Chen. Scram! Nangong Chen, who had a cold expression on his face, shouted. It was rare for him to speak. As Nangong Chen shouted, the silver-robed middle-aged man's face turned completely grave. He glared at Nangong Chen and said fiercely, Nangong Chen, I hope your two companions don't meet me in the selection later on. Otherwise, I'll make sure they die a horrible death. When the silver-robed middle-aged man reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed fiercely as though he was about to devour someone. You'll have to have the ability to make sure we die a horrible death first. Nangong Yi, who did not know what was going on, sneered when he heard the silver-robed middle-aged man's threat. Duan Ling Tian was the only one who did not speak from the beginning until the end. He merely glanced at the silver-robed middle-aged man coldly before retracting his gaze. A hint of killing intent that was difficult to detect flashed in the depth of his eyes. You'll find out very soon whether I have the ability or not. Even Nangong Chen doesn't dare to say that he can defeat me. You're just a kid who hasn't even stepped into the 7th level martial monarch stage. It'll be as easy as stepping on an ant for me to kill you. The silver-robed middle-aged man continued to mock Nangong Yi when he heard his words. Then, he left under Nangong Yi's furious gaze and stood at the side. Nangong Chen, you can't defeat him? Nangong Yi retracted his gaze and immediately looked at Nangong Chen as he asked. It's a tie. Nangong Chen replied calmly. He was a man of few words. No wonder he's so arrogant to challenge you, me, and Duan Ling Tian. Nangong Yi snorted. However, it's one thing for him to challenge you and me, but he actually dares to challenge Duan Ling Tian. He's really courting death. Nangong Yi looked at Duan Ling Tian when he reached the end of his sentence. However, he noticed that Duan Ling Tian had a calm expression on his face. It was as though he was not enraged by the silver-robed middle-aged man's provocation. Nangong Yi was instantly disappointed. To Duan Ling Tian, the silver-robed middle-aged man's incident was merely a small interlude. He completely tossed it to the back of his mind after a short while. A quarter of an hour passed very quickly. 15 minutes have passed. The first round of selection is about to begin. I wonder what the first round of selection is going to be. We'll find out soon enough. Many people whispered among themselves. They were filled with anticipation and anxiety toward the upcoming selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. There were no more than 10 people, including Duan Ling Tian, who could remain calm. Even Nangong Yi had a grave expression on his face. He was vigilant as he waited for the first round of selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers to begin. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Song Ting and Zhong flew out at the same time. In just a short while, they were above Duan Lingtian and the others. They stood there without saying a word for a long time. What's going on? What's going on? Just when the crowd was puzzled, Song Ting and Zhong finally made their moves. Their bodies trembled slightly as a majestic aura surged out of their bodies. The aura that belonged to a powerhouse at the peak of the martial monarch stage was completely released as it descended menacingly on Duan Lingtian and the others. When the aura of two peak martial royal powerhouses overlapped, it was no longer as simple as 1+1. In the area that was shrouded by the aura, other than Duan Lingtian and a few dozen people, the others were on the verge of collapsing. Boom! After a short while, someone could no longer support himself and fell on his buttocks. His face was ashen. Boom! 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 Following that, more and more people fell. The people who fell first were those who had been cultivating in the same place as Duan Lingtian for the past 6 months. They were all martial artists below the 4th level martial monarch stage. Under the aura of two peak martial royal powerhouses, they could not support themselves at all. Soon after, other than Duan Lingtian, all the people who had been cultivating in the same place as Duan Lingtian for the past 6 months fell and were eliminated. Humph. A bunch of trash. Song Ting snorted coldly and said disdainfully as he watched the scene below him from the sky. Our Ling Xian Peak doesn't have any strict requirements for those who participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to come. However, it turns out that even if they came, they were just overestimating themselves, Zhong'an said calmly. Zhong'an said plainly. He, who was also looking down, did not seem to be surprised by this. You want to become a martial emperor's disciple or follower of our Ling Xian Peak with such little strength? They're overestimating themselves. Chapter 1249. All the martial artists below the 4th level martial monarch stage instantly fell to the ground and could no longer stand up. As for the remaining martial artists above the 4th level martial monarch stage, even the weakest among them could barely withstand Song Ting and Zhong'an's aura. Naturally, they were in a sorry state. After a while, Song Ting and Zhong'an withdrew their aura. Song Ting glanced at the people on the ground and shouted coldly, "Throw this group of trash out." Do they really think anyone can enter Ling Xian Peak? The moment Song Ting's words left his mouth, the group of Emperor Wu's followers who had been waiting for a long time made their moves and took the people on the ground away. At once, only a group of people with extraordinary strength, including Duan Lingtian, were left on the vast stone platform. The first round of selection has ended. The second round of selection will begin immediately. Zhong'an looked down at the people who passed the first round of selection, including Duan Lingtian, and said slowly. Subsequently, he lifted his hand and shot out a beam of origin energy into the air. Suddenly, the void trembled, and circles of ripples spread out. It was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, and circles of ripples spread out continuously. Inscription formation. At the same time, everyone present on the scene sensed the rich aura of an inscription formation. They knew Zhong'an had activated an inscription formation. Among the people standing on the vast stone platform, those who had passed the first round of selection to participate in the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers, there were quite a few people, including Duan Lingtian, who were not surprised. This was because they had long discovered that there was a hidden inscription formation here. This inscription formation was extraordinary. It was personally set up by an inscription master who was at least at the Emperor Wu's level. If they were not inscription masters themselves, they would not have noticed it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the inscription formation was activated. A translucent cylinder appeared in the air. It was hollowed out from top to bottom so one could pass through it at will. The cylinder was about 100 meters long. The space inside could accommodate about 10 adults at the same level. Any more and it would seem cramped. Apart from that, the translucent cylinder was divided into 7 colors. It was the 7 colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Gravity ladder formation? The moment he saw the cylinder, Duan Lingtian recognized the inscription formation. This inscription formation was not unfamiliar to him. There were records of this inscription formation in his mind. The gravity ladder formation was an inscription formation that could only be inscribed and set up by an inscription master at the Emperor Wu realm or above. It was not an offensive or defensive inscription formation. If one really wanted to give it a position, it could only be considered as an auxiliary inscription formation. The gravitational stairs formation was mainly set up with a certain number of earth profundity fragments, a large number of supreme-grade origin stones, and some other materials. Once it was activated, it would form a gravitational stairs. The cylindrical object that appeared in front of everyone was a gravitational ladder. From bottom to top, there were 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The 7 colors of the rainbow represented the different degrees of gravity in the gravitational stairs. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to climb the gravitational stairs from the bottom up. That was because the higher one went in the gravitational stairs, the more terrifying the gravity became. This is the gravitational stairs formation. At this moment, Zhong'an began to introduce the gravitational stairs formation. What he introduced was the same as what Duan Lingtian knew from the memories in his mind. There was no difference at all. So, this is the legendary gravitational stairs formation. It's said that only the elites at the martial monarch stage can pass through the gravitational stairs formed by the gravitational stairs formation. It's very difficult for ordinary martial monarch stage martial artists to pass through it. I've heard about it as well. However, as Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciples, will definitely be able to pass through it. Let alone Emperor Wu's disciples, even Emperor Wu's followers like us can pass through it easily. The group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers discussed among themselves. They were confident in their own strength. Naturally, this was also because they had heard of the gravitational stairs formation before. The gravitational stairs formation. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to pass through it without a cultivation base at the 7th level martial monarch stage or above. Many people sighed. That's not necessarily true. Perhaps a 6th level martial monarch stage martial artist can pass through the gravitational stairs with his profundities that far exceed his cultivation base. That's possible as well. The group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers looked at Duan Lingtian and the others with interest. They looked forward to seeing Duan Lingtian and the others enter the gravitational stairs. They wanted to see how many people could pass through the gravitational stairs. It's very difficult for those below the 7th level martial monarch stage to pass through the gravitational stairs formation. Nangongyi looked at the gravitational stairs in the air with a solemn expression. However, there was a gleam of eagerness in the depth of his eyes. Usually, it's very difficult for martial artists below the 7th level martial monarch stage to pass through it. However, if one has a strong will and has comprehended a profundity that surpasses one's cultivation base, there's still a chance for them to pass through it. Duan Lingtian said. There was a detailed record of the gravitational stairs formation in his memory. He believed that as long as his cultivation base broke through to the Emperor Wu stage, coupled with the familiar yet unfamiliar information in his memory, he would be able to inscribe and set up the gravitational stairs formation himself if he was given sufficient materials. The gravitational stairs is the 2nd round of selection for all of you today. Only those who pass through it will advance to the next round of selection. Zhong'an looked at Duan Lingtian and the others and continued to say. Those who advance to the next round of selection will be considered as Emperor Wu's followers in Lingxian Peak. Even if they can't pass through the 3rd round of selection, they can still stay in Lingxian Peak as Emperor Wu's followers, Song Ting said. Duan Lingtian nodded. At once, apart from Duan Lingtian, the eyes of the people on the vast stone platform lit up. Even Nangong Chen, who had a cold expression and was a man of few words, was no exception. Little E, I'll avenge you very soon. You can temporarily stop on the road to hell and wait for your enemy to kill you. At that time, you can taunt him. In the distance, Lu Zhong glared at Duan Lingtian with hatred. If it was not for the fact that he did not dare to disrupt the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers today, he would have killed the enemy who killed his younger brother. In his opinion, it would not be long before he could avenge his younger brother with his own hands. There should be a good show to watch soon. On the other side, an old man stood there. His gaze landed on Lu Zhong as a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Xiao Zhong, what's the good show? Another old man next to the old man asked curiously. You'll find out soon enough. The old man called Xiao Zhong smiled faintly. Xiao Zhong was the old man who brought Duan Lingtian to the cultivation place 6 months ago. At that time, he was the one who stopped Lu Zhong when he looked for trouble with Duan Lingtian. He was also Emperor Wu's disciple in Lingxian Peak. However, unlike Lu Zhong, he was on the side of Zhongan, the third direct disciple of Emperor Wu. As long as I pass this round of selection, I'll be able to become Emperor Wu's follower. On the vast stone platform, many people's eyes lit up. They knew their limits. With their current strength, it was almost impossible for them to become Emperor Wu's disciple. Therefore, they could only settle for the next best thing, which was to become Emperor Wu's follower. As long as they became Emperor Wu's follower, it meant that they would be able to stay in Lingxian Peak and enjoy the cultivation resources there. Moreover, as long as they had sufficient strength in the future, Emperor Wu's follower would have a chance to be promoted to Emperor Wu's disciple. They might even be chosen by Emperor Wu to become Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Now, the second round of selection will begin. 10 people will form a group and enter from the bottom of the gravitational stairs. Those who come out from the top will be considered to have passed the second round of selection. Song Ting's voice resonated in the air again. As soon as Song Ting's voice left his mouth, the group of people, including Duan Lingtian, did not move at all. At this moment, nobody was willing to stand out and be the guinea pig. What? Are all of you going to forfeit? Song Ting asked with a frown when he saw this. At this moment, some people finally moved. They stepped into the air sparsely. After more than 10 breaths, they finally gathered 10 people and stood at the bottom of the gravitational stairs. Duan Lingtian glanced at them and realized none of them were above the 7th level martial monarch stage. It'll be difficult for these people to pass the gravitational stairs, he thought to himself. He was familiar with the gravitational stairs formation. Naturally, he was familiar with the gravitational stairs as well. It was almost impossible for martial artists below the 7th level martial monarch stage to pass the gravitational stairs. Naturally, this only applied to martial artists below the 7th level martial monarch stage. For martial artists below the 7th level martial monarch stage, it was not difficult for them to pass the gravitational stairs as long as their comprehension of profundity was strong and their overall strength was strong. Just like him now. Although he was not a martial artist above the 7th level martial monarch stage, it was not difficult for him to pass the gravitational stairs due to the strength of his comprehension of profundity. Go in. Song Ting's expression softened when he saw the 10 people had arrived at the bottom of the gravitational stairs. He said calmly to the 10 people at the entrance of the gravitational stairs. Whoosh. 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 The 10 people standing at the entrance of the gravitational stairs immediately made their moves and rushed into the gravitational stairs. Their lightning-like figures slowed down as soon as they entered the gravitational stairs. The higher the gravitational stairs, the closer it was to the purple part, the stronger the gravity. On the other hand, the lower it was to the red part, the weaker the gravity was. The 10 people exerted all their strength and forced their way into the gravitational stairs. Although their speed gradually slowed down, they still passed through the red part, orange part, yellow part, and green part. They only slowed down when they reached the green part. It seemed like it was extremely difficult for them to continue going up. All 10 of them were stuck at the green part of the gravitational stairs. Chapter 1250. The people on the scene stared at the 10 people on the gravitational stairs without blinking. After the 10 of them arrived at the green section of the gravitational stairs, every step they took was extremely difficult. Some of them might not even make it through. That person's almost there. Soon after, the people on the scene noticed that one of them was so close to making it to the blue section of the gravitational stairs. Once he made it to the blue section, he would only need to make it to the purple section to pass the gravitational stairs. The reason this person was so close to making it to the green section was that not only did he unleash all of his origin energy and profundities, but he even took out his spirit weapon to resist the strong gravity. He raised both of his hands above his head and held a spirit sword tightly. His body was filled with origin energy from many profundities. It made him look like a giant sword. The tip of the sword was pointing upwards. It was trying its best to divert the endless gravity from the gravitational stairs to the surroundings to reduce the pressure on him. Whoosh! At the same time, he seized the opportunity to soar into the sky and made it to the blue section of the gravitational stairs. Many people's eyes lit up when they thought this person had a chance of making it to the gravitational stairs. Boom! An even more powerful gravity suddenly surged out of the blue section of the gravitational stairs and slammed that person down, causing him to fall from the sky like an arrow. Barf! Under the watchful eyes of the others, this person only managed to spit out a mouthful of blood before he was slammed out of the gravitational stairs. He had lost the opportunity to become Emperor Wu's disciple or follower. I was careless. After he was slammed out of the gravitational stairs, he sighed and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth before he left dejectedly. He was overjoyed when he made it to the blue section of the gravitational stairs. That was why he was slammed out of the gravitational stairs. Otherwise, even if he could not make it to the purple section of the gravitational stairs, he would not be in such a wretched state. However, although he was eliminated by the gravitational stairs, he had provided experience for the people who came after him. They could use their spirit weapons to resist the endless gravity in the gravitational stairs. The remaining 9 people also took out their spirit weapons one after another. With the help of their spirit weapons, they successfully made it to the blue section of the gravitational stairs. Unlike the person who was careless earlier, they made it to the blue section step by step. Duan Ling Tian, they've already reached the blue section. Do you think they have a chance to reach the purple section and pass the gravitational stairs? A voice suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was Nangong Yi asking him. It's impossible for them to pass the gravitational stairs. As for reaching the purple section, perhaps one of them can. Duan Lingtian, who was also paying attention to the situation inside the gravitational stairs, responded promptly after hearing Nangong Yi's question. Among the remaining 9 people, one of them was quite powerful. He was one of the best among the LV6 martial royal realm martial artists. Only one person can reach the purple section? No one can pass the gravitational stairs? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Nangong Yi's face turned ugly. He had an impression of the 10 people who had entered the gravitational stairs. They were all people who had cultivated in the same place as him for the past 6 months. They were all above the 4th level martial monarch stage and below the 7th level martial monarch stage. Among these people, the strongest ones were even stronger than him. Does this mean I have no chance of passing the gravitational stairs? At the same time, a hint of disappointment could be seen in the depth of Nangong Yi's eyes. A moment later, another person was thrown out of the gravitational stairs. This person wanted to rely on the spirit weapon in his hand to force his way to the purple section of the gravitational stairs. In the end, as soon as the spirit weapon in his hand touched the purple section, it triggered a stronger gravitational force and sent him flying. Sigh. After he was sent flying out of the gravitational stairs, he sighed and left in a daze. As time went by, more and more people were eliminated. In the end, only one person was left. It was also someone Duan Lingtian had high hopes for. This person relied on the spirit weapon in his hand to force his way into the purple section of the gravitational stairs. Just when many people thought he was going to pass the gravitational stairs, he was blasted down and crashed onto the vast stone platform with a loud bang. When he stood up again, his body was covered in blood. He was in a wretched state. I advise all of you not to overestimate yourselves if you don't have a cultivation base above the 7th level martial monarch stage. Before he left, he looked at the people standing on the vast stone platform and said. His words caused many people to feel gloomy. Apart from Duan Lingtian, these people, including Nangong Yi, had yet to enter the 7th level martial monarch stage. Humph. Without a cultivation base above the 7th level martial monarch stage, how dare you dream of becoming Emperor Wu's disciple and follower of Emperor Wu from Lingxian Peak? You're really overestimating yourselves. At this moment, a disdainful low snort broke the silence on the vast stone platform. It was the silver-robed middle-aged man who had provoked Duan Lingtian and the other two. He had a mocking smile on his face. What a stench. Whose mouth is so smelly? Duan Lingtian said at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Many people, including Nangong Yi, were enraged. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. It's indeed smelly. I can smell it too. After a moment of silence, many people regained their senses and could not help but laugh. The group of martial artists, including Nangong Yi, whose cultivation base was below the 7th level martial monarch stage, laughed along with Duan Lingtian's words as they vented their anger to their heart's content. Boy! You're seeking death. The silver-robed middle-aged man finally regained his senses and glared at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. If it were not for the fact that he was not allowed to be presumptuous in this place, he would have killed this purple-clad young man immediately to warn others of the consequences of offending him. It smells even worse. Nangong Yi purposely pinched his nose and said in a strange tone. You two brats, follow me into the gravitational stairs if you have the guts. I'll let you know that ants like you won't be able to pass the second round of the gravitational stairs. While the silver-robed middle-aged man glared at Nangong Yi, he looked at Duan Lingtian and provoked him. Nangong Yi's face darkened when he heard this. He really did not have the confidence to pass the gravitational stairs. In his heart, he was already prepared to be eliminated. However, he really did not know how to refute the silver-robed middle-aged man's provocation. You mean you can pass the gravitational stairs? Pass the second round of the selection? At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at the silver-robed middle-aged man and asked calmly. Of course. The silver-robed middle-aged man said as a matter of course. Looks like you're very confident. Duan Lingtian looked at the silver-robed middle-aged man deeply before he looked at Nangong Yi and smiled. Since he's so confident. Let's play with him then. All right. Although Nangong Yi did not know what Duan Lingtian was up to, he still agreed to it. In his opinion, although he did not have enough strength to pass the gravitational stairs, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to pass the gravitational stairs with his strength. I'll go as well. Nangong Chen said calmly. Nangong Chen, you'll soon see your two companions being eliminated by the gravitational stairs. Ants who haven't even entered the 7th level martial monarch stage dare to challenge the gravitational stairs. You're overestimating yourself. As the silver-robed middle-aged man rose into the air, he looked at Nangong Chen and mocked him to his heart's content. Since you're so confident, do you dare to make a bet with me? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and asked in a provocative tone. What bet? The silver-robed middle-aged man snorted. Let's bet if the three of us and you can pass the gravitational stairs and pass the second round of the selection. Duan Lingtian said calmly. What bet? What bet? The silver-robed middle-aged man did not want to be at a disadvantage in terms of aura. He stared at Duan Lingtian and asked with a sneer. Let's bet our lives. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed across them. Bet our lives. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place was in an uproar. Even the two direct disciples of Emperor Wu, Song Ting and Zhong'an, had their eyes on Duan Lingtian. Interesting. Zhong'an looked at Duan Lingtian with interest and said with a smile, I like this kid. Humph. Unlike Zhong'an, Song Ting snorted coldly. It was obvious he recognized Duan Lingtian as the person who killed Lu Zhong's disciple. When the silver-robed middle-aged man heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned. After a long while, he finally returned to his senses when he sensed everyone's eyes on him. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice, How do you want to bet? Until now, he was still unwilling to be at a disadvantage in terms of aura. We'll each swear on the tribulation oath, the 99 heavenly tribulation, that if any one of us fails to pass the gravitational stairs, or if you pass the gravitational stairs, I'll be killed by the lightning punishment from the 99 heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingtian looked at the silver-robed middle-aged man and said word by word, On the other hand, if the three of us pass the gravitational stairs and you fail to pass the gravitational stairs, you'll be killed by the lightning punishment from the 99 heavenly tribulation. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Has this purple-clad young man gone mad? When people regained their senses one after another, they could not help but whisper among themselves. All of them thought Duan Lingtian had gone mad. According to Duan Lingtian's words, if he, Nangong Chen, and Nangong Yi failed to pass the gravitational stairs, he would die. Even if all of them passed the gravitational stairs, as long as the silver-robed middle-aged man passed the gravitational stairs, he would still die. If all three of them passed the gravitational stairs and the silver-robed middle-aged man failed, he would die. Are you sure you want to bet like this? After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, the silver-robed middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly and asked with a smirk on his face. In his opinion, the purple-clad young man before him was digging his own grave. Do you dare? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. Do you dare? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone shifted their attention to the silver-robed middle-aged man. He became the center of attention again. Interesting. Zhong'an smiled brilliantly. Song Ting, who was standing at the side, narrowed his eyes as he stared at the purple-clad figure thoughtfully. Why wouldn't I dare? Chapter 1251. After the silver-robed middle-aged man finished speaking, he looked at Nangong Chen. The sneer on his face deepened. Nangong Chen, your companion wants to bet his life with me. Do you dare to participate? Why wouldn't I dare? Nangong Chen glanced at the silver-robed middle-aged man nonchalantly and said calmly, Will do as you say and add my life to the bet. He trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally. Half a year ago, if it was not for Duan Lingtian's help, he and his twin brother, Nangong Yi, would have died. It could be said that Duan Lingtian had saved their lives. Putting aside the fact that he had confidence in Duan Lingtian, even if he did not, he would not embarrass Duan Lingtian. Good, very good. When the silver-robed middle-aged man heard Nangong Chen's words, he smiled brilliantly. In that case, the three of us will swear an oath together. The silver-robed middle-aged man stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips. His face was filled with eagerness as though he could not wait to see Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen being killed by the lightning punishment. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the others, the three of them swore an oath together. Boom! 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 27 consecutive claps of thunder reverberated in the air. It tore through the sky and pierced the eardrums of the people present on the scene. It echoed the oath made by Duan Lingtian, Nangong Chen, and the silver-robed middle-aged man. Since all of you want to bet your lives. This time, only the four of you will enter the gravitational stairs and participate in the second round of selection, Zhong'an said slowly. He nodded his head. After he finished speaking, he looked at Song Ting and asked with a smile, Second senior brother, do you have any objections? No objections. Song Ting replied nonchalantly. Nangong Chen, you and this fellow who overestimates himself will be killed by the lightning punishment soon. The silver-robed middle-aged man glanced at Nangong Chen and sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian and mocked, "Kid, you'll soon find out that the life wager you initiated will cost you your life. I'll wait and see." Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change in the face of the silver-robed middle-aged man's mockery. "Let's go." Immediately after, he called out to the Nangong brothers and led them to the bottom of the gravitational stairs. Above their heads were the 7-colored gravitational stairs. The part closest to them was the red part of the gravitational ladder, which was also the part with the weakest gravity. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian and the other two arrived at the bottom of the gravitational stairs, the silver-robed middle-aged man also arrived. The mocking smile on his face never faded. "You go first." Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at Nangong Yi and said via voice transmission, "Don't care about anything. Take out your spirit weapon and charge up with your strongest strength and fastest speed." "All right." Just like Nangong and Chen, Nangong Yi trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally. When he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, he immediately made his move without another word. Boom! Nangong Yi's origin energy and profundity energy exploded from his body. Then, he took out his spirit weapon and soared into the air. He charged into the gravitational stairs and charged up with all his might. "You overestimate yourself." The silver-robed middle-aged man sneered and soared into the air unhurriedly. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Kid, don't say that I'm bullying the weak. You go first." When he reached the end of his sentence, the mocking smile on his face became even more pronounced. Duan Lingtian did not stand on ceremony with him. He soared into the air and followed after Nangong Yi. When Duan Lingtian entered the gravitational stairs, the silver-robed middle-aged man and Nangong Chen soared into the air. They entered the gravitational stairs at almost the same time and charged all the way up. Whoosh! As the first person to enter the gravitational stairs and a 6th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse, Nangong Yi successfully reached the blue section of the gravitational stairs with the help of the spirit weapon in his hand. After the blue section, it would be the purple section. After that, he would be considered to have passed the gravitational stairs and passed the second round of selection. However, Nangong Yi was currently stuck in the blue section. He could not enter the purple section because the gravity there was too strong. "There's nothing I can do." At this moment, Nangong Yi's heart was filled with helplessness. At the same time, he hated himself for being too weak. If Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen were killed by the 99 Heavenly Tribulations lightning punishment because he did not pass the gravitational stairs, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. The moment Nangong Yi thought of this, he became anxious immediately. He charged up with all his might in an attempt to enter the purple section and pass through the purple section to pass through the gravitational stairs. "I must pass through the gravitational stairs. I must pass through the gravitational stairs." Boom! Just as Nangong Yi unleashed all his energy and charged up with the spirit weapon in his hand, he was shocked to discover something. Unlike the strong gravity he encountered when he entered the purple section of the gravitational stairs previously, apart from successfully entering the purple section this time, he also felt that the gravity in the purple section was extremely weak. It was even weaker than the gravity in the red section of the gravitational stairs. Whoosh! While he was filled with confusion, Nangong Yi charged through the last hurdle of the gravitational stairs and successfully passed through the gravitational stairs. He was the first person to pass through the gravitational stairs today. Whoosh! After Nangong Yi charged out of the gravitational stairs, the crowd of onlookers fell silent. Gulp! Gulp! On the vast stone platform, the group of people who participated in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers gulped hard. The scene before their eyes shocked them. Nangong Yi was no stranger to martial artists who were above the 4th-level martial monarch stage and below the 7th-level martial monarch stage. He had been cultivating in the same place as them for the past 6 months. Isn't he a 6th-level martial monarch stage martial artist? How can he pass through the gravitational stairs like it's a game? They found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, the other group of people who participated in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers were at the 7th-level martial monarch stage. They had long recognized that Nangong Yi was not a martial artist above the 7th-level martial monarch stage. When they heard the whispers in front of them, they found out Nangong Chen's exact cultivation base. They found it strange and surprising. The gravitational stairs are formed by the gravitational stairs formation. Could there be a problem with the gravitational stairs formation? It's hard to say. Theoretically, even a 7th-level martial monarch stage martial artist wouldn't be able to pass through the gravitational stairs so quickly, let alone a 6th-level martial monarch stage martial artist. There's something strange about this. It's indeed strange. Many people felt that something was amiss. It was completely out of their expectations that Nangong Yi could pass through the gravitational stairs so easily. What's going on? At this moment, even Zhong'an and Song Ting, the two direct disciples of Emperor Wu, could not help but look at each other. They could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. The strength that Nangong Yi had just displayed was something that they had all seen clearly. With his strength, it was impossible for him to even enter the purple section of the gravitational stairs, let alone pass through the gravitational stairs. At this moment, they also wondered if there was a problem with the gravitational stairs formation. Impossible. At the same time, the silver-robed middle-aged man who was in the gravitational stairs also discovered that Nangong Yi had successfully passed through the gravitational stairs and the second round of selection. He was shocked and in disbelief. Nothing's impossible. In the next moment, a calm voice reverberated in his ears like thunder. When he returned to his senses, he discovered that apart from the purple-clad young man who had entered the gravitational stairs before him, even Nangong Chen's speed was ridiculously fast. In just a blink of an eye, he discovered that the two people he wanted to kill had successfully passed through the gravitational stairs after Nangong Yi. At this moment, he was the only one left in the huge gravitational stairs. No. The silver-robed middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He did not even have time to think about anything else. He immediately realized the danger that was about to befall him. He quickly took out his spiritual weapon and wanted to pass through the gravitational stairs as soon as possible. He still had a chance. Even if the three of them passed through the gravitational stairs, he would not be the one to die as long as he passed through it. Of course, if he could not pass through the gravitational stairs, he would be the one to die. It's a piece of cake for me to pass through the gravitational stairs. Even at this moment, the silver-robed middle-aged man was still full of confidence. Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen passed through the gravitational stairs together. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. It seemed like they were not affected by the gravity in the gravitational stairs at all. After Nangong Yi, the two of them passed through the gravitational stairs easily as well. It left a deep impression on everyone. Is there really a problem with the gravitational stairs? Song Ting and Zhong'an looked at each other again. Their eyes flickered with uncertainty. Soon, they realized that there seemed to be a problem with the gravitational stairs. Boom! 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 Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the seven-colored gravity in the gravitational stairs stirred. In the end, it seemed to gather and landed on the silver-robed middle-aged man. No! Soon after, the crowd heard a shrill and unwilling scream. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the silver-robed middle-aged man was enveloped by the seven-colored gravity. The energy on his spirit weapon and body was completely annihilated. Boom! Another loud sound reverberated. The silver-robed middle-aged man was forcefully thrown out of the gravitational stairs. He's finished. Many people thought to themselves when they saw the silver-robed middle-aged man being thrown out of the gravitational stairs. Almost at the same time, the sky darkened. Dark clouds gathered from all directions, and at the same time, a clear and deafening sound of thunder resounded. No. No. Hearing the thunder, the silver-robed middle-aged man looked as though he had seen a ghost. He moved his body and wanted to escape. However, could he escape? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 99 heavenly tribulations lightning punishment landed. The silver-robed middle-aged man was blasted into pieces. Even his profundity fragment was no exception. Only a spatial ring was left. It was all alone. The silver-robed middle-aged man died just like that. He died completely. He had bet his life. Moreover, he had made an oath using the tribulation oath, the 99 heavenly tribulation. No one could violate it. Once they violated it, they would be killed by the lightning punishment no matter where they were. Duan Ling Tian, what happened just now? Originally, Nangong Yi was puzzled about how he had somehow passed through the gravitational stairs. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian and Nangong Chen had passed through the gravitational stairs at lightning speed. This made him even more puzzled. Although he knew Duan Ling Tian and Chen Ling Tian had the ability to pass through the gravitational stairs, it was impossible for them to be so fast. Chapter 1252. Whoosh. While Nangong Yi was questioning Duan Ling Tian had already arrived at the place where the silver-robed middle-aged man was killed by the lightning punishment and put away the spatial ring that the silver-robed middle-aged man had left behind. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. Isn't it obvious? The three of us passed the gravitational stairs, but he didn't. That's why he was killed by the lightning punishment. After Duan Ling Tian returned to Nangong and Zhong Ling's side, he finally opened his mouth to reply to Nangong Yi. However, Nangong Yi could tell that Duan Ling Tian was just brushing him off. He increasingly felt that the earlier incident had something to do with Duan Ling Tian, including the fact that he had successfully passed the gravitational stairs and the sudden change in the gravitational stairs that sent the silver-robed middle-aged man who was stronger than him flying. However, he could tell that Duan Ling Tian had no intention of telling him. Therefore, he did not ask any further questions even though he had a million questions in his heart. Whoosh. Whoosh. While everyone present was still in shock from the earlier incident, Song Ting and Zhongan, the two direct disciples of Emperor Wu, had arrived at the bottom of the gravitational stairs. At this moment, the gravitational stairs that were divided into 7 colors that represented the 7 levels of neutrality had returned to normal. Whoosh. Whoosh. Song Ting and Zhongan looked at each other before they moved at the same time and disappeared before everyone's eyes. In the next moment, everyone saw their figures appear in the gravitational stairs. Moreover, they quickly passed through the gravitational stairs. From the beginning until the end, the short-lived energy in their bodies was not even enough to activate the heaven and earth energy, let alone condense the heaven and earth phenomenon. Whoosh. Whoosh. When Song Ting and Zhongan appeared again, they were already in front of Duan Ling Tian. What did you do earlier? Song Ting asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a cold gaze. However, Duan Ling Tian ignored Song Ting's questioning tone. From the beginning until the end, he had a calm expression on his face. It was as though his expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. You're not bad. If Master was here, I think he'd definitely like you. Unlike Song Ting, Zhongan was quite friendly to the Duan Ling Tian. He looked at the Duan Ling Tian from head to toe and seemed to be very interested in the Duan Ling Tian. The master he was referring to was naturally the spirit profound Emperor Wu, the master of Ling Xian Peak. Whether it was Zhongan or Song Ting. He didn't notice anything unusual when he passed through the gravitational stairs. There was only one possibility. That was the purple-clothed young man's doing. Although they didn't know how he did it, this was the only possibility. He likes me, but I don't necessarily like him. Upon hearing Zhong An's words, Duan Ling Tian replied calmly. For a moment, the smile on Zhong An's face became a little forced. How dare you? Just as Song Ting's face darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, a loud shout resonated in the air. Then, a figure appeared behind Song Ting and glared at Duan Lingtian. He continued to shout in a deep voice, "Boy, how dare you disrespect Lord Emperor Wu so rudely? You should be killed." The person who appeared was none other than Lu Zhong. Initially, Lu Zhong was already upset when he saw Duan Lingtian winning the bet. However, he could only choose to wait for an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. Initially, he thought he would only have a chance to kill Duan Lingtian in the third round of the selection. However, it did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian would dare to blaspheme their Ling Xian Peak's Lord Martial Emperor. He instantly realized this was an opportunity. An opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian legitimately. What? You can't wait to kill me? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Zhong. I don't know what you mean by that. All I know is that you disrespected Lord Emperor Wu, so you should die. Senior brother Song, senior brother Zhong, please let me kill this boy as a warning to others. Lu Zhong looked at Duan Lingtian with a gloomy expression. When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Song Ting and Zhongan and asked respectfully. This time, Zhongan did not speak. Although he found Duan Lingtian pleasing to the eye, Duan Lingtian's words had completely enraged him. A dragon had a reverse scale that would kill anyone who touched it. And his master was his reverse scale. For this reason, he acquiesced to Lu Zhong's request. Go. As for Song Ting, his eyes gleamed coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was about to devour him. Yes. When Lu Zhong heard Song Ting's words, his eyes brightened. He was extremely excited. He had been waiting for a long time. He could finally avenge his younger brother. Boy, how dare you kill my brother? I'll kill you today. As Lu Zhong looked at Duan Lingtian again, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. However, while that was what he said through his voice transmission, he said something else with his mouth. Boy, how dare you disrespect Lord Emperor Wu of our Ling Xian Peak? Forget about the fact that you won't be able to become Emperor Wu's disciple or follower. From today onward, you'll leave this world forever. I, Lu Zhong, will kill you today and send you on your way to show the might of our Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu. Lu Zhong's words were dignified. At the same time, he stepped into the air and walked toward Duan Lingtian. Each step he took was faster than the previous one. Every step he took caused the air to tremble as the sound of air exploding rose and fell. I think you want to avenge your bandit brother, right? Duan Lingtian mocked Lu Zhong, who was charging toward him menacingly. Whatever you say. Anyway, you won't be able to escape death today no matter what. Lu Zhong did not care about Duan Lingtian's words. The origin energy on his body suddenly skyrocketed. Many profundities followed him like shadows, making him look like a god of war who was ready to attack at any time. At the same time, everyone present, including the two Emperor Wu's direct disciples, Song Ting and Zhongan, had their eyes on Duan Lingtian and Lu Zhong. Even the Nangong brothers were no exception. They had received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, so they moved to the side and stared at Duan Lingtian and Lu Zhong without blinking. Other than being senior brother Song Ting's right-hand man, senior brother Lu Zhong is also ranked in the top 3 among our Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciples. I'm afraid this purple-clad young man is going to be unlucky. These were the thoughts of the group of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. They did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Lu Zhong. On the other hand, the group of people who participated in the selection of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciples and followers looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly. They hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to fight for them. After all, to a certain extent, they were not considered as people from Ling Xian Peak. Even the two Emperor Wu's direct disciples, Song Ting and Zhongan, did not think Duan Lingtian had the ability to defeat Lu Zhong, even though they thought Duan Lingtian was strange. They knew Lu Zhong's ability. He could be ranked in the top 3 among all of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciples. Boy, if there's an afterlife, remember that not everyone is someone you can afford to offend. Lu Zhong's voice resonated again. It was filled with a hint of ruthlessness. This time, he took out his spirit weapon. With a flash of his body, he disappeared before most people's eyes. His speed was so fast that it was shocking. When he disappeared, the heaven and earth phenomenon in the void above his head also rushed out rapidly. Its target was Duan Lingtian. 5 silhouettes of ancient black dragons and 7,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons pounced toward Duan Lingtian with bared fangs and brandished claws. This was Lu Zhong's ability. Lu Zhong's speed was ridiculously fast in the eyes of the crowd, including the Nangong brothers. It was so fast that it was difficult to capture his movement. However, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, Lu Zhong's speed was so slow that it was pitiful. He only had to lift a hand casually to grab the spirit weapon in Lu Zhong's hand. Smack! A crisp sound rang when he caught Lu Zhong's spirit weapon with his bare hands, causing the entire place to fall silent. Many people had a look of disbelief on their faces. They could not believe that everything before their eyes was real. Impossible. As the person involved, Lu Zhong was the first to react. He stared at the purple-clad young man who was close to him in shock and shook his head in a daze. Nothing's impossible. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. At the same time, the 5-colored energy that had just appeared on his body suddenly soared. It was as though it had transformed into a 5-colored giant beast that opened its bloody mouth and bit Lu Zhong. In an instant, Lu Zhong was directly swallowed. Not even his bones were left behind. He followed in the footsteps of his younger brother, Lu Yi. After Lu Zhong's entire body turned into ashes, only a few profundity fragments and a spatial ring were left behind. Duan Lingtian conveniently kept all of them. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also withdrew the 5-colored energy on his body. It was as though it had never appeared in the first place. In fact, the heaven and earth phenomenon did not even have time to appear from the moment the 5-colored energy appeared until it disappeared. From this, one could see how fast Duan Lingtian's attack was. Even the heaven and earth energy did not have time to react. Silence. The scene was dead silent. The only thing that could be heard was the sound of heavy breathing and the sound of people inhaling cold air. The Nangong brothers were dumbfounded by the scene that they had just witnessed. Although they knew that Duan Lingtian must have improved a lot in the past 6 months, they did not expect Duan Lingtian's strength to improve so much. Lu Zhong, the disciple of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu, who had used his spirit weapon, could unleash the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 7,000 ancient horned dragons. However, he was killed by Duan Lingtian in just one blow. From the beginning until the end, not only did Duan Lingtian not use his spirit weapon, but he did not even make any obvious movements. He killed Lu Zhong with just the raging flame-like energy that erupted from his body. He's too powerful. I'm afraid his strength is at the level of Emperor Wu's direct disciple. He killed senior brother Lu Zhong as easily as stepping on an ant. At this moment, Duan Lingtian became the focus of everyone's attention. This was because the strength that he had displayed earlier was too terrifying. It was shocking. Who are you? What's your purpose in coming to Ling Xian Peak? At this moment, Song Ting also snapped back to reality. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian and asked sternly. Chapter 1253. Everyone's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian as Song Ting questioned sternly. Apart from the Nangong twins, the rest of the people were curious. That was right. This purple-clad young man's ability was on par with Emperor Wu's direct disciple. However, it was strange that he came to participate in the selection of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. There were many Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses who were more powerful than Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent. Among all the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent, Spirit Profound Emperor Wu's ability was at most in the middle. In their opinion, A peak martial monarch powerhouse like Duan Lingtian, who had such ability since the beginning, should have chosen Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses who were more powerful to be their direct disciple. What purpose could I have? Duan Lingtian merely glanced at Song Ting indifferently in the face of his question. He shrugged lazily and said, "You're thinking too much, aren't you? It seems like you won't tell me if I don't attack." Song Ting's face darkened, and his tone became even colder. "What? You want to attack me?" Duan Lingtian laughed. His smile was brilliant, and as he laughed, his eyes unconsciously narrowed. "Do you think you're invincible just because you killed one person from Lingxian Peak? You should know that the Lu Zhong you killed was just an ordinary Emperor Wu's disciple from Lingxian Peak." Song Ting's tone was firm. "I admit that you're strong, but if you think I'm as useless as Lu Zhong, then I must say that you're stupid." No matter what, Lu Zhong was still someone close to him. As the saying went, one had to look at the master before beating a dog. The purple-clad young man had killed Lu Zhong in front of him. It was equivalent to slapping him in the face, causing him to be humiliated. At this moment, he seemed to be able to sense the mocking gazes from all directions. Even Zhong'an, who was standing at the side, was shocked. He did not expect the purple-clad young man in front of him would dare to kill Lu Zhong, the dog, who was the best at biting people around Song Ting. It had to be said that at this moment, he was secretly pleased. "Zhong'an, this person's identity is mysterious. I'm afraid he has a motive for coming to Lingxian Peak to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. Let's work together to subdue him and force him to reveal Lingxian Peak's motive. If he refuses to speak, we will kill him to prevent future troubles." Meanwhile, Song Ting's voice transmission entered into Zhong'an's ears. Zhong'an frowned slightly. To be honest, he was not willing to fight alongside Song Ting. However, the identity of the purple-robed young man before him was indeed mysterious. He had to be wary of him. Although he and Song Ting were on opposite sides, they were still on the same side when it came to the safety of Lingxian Peak. Thus, he flew out and stood beside Song Ting. The two of them faced off against Duan Lingtian. Senior Marshal Brother Zhong'an wants to join forces with Senior Marshal Brother Song Ting? This scene shocked many people. This Duan Lingtian. I can't believe. Nearby, Qiao Zhong stood there with his mouth agape. He could not regain his senses for a long time. When Duan Lingtian easily killed Lu Zhong, he was already shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Although he had long known that Duan Lingtian was powerful, he did not expect it to be so exaggerated. However, when he saw Emperor Wu's third direct disciple, Zhong'an, and Song Ting standing together against Duan Lingtian, he could not help but feel agitated. This Duan Lingtian had actually caused two direct disciples who were usually at odds with each other to join forces against him. I'm afraid he's going to be in trouble. Whether it's Senior Marshal Brother Song Ting or Senior Marshal Brother Zhong'an, they're both Emperor Wu's direct disciples of Lingxian Peak. This purple-clad young man's strength is at most on par with Emperor Wu's direct disciples. It's fine if it's one-on-one, but it's impossible for him to win if it's 2 against 1. How do you know his strength is at most on par with Emperor Wu's direct disciples? Humph. As everyone knows, Emperor Wu's direct disciples are already at the peak of the martial monarch stage. The only people who are more powerful than Emperor Wu's direct disciples are Emperor Wu's powerhouses. Don't tell me you think he's a powerhouse like Emperor Wu's powerhouses? The group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers who were watching by the side whispered among themselves. They did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to gain the upper hand against the 2 direct disciples. Your strength is truly admirable. I'm Zhong'an, the 3rd direct disciple of Lingxian Peak's Lingxian Emperor Wu. I'd like to know why you're participating in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers at Lingxian Peak with your strength. Zhong'an looked at Duan Lingtian and asked solemnly, as far as I know, at this time, all the Emperor Wu's powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses in the inner land of Cloud Continent should be holding the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers at their cultivation places. Why are you asking him so much? I can tell he's not a good person with just one look. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Song Ting spoke coldly as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Without the whoosh, he disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Duan Lingtian. Boom! A loud sound reverberated in the air, accompanied by a vast airwave that swept out from all directions. The airwave set off a series of thunderous explosions and turned into gusts of strong wind. It blew so hard that everyone present, except for Zhong'an, had to squint their eyes instinctively. Although they did not see what happened clearly, they could tell that Duan Lingtian and Song Ting had fought. Song Ting, Zhong'an's face turned grave. He did not expect Song Ting to be so impatient. Naturally, he knew Song Ting's plan. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian before he could speak so that he could vent his own desires. Whoosh! Although Zhong'an had guessed Song Ting's intention, he could not just stand by and watch. This was because he could tell that Song Ting was no match for Duan Lingtian. Naturally, although he was prepared to make a move, he did not plan to cooperate with Song Ting to kill Duan Lingtian. At most, he would cooperate to suppress Duan Lingtian and force him to reveal Ling Xian Peak's purpose. If his purpose was simple, Ling Xian Peak might have a fourth direct disciple of Emperor Wu. When Zhong'an thought about how Duan Lingtian might become his fourth junior brother, he was so excited that he was even more tactful when he attacked. However, he soon realized that Duan Lingtian's strength did not allow him to be tactful. Boom! 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 As the deafening sounds reverberated in the air, Duan Lingtian fought Song Ting and Zhong'an, the two direct disciples of Emperor Wu, on his own. Both Song Ting and Zhong'an had taken out their own spirit tools. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian fought Song Ting and Zhong'an empty-handed as usual. However, he was not at a disadvantage at all. Not only was he not at a disadvantage, but he was even gaining the upper hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! Song Ting and Zhong'an used a sword and a saber respectively. After a long battle, they finally decided to fight with all their might. As they were both direct disciples of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu, when they attacked, the saber and sword shadows whistled through the air. Their coordination was flawless as they charged toward Duan Lingtian in a ferocious manner. The saber and sword shadows crisscrossed in a torturous manner. Wherever they passed, the onlookers would avoid them. The group of people standing on the vast stone platform below also stepped into the air and dodged to the side. As the saber and sword shadows fell, the vast stone platform was cut into countless pieces as though it was tofu. There was not a single piece that was neat. The stone platform that had countless cracks began to crumble under the force of the two people's strength. It turned into ruins in just a blink of an eye. There was not a single piece that was complete. Moreover, as the two people attacked, some of the rubble on the vast stone platform that had turned into ruins rose into the air. They were completely attracted by the two people's powerful strength. When the two people attacked, the heaven and earth energy stirred and finally gathered into a vast heaven and earth phenomenon. In the void above their heads, 7 silhouettes of ancient black dragons appeared respectively. This meant that their attacks contained the strength of 7 ancient black dragons. Oh my god! He's so powerful as well? Many people were shocked by the full strength of Song Ting and Zhong'an. Someone could not help but exclaim in surprise, causing everyone's attention to shift to the other side. Everyone shifted their attention to the other side. A purple-clad young man was standing there. The purple-clad young man stood there. His purple robe fluttered in the wind, and his long black hair fluttered in the wind. As for his headband, it had long been shattered by the powerful force. 5 colored flames shot up into the sky from the purple-clad young man's body, emitting waves of terrifying aura. At this moment, 7 silhouettes of ancient black dragons appeared in the void above his head. This meant that his strength was not inferior to Song Ting and Zhong'an. No wonder Zhong'an and I couldn't take him down earlier. It turns out that he's already used the strength of 7 ancient black dragons from the beginning. When Song Ting saw this, he was not shocked. Instead, he smiled. However, now that Zhong'an and I have unleashed our full strength, our strength is not inferior to his. The moment Song Ting thought of this, killing intent filled his eyes. Who's he exactly? He can unleash the strength of 7 ancient black dragons without using any spirit weapons. At this moment, many people in the surroundings exclaimed in surprise. When their exclamations entered Song Ting's ears, it caused his heart to tremble, and his expression changed drastically. Only then did he regain his senses. That was right. His opponent had displayed such a powerful strength without using any spirit weapons. Third junior brother, we must kill him before he takes out his spirit weapons. Otherwise, we'll be the ones who die today. Song Ting hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Zhong'an, who was charging towards Duan Ling Tian with him at the same time. When Zhong'an heard Song Ting's voice transmission, he shuddered and finally regained his senses. Earlier, he was also stunned by the strength Duan Ling Tian displayed without using any spirit weapons. At that moment, he knew his opponent's strength was far above him and Song Ting. Now that he heard Song Ting's reminder, his expression was extremely solemn, and he did not dare to be careless. Once his opponent took out his spirit weapons, he and Song Ting would definitely lose miserably. At that time, not only Song Ting, but even he would be meat on his opponent's chopping board. Chapter 1254. Duan Ling Tian remained calm in the face of the 2 great Emperor Wu's direct disciples who were charging at him at lightning speed. It wasn't until the 2 of them were right in front of him that he made a move. The overwhelming saber light and sword shadows were right in front of him. To be more precise, it was not him who made a move, it was the 5-colored flame that surged on his body that made a move. Boom! The 5-colored flame trembled, causing the air to tremble. Suddenly, a deafening explosion was heard, causing many people's expressions to change drastically. Seeing that Song Ting and Zhong'an's attacks were about to land on Duan Lingtian's body, the 5-colored flame trembling violently around Duan Lingtian's body suddenly transformed into the shape of a sword. In an instant, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gigantic 5-colored sword as he slashed down at the 2 people who were charging at him. It was as though he was splitting the sky and splitting the earth. Boom! 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 Wherever the gigantic sword passed, the air trembled and a series of deafening explosions were heard. It was earth-shattering. The rolling airwaves seemed to have transformed into a violent storm that swept out in all directions. Have mercy! Before most of the people present had the time to react, an anxious cry came from afar, causing many people to be shocked. They raised their heads one after another, wanting to see who it was. At this moment, boom! The crowd only saw a person standing next to Song Ting and Zhong'an, who were standing in front of Duan Ling Tian. Before they could see who it was, they heard an even more terrifying explosion. The explosion was so loud that it was as though the sky and earth were falling apart. A rolling shockwave spread out in all directions with the loud noise as the center. It sent the surrounding group of people flying. The group of Emperor Wu's disciples were still fine. They were only sent flying for more than 10 steps. On the other hand, the Emperor Wu's followers and the group of people who came to participate in the selection of Ling Xian Peak's disciples and followers were sent flying far away. Some of the people with a lower cultivation base turned pale as blood spurted from their mouths. It was obvious that they were severely injured. What a powerful force! The collision of 2 forces caused a shockwave. Such a force has exceeded the martial monarch stage. Many of Emperor Wu's disciples were shocked and stared ahead. Only then did they realize. Whether it was Song Ting or Zhong'an, they were both sent flying far away. Their faces were as pale as a sheet of white paper, and the corners of their mouths were stained with blood. And at the place where the loud sound came from, which was also the center of the shockwave, stood 2 people. Aside from the purple-clothed youth, there was another person. It was a middle-aged man in plain clothes. The middle-aged man stood there as if he was one with the world. This was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. He was the kind of man that could not be found in a crowd. However, his complexion was not very good right now. He was slightly pale. Pooh! Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he staggered back 2 steps and looked at the purple-robed young man in front of him with fear. You're Emperor Wu. The purple-clad young man was naturally Duan Lingtian. Earlier, he was prepared to kill Song Ting and Zhong'an, the 2 direct disciples of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu, with a swing of his sword. Who knew the middle-aged man in front of him would appear at the critical moment and save the 2 of them in time? First level Emperor Wu stage. Your spirit profound Emperor Wu? Duan Lingtian asked calmly as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. It was obvious he could see the other party's cultivation base. If the middle-aged man in front of him was really spirit profound Emperor Wu, then he would be disappointed. This was completely different from the spirit profound Emperor Wu that he had imagined. Emperor Wu stage first level. Spirit profound Emperor Wu. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it attracted everyone's attention. He's Lord Emperor Wu. When the group of martial emperor's disciples and followers looked at the middle-aged man, they were shocked. At the same time, a hint of suspicion could be seen in their eyes. They did not dare to believe it. Their Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu was at a disadvantage to someone who came to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers. It was too unbelievable. He's spirit profound Emperor Wu. The group of people who came to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, including the 2 brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, were all staring at the middle-aged man in front of Duan Lingtian with their mouths agape. Impossible. If he's spirit profound Emperor Wu, doesn't that mean the purple-clad young man can defeat spirit profound Emperor Wu? That's right. This middle-aged man is at a disadvantage in front of him. As far as I know, only when Emperor Wu elites fight each other will there be shockwaves. Maybe they're both Emperor Wu elites. If this purple-clad young man is an Emperor Wu elite, why did he come to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in Ling Xian Peak? Maybe he's here to make a scene. Who knows? As the group of people discussed among themselves, their faces were filled with confusion and doubt. An Emperor Wu elite? The 2 brothers, Nangong Chen, glanced at Duan Lingtian and then looked at each other. They saw an inexplicable shock in each other's eyes. He can't really be Lord Emperor Wu, right? The group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers of Ling Xian Peak had bitter expressions. If this middle-aged man was really spirit profound Emperor Wu, then Ling Xian Peak would really be humiliated this time. Although they were disciples and followers of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu, they had never seen spirit profound Emperor Wu in person. Therefore, they were not sure if the middle-aged man in front of them was spirit profound Emperor Wu. However, based on the middle-aged man's performance earlier, it was obvious that he was at a disadvantage in front of the purple-clad young man. If he was really spirit profound Emperor Wu, he would definitely become a laughingstock once the news of today's incident spread. At that time, the people outside would say, Ling Xian Peak's spirit profound Emperor Wu was no match for a person who participated in the selection of Ling Xian Peak's disciples and followers. How ironic would that be? Whether he is Lord Emperor Wu or not. I'm afraid only senior brother Song Ting and senior brother Zhong'an will know. As one of Emperor Wu's disciples spoke, the group of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers all looked at Song Ting and Zhong'an expectantly. Now, the 2 of them who were seriously injured finally recovered after taking healing elixirs. Their faces were filled with lingering fear. When they raised their heads to look at the purple-clad young man in the distance again, they were greatly shocked. Emperor Wu elite. He is actually Emperor Wu elite. They never expected that the purple-clad young man who came to participate in the selection of Ling Xian Peak's disciples and followers was actually an Emperor Wu elite. An Emperor Wu elite came to participate in the selection of Ling Xian Peak's disciples and followers? No matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not figure out why he would do this. Soon after, their eyes moved away from the purple-clad young man and landed on the middle-aged man who was standing opposite the purple-clad young man. They bowed respectfully. Eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother. When the group of Ling Xian Peak's disciples and followers heard Song Ting and Zhong addressing the middle-aged man, their tense nerves finally relaxed. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. So, it's Lord Emperor Wu's eldest direct disciple, senior brother Zhou Di. This is my first time seeing senior brother Zhou Di. Senior brother Zhou Di is as elusive as Lord Emperor Wu in our Ling Xian Peak. I just didn't expect senior brother Zhou Di to be an Emperor Wu elite. According to the purple-clad young man, senior brother Zhou Di is at the first-level Emperor Wu stage. However, I wonder where this purple-clad young man came from. Even senior brother Zhou Di, who's at the first-level Emperor Wu stage, was at a disadvantage in front of him. The group of Ling Xian Peak's Emperor Wu's disciples and followers discussed among themselves. Their eyes landed on Duan Lingtian, who was far away in unison, causing him to become the center of attention. Everyone, including Nangong and his brother, looked at Duan Lingtian after briefly glancing at Zhou Di. So, it's not spirit profound Emperor Wu. However, with Zhou Di's ability, he's undoubtedly the strongest person in Ling Xian Peak after Emperor Wu. Yet, he's still at a disadvantage in front of him. Don't tell me he's really here to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers held by Ling Xian Peak? If that's the case, I'm afraid the title of the strongest person in Ling Xian Peak after Emperor Wu will have to change. Many people whispered among themselves. Some of the smarter ones looked at Nangong and his brother. Some of them more or less knew Nangong and his brother. Nangong Chen, you seem to know him? Nangong Yi, I remember you were with him when I first met you. Did you already know he's a powerhouse like Emperor Wu? Many people asked Nangong and his brother curiously. Nangong and his brother looked at each other. They were speechless and shocked at the same time. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian still held back his ability? It's impossible for him to have the ability that's comparable to a powerhouse like Emperor Wu in just half a year, right? In their hearts, other than shock, there was only shock. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Zhou Di who was confronting Duan Lingtian, both of them had already restrained their energy when the shockwave swept out. That was why the heaven and earth phenomenon did not appear. Due to this reason, the people present could only deduce that their abilities were comparable to a powerhouse like Emperor Wu based on their conversation and the shockwave that appeared earlier. He's a powerhouse like Emperor Wu? Qiao Zhong, who was standing in the distance, finally regained his senses from the shock. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He did not expect the purple-clad young man whom he personally received half a year ago would be a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. Qiao Zhong felt a chill in his heart when he recalled how cold he was to him. He felt that he was so close to death. Both of you, come here. At this moment, Zhou Di spoke calmly. It was obvious he was calling out to Song Ting and Zhongan. When Song Ting and Zhongan heard this, they did not dare to delay. They hurriedly went to Zhou Di's side and lowered their heads as they greeted him respectfully again, eldest senior brother. In front of Zhou Di, Song Ting and Zhongan were as docile as cats. Both of you, apologize. Zhou Di said to Song Ting and Zhongan as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Apologize? Chapter 1255. Then, the two of them realized that their eldest senior brother wanted them to apologize to the purple-clad young man in front of them. Eldest senior brother, although Song Ting was shocked by the strength that Duan Lingtian had just displayed, he could not bring himself to apologize to Duan Lingtian. Of course, he was unwilling to do so. However, he was interrupted by Zhou Di as soon as he spoke. Zhou Di said calmly, "He's master's guest." Zhou Di emphasized the word guest. Master's guest? Song Ting was stunned when he heard Zhou Di's words. Sir, I didn't know you were master's guest. Please forgive me for offending you. At this moment, Zhong'an bowed to Duan Lingtian and apologized. Although the other party looked frighteningly young, the strength that he had just displayed was enough for him to bow and apologize. Moreover, who knew if the other party was a demon emperor powerhouse? Song Ting took a deep breath and apologized as well. Now, no matter how unwilling he was, he did not dare to act recklessly. What a joke! Eldest senior brother Zhou Di had already said that the other party was Master's guest. If he continued to act recklessly, it would mean that he did not respect Master. Because of this, he did not dare to act recklessly even if he had 10 times the courage. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Zhong'an and Song Ting's apology. His gaze fell on Zhou Di as he asked curiously, "Does Spirit Master Emperor Wu know me?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian knew that the middle-aged man in front of him was not Spirit Master Emperor Wu, but Spirit Master Emperor Wu's direct disciple. "Sir, you must be joking. If Master doesn't know you, why would he ask me to invite you over to have a chat with him?" Zhou Di said to Duan Lingtian, "Sir, please follow me." After saying that, he turned around and left. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. His heart was filled with curiosity and doubt as he followed closely behind. After Duan Lingtian left with Zhou Di, although there were many people in the air above the vast platform that had been turned into ruins, the atmosphere at this moment was deathly silent, so quiet that it was frightening. After a short while, they recovered from their shock, and their faces and eyes were filled with shock. "Guest? That purple-clothed young man is Emperor Wu's guest?" Everyone was shocked. "Song Ting, you seem to be a little abnormal today, as if you can't wait to kill that person. Could it be that he has some deep grudge with you? I'm going to die because of you today." Zhong'an looked at Song Ting and complained through voice transmission, "Don't tell me it's only because of Lu Zhong's death." When he heard Zhong'an's voice transmission, the slightly dazed Song Ting finally reacted. Unknowingly, a wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of his mouth. He wanted to kill that person because of Lu Zhong's death. To be more precise, it was because of the death of Lu Zhong and his brother. Before you beat a dog, you have to look at its owner. Someone had killed his subordinates time and time again, and he felt that his dignity was being challenged. That was why he wanted to kill that person at lightning speed. However, who would have thought that the person not only had a strength that was comparable to Emperor Wu's, but also surpassed his great senior brother. Moreover, the person was his master's guest. If he had known this earlier, he would not have made things difficult for the person and would not have fallen deeper and deeper. "I hope Master won't blame me for this." At this moment, Song Ting finally felt afraid. Spirit Profound Emperor Wu's guest? Why haven't I heard Duan Lingtian mention this before? Nangong and his brother looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. However, when they recalled the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier, their hearts were filled with shock. The second round of the selection will continue. Finally, Zhong'an caught his breath and announced. Everyone present recovered from their shock one by one, and their attention shifted to the second round of selection that was about to begin. On the other side. "I don't think I know that Spirit Profound Emperor Wu." Duan Lingtian followed Zhou Di and frowned slightly. His heart was filled with doubts. Finally, under Zhou Di's lead, Duan Lingtian met the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. They met the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu on a stone platform that was surrounded by clouds at the side of Lingxian Peak. Behind the clouds, there was a small stone platform. On top of the stone platform, there was a house with a small courtyard. It looked very simple. In the small courtyard, there was a stone table quietly standing there, and there was a stone bench on both sides of it. "Master, the guest is here." After Zhou Di brought Duan Lingtian over, he bowed to the person sitting in front of the stone table. His tone was filled with respect. The person sitting in front of the stone table was a young man. When he turned his head to look at Duan Lingtian, his face was completely revealed in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. It's you." Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar face in front of him, Duan Lingtian was slightly shocked because it was not the first time he had seen this person. I originally said that you had a chance of comprehending the sword profundity. It seems like I was wrong. You have already comprehended the sword profundity. The young man, who was the spirit profound Emperor Wu, looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. When Duan Lingtian followed Zhou Di over, his body was filled with sword profundity. As a sword cultivator, the spirit profound Emperor Wu could easily see through it. Same here. I was wrong. So you're the spirit profound Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. The spirit profound Emperor Wu in front of him was none other than the person he had met at the peak of Lingxian Peak. Yang Hui. He still remembered that when he first met Yang Hui was using his spiritual energy to control the sword. At that time, he thought Yang Hui was an inscription master, so he did not use his spiritual energy to check his cultivation base. Now, it seemed like Yang Hui might not be an inscription master. Emperor Wu was a powerhouse and could release his spiritual energy. Not to mention controlling the sword with his spiritual energy, he could even attack or defend with his spiritual energy. Thanks to your guidance that day, I finally managed to raise my sword profundity to the next level. Coincidentally, my cultivation base also managed to break through to the next level after I raised my sword profundity. The spirit profound Emperor Wu, Yang Hui, looked at Duan Lingtian with a kind gaze. He did not have the arrogance of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. Have a seat. Yang Hui gestured for Duan Lingtian to sit in front of the stone table. Zhou Di, who was standing at the side, was stunned. Although he knew the purple-clad young man in front of him was his master's guest, he did not expect the purple-clad young man to have given pointers to his master and helped his master achieve a breakthrough in his sword profundity and cultivation base. Congratulations, master. Zhou Di quickly congratulated Yang Hui when he regained his senses. At the same time, he was excited. His master was originally at the third-level martial monarch stage. With this breakthrough, he had successfully entered the fourth-level Emperor Wu stage. Coupled with the sword profundity that he had broken through earlier, his master's current strength was above average among all the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent. All right. Yang Hui nodded faintly when he heard Zhou Di's congratulations. You may leave first. Master. However, Zhou Di did not leave immediately. He decided to tell his master about what happened earlier. Who knew if his master's guest would vent his anger on his two junior brothers? After listening to Zhou Di's recount, Yang Hui frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Those two blind bastards. Brother Ling Tian, my two personal disciples have offended you. I hope you can forgive them." "Please forgive them," Yang Hui said apologetically as he looked at Duan Lingtian. If they were just ordinary disciples or followers of Emperor Wu, he would not mind even if they were executed. However, whether it was Song Ting or Zhong'an, both of them were his direct disciples. He only had a total of 3 direct disciples. Naturally, he could not bear to lose them. You don't have to apologize. Just do me a favor. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. I remember Brother Ling Tian said you wanted my help that day. May I know what you need my help with, Brother Ling Tian? Yang Hui asked curiously as he nodded. I want to know where I came from. Duan Lingtian said. Where I came from? Yang Hui could not help but be stunned. Brother Ling Tian, don't tell me you don't even know where you came from? Due to some things, my soul was damaged to a certain extent and I lost a part of my memory. That includes where I came from. You're a well-known Emperor Wu powerhouse on Cloud Continent. You have eyes and ears everywhere. I think you can help me. Duan Lingtian said. I see. This is just a small matter. Yang Hui nodded and looked at Zhou Di who was about to leave. Pass down the order and make sure it's done properly. As the Emperor Wu powerhouse on Cloud Continent, Lingxian Peak that Yang Hui controlled had its own intelligence network. Once he gave the order, many intelligence personnel would work for him. Yes. Zhou Di replied respectfully and left. Brother Ling Tian, don't worry. With Ling Xian Peak's intelligence network, I'm sure we'll be able to find out where you came from very soon. I believe with your strength, as long as you're not a reclusive person, you're definitely not a nobody, Yang Hui said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. As an Emperor Wu powerhouse, he did not need the demon revealing mirror to faintly see if the person before him was a demon. Yang Hui could see that Duan Ling Tian was not a demon. It was precisely because of this that he realized how outstanding Duan Ling Tian was. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian nodded and thanked Yang Hui. Brother Ling Tian, you're too kind. If it wasn't for your guidance last time, my sword profundity wouldn't have broken through so quickly. The breakthrough in my cultivation base is also due to the opportunity one found through the breakthrough in my sword profundity. Speaking of which, I should be the one thanking you. Yang Hui smiled. I heard from Zhou Di earlier that you can easily suppress him, Brother Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian, forgive me for being blunt, but you don't seem to be at the Emperor Wu's level. Yang Hui looked at Duan Ling Tian from top to bottom and asked in confusion. Ever since he had broken through to the 4th level Emperor Wu stage, Yang Hui's spiritual energy had undergone a qualitative change. He could already faintly sense if a person was at the Emperor Wu's level. According to his spiritual energy, the purple-clad young man before him did not seem to be at the Emperor Wu's level. Chapter 1256. That's right. I'm still quite a distance away from the Emperor Wu realm. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised that Yang Hui, the spirit-profound Emperor Wu, could tell that he was not an Emperor Wu powerhouse. At the same time, he guessed that Yang Hui's cultivation base was above the 4th level Emperor Wu realm. This was because only someone above the 4th level Emperor Wu realm would be able to tell that he was not an Emperor Wu powerhouse. You're still quite a distance away from the Emperor Wu realm, but you've already comprehended the sword profundity. Brother Ling Tian, you're really a genius in the sword Dao. Yang Hui exclaimed. He had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's attainments in the sword Dao a long time ago. He was shocked and admired him from the bottom of his heart. Duan Ling Tian only smiled faintly when he heard Yang Hui's exclamation. He then asked curiously, I seem to have heard that not only did Ling Xian Peak organize the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, but the other Emperor Wu's cultivation places also organized the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers? That's right. Yang Hui nodded. All the famous Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent have been recruiting disciples and followers recently. Of course, just like Ling Xian Peak, their ultimate goal is to become an outstanding Emperor Wu's disciple or even Emperor Wu's direct disciple. Emperor Wu's disciple had to be at least at the peak of the martial monarch stage. The requirement for Emperor Wu's direct disciple was even higher. Most of them had to have 1 foot in the Emperor Wu realm. What's the purpose of recruiting outstanding Emperor Wu's disciple with such fanfare? Duan Ling Tian guessed. Brother Duan Ling Tian, you're right. We do have a purpose. Yang Hui nodded. His expression turned solemn. Actually, the reason we're recruiting Emperor Wu's disciples and followers this time is because of the Overseas Saint Islands Edict. Overseas Saint Islands? Edict? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. What's that? The Overseas Saint Islands have always been mysterious. It's not strange that you don't know about them, Brother Ling Tian, Yang Hui said. The Overseas Saint Islands are islands located in the far north of the Cloud Continent. Of course, there are many islands in the Overseas Saint Islands, but only 4 of them are really vast and rich in origin stones and mineral deposits. They're the 4 Overseas Saint Islands. Among the 4 Overseas Saint Islands, one of them is the leader. The remaining 3 Overseas Saint Islands surround it and have a subordinate relationship with it. This time, our Cloud Continent's martial emperors and demon emperors received the edict from the subordinate island near our Cloud Continent. That subordinate island is called the Hidden Fog Island. A few years ago, the Hidden Fog Island sent an envoy here and asked us to bring 10 of our most outstanding disciples to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition a few years later. Not long ago, the Hidden Fog Island envoy came again and said that the Hidden Fog martial competition would be brought forward by a year. Therefore, we held the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers a year earlier than planned. Yang Hui continued. Is the Hidden Fog Island that scary? It can actually order all of you around? Duan Lingtian asked. Indeed, the Hidden Fog Island is scary. However, the reason why we complied with the Hidden Fog Island's edict is not only because the Hidden Fog Island is scary, it's more because of the rewards promised by the Hidden Fog martial competition. In the Hidden Fog martial competition, whichever martial emperor's or shifter emperor's disciple performs well will be able to obtain the Saint Stone. Yang Hui's breathing quickened when he mentioned the Saint Stone. Saint Stone? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. That's right, the Saint Stone. Yang Hui nodded. To a certain extent, the Saint Stone is similar to the Origin Stone. However, even the Supreme Grade Origin Stone is not as precious as the Saint Stone. Even if it's an Emperor Wu powerhouse, his cultivation base will improve rapidly once he obtains the Saint Stone. Let me put it this way, if a person at the first level Emperor Wu stage obtains a Saint Stone and completely absorbs the energy in it, he'll be able to break through to the second level Emperor Wu stage in one go. Moreover, he'll be able to break through in a short period of time. Yang Hui explained. It's that exaggerated? Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked. It was his first time hearing about the Saint Stone. Although he had a profound memory in his mind, there was no record of the Saint Stone. Now that he heard about the Saint Stone's function, he could not help but be shocked. A Saint Stone could allow a first-level Emperor Wu stage martial artist to break through to the second-level Emperor Wu stage in one go in a short time. It was simply heaven-defying. It's that exaggerated. Yang Hui's eyes were filled with desire. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, he finally restrained himself. Now, you should know why we're so interested in the Hidden Fog Island's edict, right? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. After knowing the function of the Saint Stone, he could understand the feelings of the group of Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses, including Yang Hui. Which Emperor Wu powerhouse and Demon Emperor powerhouse did not want to elevate their cultivation base quickly? For this reason, they wouldn't even frown even if they were asked to do other difficult tasks, let alone participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition. The Saint Stone. Where did it come from? Duan Lingtian was filled with curiosity. I'm not too sure where the Saint Stone came from. However, I'm certain that the Saint Stone is not a product of the 4 overseas Saint Islands. I even asked the Hidden Fog Island's emissary about this. Yang Hui said. Although Duan Lingtian had a lot of questions about the Saint Stone, he knew that he had not come into contact with that level yet. Therefore, he did not ask too much. He believed that as long as he came into contact with that level, all the questions in his heart would be answered. How much do you know about the Hidden Fog Island? Duan Lingtian asked. I only heard about the Hidden Fog Island after I broke through to the Emperor Wu stage, Yang Hui said. Yang Hui said, the Hidden Fog Island is located far to the north of the northern polar region of the Cloud Continent. Even a first-level martial emperor martial artist would need half a year to travel to the Hidden Fog Island from the Cloud Continent at full speed. A first-level Emperor Wu stage martial artist would need half a year to travel at full speed? Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked. That far? That's not the main point. The main point is that one would occasionally encounter many demons in the sea on the way to the Hidden Fog Island. There's no lack of Demon Emperor stage existences among them. Also, the Emperor Wu powerhouses on the Cloud Continent would head to the Hidden Fog Island to start a new journey once their strength has increased to a certain level and they no longer have anything to pursue on the Cloud Continent. Because of this, the Hidden Fog Island is filled with powerhouses. For example, although I'm a 4th level Emperor Wu stage existence, I still have to tuck my tail between my legs when I reach the Hidden Fog Island. Yang Hui continued to explain everything about the Hidden Fog Island to Duan Lingtian. The Emperor Wu powerhouses on the Cloud Continent went to the Hidden Fog Island? Duan Lingtian nodded. At this moment, he felt as though a mysterious world was slowly opening its door to him, waiting for him to enter. Yes. Yang Hui nodded and said at the same time, let's not talk about the others. The Hidden Fog Island's messenger who came to look for me a while ago was a famous Emperor Wu powerhouse on the Cloud Continent. When he became famous on the Cloud Continent, I had just broken through to the martial monarch stage not long ago. Yang Hui sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. He seemed to be reminiscing about his past. Since the Hidden Fog Island is willing to give you the Saint Stone for the Hidden Fog martial competition, it must not be an ordinary martial competition. Do you know the Hidden Fog Island's motive? Duan Lingtian asked. Since the Saint Stone was so precious, he did not think that the Hidden Fog Island would be so kind. There must be a great conspiracy behind the Hidden Fog martial competition. I haven't heard about that. However, I'm guessing that the Hidden Fog Island must be after something. Yang Hui said. As a Emperor Wu powerhouse, he was, naturally, not stupid. It was easy for him to figure this out. Are there any requirements for the participants of the Hidden Fog martial competition? Duan Lingtian asked again. Yes. Yang Hui nodded. According to the Hidden Fog Island's messenger, the participants of the Hidden Fog martial competition must be able to determine their age using the age measuring pearl. Under 70 years old? Duan Lingtian had a certain understanding of the age measuring pearl. He knew that the age measuring pearl could only determine the age of a person who was 70 years old at most. It could not determine the age of a person who was over 70 years old. Yes. Yang Hui nodded again. Subsequently, the two of them chatted for a while before Yang Hui arranged a place for Duan Lingtian to stay. It was an independent courtyard on a small stone platform not far away from where he stayed. There was a small house in the courtyard. Brother Lingtian, I'll try my best to find out where you came from. However, I hope that you won't tell anyone about the Saint Stone. You must know that even my first direct disciple doesn't know about the Saint Stone's existence. Yang Hui said to Duan Lingtian after he sent Duan Lingtian to the door of the small house. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded. Naturally, he knew why Yang Hui hid the Saint Stone from him. He was afraid that Emperor Wu's disciples would think that he was asking them to risk their lives for the Saint Stone. If that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Yang Hui was about to leave. Wait. However, Duan Lingtian called out to him in a timely manner. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Yang Hui asked. There's something that I hope you can help me with. Duan Lingtian said. Tell me. Yang Hui replied straightforwardly. Among the people who came to participate in the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers at Lingxian Peak, there's a pair of twin brothers with the surname Nangong. They've already passed the second round of selection, and it's certain that they'll become Emperor Wu's followers. If it's possible, I hope that you can take care of them a little. Duan Lingtian said to Yang Hui. Brother Lingtian, there you're. Yang Hui looked at Duan Lingtian. Before he could finish his question, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. They're my friends. Since they're your friends, Brother Lingtian, they're naturally my friends as well. Brother Lingtian, don't worry, I won't neglect them. Chapter 1257. After Yang Hui left, Duan Lingtian sat in front of the stone table in the courtyard and muttered to himself, Hidden Fog martial competition. Earlier, when they were talking about the Hidden Fog martial competition, Yang Hui had the intention of letting him represent Lingxian Peak in the Hidden Fog martial competition. Yang Hui was willing to give him all the Saint Stones he obtained. To Yang Hui, apart from wanting to obtain the Saint Stones, he also hoped that the people from Lingxian Peak would be able to suppress the other Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent. On Cloud Continent, there were many Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses. Naturally, they would compete with each other. Especially this time, Yang Hui's strength had improved tremendously. If his disciples did not perform well in the hidden fog martial competition, they would undoubtedly become a laughing stock. Emperor Wu powerhouses valued their reputation very much. Bastard, do you know about the Saint Stones? Duan Lingtian asked the soul hidden in his body, Wang Ba's soul. He had a feeling that Wang Ba should know about the Saint Stones. However, no matter how he called, Wang Ba did not respond at all. It was as though he had fallen into a deep sleep. That's strange. This guy hasn't moved for more than half a year. Seeing that Wang Ba did not respond for a long time, Duan Lingtian did not call him again. He stood up and returned to his room. He sat cross-legged on his bed and cultivated 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Divine Dragon Form. The Divine Dragon Form was the 9th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. It was also the last form. It could help raise one's cultivation base from the martial monarch stage all the way to the Emperor Wu stage. In the past half a year, Duan Lingtian had also cultivated his cultivation base again. It was even stronger than when he was at his peak. In the past, Duan Lingtian was only at the 4th level martial monarch stage. However, after half a year of cultivation, with the help of the rebirth pill's overbearing medicinal efficacy, his cultivation base had improved tremendously. Currently, he had broken through to the 6th level martial monarch stage. He was not far away from the 7th level martial monarch stage. Of course, the reason why his cultivation base could improve so much was not entirely because of the overbearing medicinal effect of the rebirth pill. Instead, it was mostly because of the concept of rebirth after destruction. Although it sounded mysterious, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the great changes brought to him by these 4 words. Ever since his Dantian was restored, his cultivation was indeed twice the result with half the effort. With the addition of the medicinal power of the rebirth pill, it was even more exaggerated. Naturally, in the past 6 months, Duan Lingtian's strength had improved the most, not his cultivation base, but the 2 profundities he had comprehended, the fused profundity and the sword profundity. Perhaps it's because my soul was once suppressed by the soul remnant energy from the Devil Seal tablet, so some changes have occurred to it. That's why it's so easy for me to comprehend the 2 profundities. In the end, Duan Lingtian could only think of this as the only possible reason. Gradually, Duan Lingtian stopped thinking about it. He continued to cultivate and comprehend the 2 profound meanings. He believed. Based on his cultivation speed, it would not take long for him to break through to the Emperor Wu stage. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating, Ling Xian Peak began to activate its own intelligence network to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. With Ling Xian Peak as the center, the investigation was conducted in a carpet-style manner. As for the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers in Ling Xian Peak, it was still ongoing. It was worth mentioning that the 2 brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, were brought away by Zhong'an when they were preparing to participate in the 3rd round of the selection. Lord Zhong'an, where are you bringing us? Nangong Chen and his brother followed behind Zhong, and Nangong Yi asked anxiously. He was worried that Zhong'an would do something to the 2 brothers in order to take revenge on Duan Lingtian. Brother, please don't call me Lord. I can't accept it. Also, I only know that both of your surnames are Nangong Chen, but I don't know how to address both of you. Upon hearing Nangong Yi's words, Zhong'an shuddered and hurriedly waved his hand. At the same time, he looked at Nangong Chen and his brother with a friendly expression. What a joke. The 2 people in front of him were guests that his master, Ling Xian Peak's spirit profound Emperor Wu, had asked him to invite over. If his master found out that they had addressed him as Lord, he would definitely be in deep trouble. Nangong Yi's friendliness stunned Nangong Chen and his brother. Nangong Chen. Nangong Yi. After a while, they returned to their senses and introduced themselves. At this moment, they could faintly guess that the reason Zhong'an, Emperor Wu's direct disciple, was so polite to them was most likely because of Duan Lingtian. So it's brother Nangong Chen and brother Nangong Yi. If both of you think highly of me, can you call me Big Brother Zhong? What do you think? Zhong'an said with a smile. Big brother Zhong, are you bringing us to see Duan Lingtian? Nangong Yi, who had guessed why Zhong'an was so polite to them, felt at ease for a moment and asked curiously. No. Zhong'an shook his head. You're not. Upon hearing Zhong'an's words, apart from Nangong Yi, even Nangong Chen could not help but be stunned. Earlier, Master instructed me to bring both of you to see him, Zhong'an said. Zhong'an said. Boom. The moment Zhong'an's words left his mouth, it was as though a bolt of lightning had struck down from the clear sky. It shocked both Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. The master Zhong'an was referring to was undoubtedly the master of Ling Xian Peak, the spirit profound Emperor Wu. Now, the spirit profound Emperor Wu wanted to see them? When both of them returned to their senses, they looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. Nangong Chen was still relatively calm. Nangong Yi, on the other hand, had a terrified expression on his face. Although he really wanted to see the spirit profound Emperor Wu, he did not expect to see him so soon. Of course, he also knew that all of this was due to Duan Lingtian. At the south of the inner land, two figures flew through the air and headed toward a steep mountain in the distance. It was Lingtian Peak. Lingtian Peak was where the Lingtian sect was located. After a while, the two figures arrived at Lingtian Peak and revealed themselves. It was a young girl in yellow and a little girl in white. The young girl in yellow's eyes shone with a mischievous gleam. As for the little girl in white, she had a childish and cute little face. She looked like a little adult. Sister Xuanai, what should we do now? How can we find brother? The little girl in white looked at the young girl in yellow and asked. The little girl in white was the little white python from back then, Little White. As for the young girl in yellow, she was Han Xuanai. After they obtained clues about Duan Lingtian in Lost Stone Forest, they searched for him. However, they could not find any traces of Duan Lingtian. In the end, they had no choice but to give up temporarily and look for another way. Let's look for Little Gold and Little Black. Perhaps, we should make a big commotion. Han Xuanai said with a gleam in her eyes. A big commotion? Little White had a puzzled expression on her face. However, she still followed Han Xuanai, who was going to look for Little Gold and Little Black. She knew that as long as she saw Little Gold and Little Black, she would know what the big commotion that Sister Xuanai mentioned was. After Han Xuanai and the three little fellows got together and plotted for a while, a plan that would shake the entire Cloud Continent for a period of time was born. When the plan reached the ears of the two vice-sect leaders of Ling Tian sect, Luo Ping and Zhang San, it shocked them so much that they were speechless for a long time. The plan was quickly put into action. Han Xuanai, Little White, Little Black, and Little Gold left Cloud Continent and went in 4 different directions. Soon after, shocking news came one after another. First-rate forces announced that they would become Ling Tian sect subsidiary forces one after another. Apart from handing over a large amount of origin stones to the Ling Tian sect every year, they also gave up the most outstanding disciples from their respective forces. These outstanding disciples from the various forces also joined the Ling Tian sect one by one and became a part of the Ling Tian sect. The Ling Tian sect, which was originally empty, suddenly became lively. Those 4 little ancestors. They're really, Zhang San and Luo Ping, the 2 vice-sect leaders of Ling Tian sect, gathered together. Apart from shock, there was only shock on their faces. Where did Duan Lingtian sect get to know these little freaks? Chen Xiao Shui could not help but smile wryly when he found out about all this. Young master, Ling Tian sect is no longer what it used to be. I'm afraid it won't take long for Miss Xuanai, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold to unify all the first-rate forces in the south of the inner land. Xiong Quan stood at the peak of Ling Tian Mountain and muttered softly, Now, we're just waiting for you and Miss Tian Wu to return. That's right, master. Come back soon. Gold Thug stood next to Xiong Quan. He was also waiting for the return of his master, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect. Hey! Gold Thug. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. When Gold Thug and Xiong Quan finally reacted, there was already a person in front of them. It was a little girl dressed in gold. Little Gold. Xiong Quan's eyes lit up when he saw the person. Gold Thug, on the other hand, shuddered for no reason. He said with a bitter expression, "Little miss, why are you looking for me?" He feared the little girl in gold from the bottom of his heart. "Of course, I'm looking for you for a good reason." The little girl in gold was none other than Little Gold. She was also the jade-eyed heavenly mouse that was by Duan Lingtian's side in the past. Good reason? Gold Thug looked at Little Gold skeptically. Slap. However, before he could react, Little Gold slapped him on the forehead. "I say, Gold Thug, you don't believe me, do you?" I wouldn't dare. Gold Thug immediately shrunk his head and said softly. As a golden hellhound, he was as docile as a cat in front of Little Gold. "Take this." Little Gold raised her hand and passed a dazzling pill-like object to Gold Thug. "Little miss, this is..." Gold Thug was stunned at first. However, when he carefully examined the item that Little Gold passed to him, his eyes could not help but narrow. His body began to tremble for no reason. Inner core? Chapter 1258. Usually, only powerful fierce beasts and demon beasts could form inner cores. However, only fierce beasts and demon beasts that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent would leave behind inner cores after they died. In other words, they were demon emperors. It was common knowledge. Once a fierce beast broke through to the void-prying stage, it would transform into a demon beast. The moment a fierce beast transformed into a demon beast, the inner core in its body would form a close connection with its own energy. It was a symbiotic relationship. This symbiotic relationship could not be removed unless one broke through to the Emperor Wu stage. This was why ordinary demon beasts would not leave behind their inner cores even if they were killed. This was because the moment they were killed, their inner cores would shatter along with their energy. Only powerful demon beasts that had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage could separate their inner cores from their own energy. At this time, if they were killed, their inner cores would become someone else's wedding dress. A demon emperor's inner core, on the other hand, could help a demon monarch improve his cultivation base rapidly if he consumed it. For a demon monarch with a high cultivation base, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the demon emperor stage with the help of the demon emperor's inner core as long as he comprehended the emperor stage profundity. Naturally, only demon monarchs could consume the demon emperor's inner core directly. Human martial monarchs could not consume it directly. It was not impossible for human martial monarchs to consume it. All they had to do was ask a grade 1 alchemist to spend some time refining the inner core and some medicinal herbs into a medicinal pill. Naturally, the success rate of refining such a medicinal pill was extremely low even for the most outstanding grade 1 alchemist. Therefore, the demon emperor's inner core was not as helpful to human martial monarchs as it was to demon monarchs. That's right. This is the demon emperor's inner core. Little Gold nodded in the face of the excited Gold Thug. At the same time, she passed the demon emperor's inner core to him. When Gold Thug took the inner core, his hands trembled even more violently. Demon emperor's inner core? Xiong Quan was shocked. Little Gold, why you killed a demon emperor? Yes. Little Gold nodded and said casually, I killed a guy who didn't know what to do. Isn't your target the first-rate forces in the south of the inner land? How did you offend a demon emperor? Xiong Quan asked doubtfully. My target is indeed a first-rate force. However, that shifter emperor seems to have received a favor from that force many years ago. That's why he rushed out in time to protect that force. He even dared to attack me first, but in the end, I killed him. Xiao Jin said as if he was talking about something unimportant. I didn't expect a first-rate force to have the protection of a shifter emperor. Xiong Quan sighed. He's just a first-level Demon Emperor stage guy. Xiao Jin said indifferently. Although she didn't say anything, one could hear the disdain in her voice. Only the first-level Demon Emperor stage? Upon hearing what Xiao Jin said, Xiong Quan and Gold Thug, who had regained his senses, looked at each other. Both of them were stunned. To them, even a first-level Demon Emperor stage powerhouse was enough to crush them with just one finger. Little Grand Aunt, I'll go back and cultivate first. Gold Thug could not wait to go back and cultivate after obtaining the Demon Emperor's core. He believed he would be able to break through to the 9th-level Demon Monarch stage with the help of this Demon Emperor's core. Once he comprehended the Emperor stage profundity, he would be able to break through to the Demon Emperor stage and become a Demon Emperor powerhouse. Alright. Go and cultivate. When you break through to the Demon Emperor stage, I'll bring you out to the sea to have some fun. There are many Demon Emperors outside the sea. You'll be able to obtain more Demon Emperor's core when you get there. Xiao Jin nodded. Her eyes lit up when she reached the end of her sentence. Yes. Gold Thug's blood boiled when he heard that. He hurriedly turned around and left to cultivate. Xiao Jin, you can even kill a first-level Demon Emperor. What's your cultivation base now? After Gold Thug left, Xiong Quan looked at Xiao Jin from head to toe and asked curiously. He did not expect this at all. The inconspicuous little gold mouse back then had achieved so much. It shocked him from the bottom of his heart. Young master, come back quickly. Come back and see the 3 little fellows and Miss Xuanai. Xiong Quan muttered in his heart. Faced with Xiong Quan's question, Xiao Jin only smiled mysteriously and did not answer. Whoosh! In the next moment, Xiao Jin disappeared before Xiong Quan's eyes. It was obvious that she had left. Seeing this, Xiong Quan shook his head and smiled helplessly. As Han Xuanai, Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Jin made their moves, the first-rate forces in the south of the inner land were subdued one by one and became Ling Tian's sect's subsidiary sections. For a time, Ling Tian's sect's reputation in the south of the inner land of the Cloud Continent was like the sun in the sky. The remaining first-rate forces that had yet to fall were panicking because they knew that the Ling Tian's sect would make a move on them in the near future. Isn't Ling Tian's sect a little too exaggerated? Does it intend to unify the south of the inner land? Many people in the south of the inner land speculated. Based on Ling Tian's sect's exaggerated actions, it did seem like it intended to do so. However, just as the first-rate forces in the south of the inner land that had yet to fall were panicking, Han Xuanai and the other 3 stopped attacking and returned to the Ling Tian's sect as though they had made an appointment. And they had indeed made an appointment. Don't be careless for the next few days. Patrol Ling Tian Peak more. Judging by the time, they should be here soon. Han Xuanai said to Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Jin. Based on her words, it was as though she was worried that someone would attack Ling Tian's sect. Yes, Sister Xuanai. Xiao He and the other 2 nodded obediently. Compared to their decisive killing outside, it was as though they were a completely different person. Time passed by quietly. 7 days passed in just a blink of an eye. Whoosh! Outside Ling Tian Peak, the air stirred as a figure appeared out of thin air. It was an old man dressed in gray. He had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were bright. His expression was calm as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Ling Tian's sect? Suddenly, the old man's gaze turned sharp as he stared at the steep mountain peak nearby and muttered softly. Subsequently, the old man disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was already at the side of Ling Tian Peak. Stop right there. However, before he could enter Ling Tian Peak, he was stopped by someone. The person who stopped him was a young girl's voice. He could not help but be stunned. When he returned to his senses, he realized that the person who stopped him was actually a little girl dressed in golden clothes. She was an inconspicuous little girl. Demon Emperor? However, the gray-clothed old man didn't underestimate her just because she was a little girl. Instead, his expression turned solemn. Old man from the Han clan? Faced with the gray-clothed old man's questioning tone, Xiao Jin did not care at all. Instead, he asked indifferently. You killed Han Jing? The old man's eyes gleamed coldly as he asked in a deep voice. Han Jing? Xiao Jin was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Looks like you're really an old man from the Han clan. Are you here to avenge that reckless fellow? Xiao Jin's eyes gleamed coldly as she spoke. No matter who it is, anyone who kills a member of the Han clan will have to pay the price. The old man in gray said nonchalantly. His tone was unquestionable. Is that so? Before Xiao Jin could react, an indifferent voice sounded from afar. When the voice entered the ears of the old man and Xiao Jin, a figure had already appeared. It was a young girl dressed in yellow. She looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. Her slightly tender face was beautiful. With one look, one could tell that she would definitely grow up to be a devastatingly beautiful woman. The young girl in yellow had bright eyes. One look and one could tell that she was a mischievous person. However, her expression was a little gloomy. It was as though the sky was about to rain with dark clouds covering the sky. It's best for unrelated people to leave. Don't blame me if you're implicated. The old man in gray looked at the young girl in yellow and said calmly. There was no lack of threat in his tone. Unrelated people? The young girl in yellow studied the old man in gray for a while before she said nonchalantly, what if the person you're talking about was killed by me? At once, the old man's expression changed drastically. Killing intent shot out from his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. Sister Xuanai, let me deal with this old fellow. Xiao Jin looked at the young girl in yellow and said with anticipation. The young girl in yellow was none other than Han Xuanai. It was just as Han Xuanai had said. Previously, the powerhouse from the Han clan, Han Jing, had died in her hands. If you want him, I'll let you have him. Han Xuanai said. She did not seem to care if she had to deal with the old man in gray personally. Thank you, Sister Xuanai. After obtaining Han Xuanai's agreement, Xiao Jin's eyes lit up. Then, she looked at the old man in gray who was staring at Han Xuanai and said coldly, Hey! Old fellow, I'm your opponent. The moment her words left her mouth, Xiao Jin made her move. It was as though she had transformed into a bolt of golden lightning as she shot toward the old man in gray. The old man in gray reacted and began to fight Xiao Jin fiercely. Both of them were evenly matched in the beginning. However, as time went by, Xiao Jin gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. After Xiao Jin fell into a disadvantageous position, she was in an extremely wretched state. However, the old man in gray seized the opportunity to pursue and attack Xiao Jin, a little girl who did not look more than 10 years old, to kill her. Sister Xuanai, save me. For a moment, Xiao Jin hurriedly asked Han Xuanai for help. This was not a joke. If she was killed, she would be completely finished. Humph. Almost as soon as Xiao Jin's words left her mouth, Han Xuanai snorted softly. She did not seem to have done anything when she raised her hand. Bang! A loud sound reverberated. The old man in gray who was chasing after Xiao Jin was sent flying. Along the way, he left behind many blooming flowers of blood. It was the blood that kept spurting out of his mouth. Air Shadowless Palm. You. How do you know my Han clan's clan-suppressing martial skill? Chapter 1259. The Shadowless Air Palm was the ultimate martial skill of the Han clan, the ancient clan on Cloud Continent. That set of martial skills was even superior to heaven-level high-tier martial skills. Even in the Han clan, not everyone was able to learn it. As one of the strongest people in the Han clan, the gray-clad old man knew this very well. He was also one of the few people in the Han clan who had cultivated the Shadowless Air Palm. Not only did he know that the shadowless air palm was a powerful martial skill that was above the heaven rank advanced martial skills, but he also knew that this martial skill had entered the ranks of the Saint grade martial tactics. The Saint grade martial tactic was a saying passed down in the Han clan since ancient times. It was said that it came from a faraway place and referred to a martial skill that was above the heaven rank advanced martial skills. The grey-clad old man stared at Han Xuanai. His face was pale and filled with shock and disbelief. Shadowless air palm? Upon hearing the grey-clad old man's words, Han Xuanai was stunned at first before she smiled in disdain. Are you sure I'm using the shadowless air palm? The moment her words left her mouth, without waiting for the old man's reply, Han Xuanai made her move again. Waves of cold aura spread in the air before it emitted waves of coldness. At the same time, waves of cold wind blew past. Bang! 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 A series of loud noises reverberated in the air. The light shield that rose around the grey-clad old man's body was shattered easily. In just a blink of an eye, he was engulfed by waves of cold aura that came from all directions and turned into an ice sculpture. One could vaguely see that there were clear palm prints around the grey-clad old man's body inside the ice sculpture. It was as though he had been slapped many times. Now, do you still think this is the shadowless air palm? Han Xuanai asked nonchalantly. At the same time, she raised her hands slowly. The ice sculpture around the grey-clad old man's body turned into nothingness as though it had never existed. Pooh! Barf! The moment the ice sculpture around his body disappeared, the grey-clad old man's body suddenly trembled. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was on the verge of collapse, and he was on the verge of death. It wasn't until he took out a pill and swallowed it that his expression eased up a little. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely recognize that the healing pill the old man consumed was the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill that he was extremely familiar with. It's not shadowless air palm. Hearing Han Xuanai's words, the grey-clothed old man couldn't help but shudder. He looked at Han Xuanai in horror, his heart full of shock. Although it has the shadow of the shadowless air palm, it is a martial skill that is even more powerful than the shadowless air palm. Saint-grade martial art. It was a saint-grade martial art. It's a saint-grade martial technique that's even more powerful than the shadowless air palm. Who is she? As far as I know, in the entire Cloud Continent, only the two great ancient clans, including our Han clan, possess the saint-grade martial tactic. She actually knows the saint-grade martial tactic. Moreover, it's a saint-grade martial tactic that's even more powerful than our Han clan's shadowless air palm. Don't tell me she's from that place? The grey-clothed old man seemed to have recalled something as he looked at Han Xuanai again as though he had just seen a ghost. As one of the two great ancient clans on Cloud Continent that had been passed down for 10,000 years, the Han clan knew many things that ordinary martial artists on Cloud Continent did not know. This included other continents other than Cloud Continent. Not only that. According to the secret handbook that was passed down in the Han clan for generations, only the Han clan's lineal disciples were qualified to read it. The first clan leader of the Han clan's ancestor who single-handedly built the Han clan, was not from Cloud Continent. Instead, he came from another continent. According to the Han clan's ancestor, in the continent he came from, even someone at the Emperor Wu stage was merely standing at the peak of mortals. In that continent, there were many people who had surpassed mortals. Dao Martial Saint Land. That was the name of that continent. I've long heard from Qing Nu that there's a clan on Cloud Continent that can be considered as a branch of our clan, the Han clan. It was unknown when Han Xuanai spoke up. It was unknown if she was talking to the grey-clothed old man or if she was talking to herself. Since the shadowless air palm was passed down, it means that the person who founded the Han clan was at least a branch disciple of our clan. Boom! Han Xuanai's words that seemed like she was talking to herself were like a clap of thunder when they entered the grey-clothed old man's ears. Miss, why you? You said that our Han clan's ancestor was a branch disciple of your clan? The gray-clothed old man asked in a trembling voice. As a lineal disciple of the Han clan and the former clan leader of the Han clan, the gray-clothed old man's understanding of the Han clan was not inferior to anyone in the current Han clan. According to the handbook left behind by our ancestor, when our ancestor was still in the Dao martial saint land, he was indeed a branch disciple of a great clan. Although our ancestor did not describe the great clan in detail, based on his words, he did mention that the great clan had an important position in the Dao martial saint land. The moment the gray-clothed old man thought of this, his body began to tremble in fear when he looked at Han Xuanai. When he saw the saint-grade martial tactic that the young lady cast earlier, he could faintly guess that she was from the mysterious Dao martial saint land. The saint-grade martial tactic that the young lady cast was even more powerful than the saint-grade martial tactic of the Han clan and the other ancient clan. The saint-grade martial tactic of the two clans was passed down from the mysterious Dao martial saint land. Due to this reason, he made such a guess. However, when he heard the young lady's words that sounded like she was talking to herself, based on the information recorded in the handbook left behind by their Han clan's ancestor, he could faintly guess that she was from the same great clan as their Han clan's ancestor. Moreover, the saint-grade martial tactic that she cast was similar to the shadowless air palm. It was more like an upgraded version of the shadowless air palm. Linking all these factors together, he could not help but suspect that Han Xuanai's identity was really related to their Han clan's ancestor. What? Do you think I'll shamelessly try to be related to your Han clan? Upon hearing the gray-clothed old man's question, Han Xuanai said disdainfully, if I'm not mistaken, with your strength, even if you're not the strongest in the Han clan, you're at least ranked in the top 3. Do you think my strength is inferior to the strongest person in your Han clan? When Han Xuanai reached the end of her sentence, her tone was filled with disdain. No. I didn't mean that. Miss, I really didn't mean that. Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, the gray-clothed old man panicked immediately. Just like what the young lady before him had said, although his strength was not the strongest in the Han clan, he was still ranked in the top 3. However, even if he were to face the strongest person in the Han clan, he would not be as wretched as he was in front of the young lady before him. Sister Xuanai, why are you wasting your breath on him? I think we should just kill him. Little Gold, who was standing at the side, said nonchalantly as she glared at the gray-clothed old man. Hey! Don't you want to avenge that Han Jing? My sister Xuanai is right here, hurry up and do it. Upon hearing Little Gold's words, the gray-clothed old man's face that had just regained some color turned pale again. At the same time, he said in a panic, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The reason I came here today is to investigate how Han Jing died. Since he was killed by you, miss, then he must have brought about his own death. He deserved to die. The gray-clothed old man looked at Han Xuanai and said with a terrified expression on his face. Moreover, Miss has a deep relationship with our Han clan. Please spare me this time on account of our Han clan's ancestor. The gray-clothed old man begged Han Xuanai for mercy. Your surname is Han? Han Xuanai asked nonchalantly. Yes. Yes. My name is Han Tong. The old man hurriedly replied, not daring to delay at all. I can spare your life. However, you must make up for your mistake. Han Xuanai said. Sister Xuanai. When Little Gold heard Han Xuanai's words, she could not help but frown. She could not wait for this old man who had almost killed her to die immediately. Little Gold, there's still a use for him. Han Xuanai comforted Little Gold. Little Gold nodded. Although she was still slightly dissatisfied, she did not dare to go against Han Xuanai's words. Please speak, Mississippi. Please speak. Han Tong said humbly as though he was afraid Han Xuanai would regret her decision. Mobilize the Han clan's forces and help me find a person. Han Xuanai said again. Ling Xian Peak. Near the spirit profound Emperor Wu's residence, there were 2 additional wooden houses that each stood on a small stone platform. It was obvious that these 2 wooden houses had just been built not long ago. The two people living in the two wooden houses were the two brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. Ever since they had met the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu, they had been living here. According to the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu's words. Since they were Duan Lingtian's friends, they were his friends as well. It was not convenient for him to accept them as disciples or followers, but he could allow them to stay in Lingxian Peak as guests. Although they were guests, they could enjoy all the benefits of being Emperor Wu's direct disciples. This caused the Nangong brothers to be both shocked and overjoyed. They were shocked that the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu valued Duan Lingtian so much. They were delighted that they could stay in Lingxian Peak and enjoy the benefits of being a direct disciple. According to the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu's words, they could stay in Lingxian Peak for as long as they wanted. They could leave whenever they did not want to. Even if they left, they could return at any time. There was another wooden house on the stone platform and not far away. It was Duan Lingtian's residence. However, ever since the Nangong brothers had arrived, they had not seen Duan Lingtian leave his residence. Hence, they had not seen Duan Lingtian. Days passed by. On this day, the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu, Yang Hui, left his residence and arrived in front of Duan Lingtian's residence. Brother Lingtian. Yang Hui called out to the house. After a while, the door of Duan Lingtian's wooden house opened. Duan Lingtian flew out and stood opposite Yang Hui. What? Is there news? You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.